The first thing I did every morning was drag the campus queen into an alley and beat the hell out of her. But she never fought back, even actively curling up in the corner to let me do as I pleased. It was all because I, the king of the school, had tried to force her to be my girlfriend. She'd rather die than agree, so I had my guys beat her up every day until she gave in. After I finished absorbing the school bully's memories, by now, Chloe Miller had already been getting beaten for half an hour. The system suddenly prompted me. Host, if you don't go save her now, the male lead will be here soon, and the situation will become irreversible. I rushed forward and yelled at my crew. All right, that's enough. Stop hitting her. Chloe was covered in dirt from the beating, and she was staring at me with a dark, sullen expression. The system prompted, current villain's affection points, -91. It turned out the girl in front of me was the story's main villain. The moment her affection for me hit -100, my time would be up. I quickly knelt, took out a tissue, and wiped her delicate face, muttering in feigned annoyance. I told you guys just to scare her. Why'd you actually get rough? Chloe wasn't an idiot. She knew I was just putting on an act. And then I heard it again. Villain's affection points, -92. I quickly said to my guys, all right, you can all go. I'll handle this myself. I'll buy you guys dinner sometime. Villain's affection points, -93. What was happening? I just said a couple of things. Why did the points keep dropping? Was Chloe already planning to kill me? I clutched the tissue, not daring to say another word. I watched her body sway. She must have been in too much pain, because she staggered and nearly fell. I rushed to steady her, and I heard her suck in a sharp breath. Villain's affection points, -94. I glanced down and saw I had grabbed her injured arm. I asked cautiously, did I hurt you? Before I could explain, Chloe shook my hand off, her tone icy. Even if you have me beaten to death, I will never like you. As soon as she finished speaking, the system's voice echoed in my head again. Villain's affection points, -95. I looked up at the sky and kept a distance of about 3 steps from her. Chloe didn't even take 2 steps before I grabbed her again. She turned and glared at me. What do you want now? I stepped forward and tugged on the corner of her shirt, the pathetic look on my face completely genuine. Chloe, I know I was wrong. Chloe slapped my hand away, but I followed her relentlessly, asking cautiously, please, just give me a chance to make it up to you. Chloe laughed. What's this? Trying the gentle approach now? Ethan Cole, you're disgusting. If you really want to atone, then get out of my sight. Better yet, disappear forever. The hatred in Chloe's eyes was completely undisguised. I was about to say something else when I saw a few guys notice what was happening. One look and I knew this was bad. The story's official male lead had arrived. Ethan Cole, are you bullying someone again? I was in no mood for this. Mind your own business. Villain's affection points, -96. Warning, villain's affection points have dropped to a critical level. Host should prepare for the worst. I gritted my teeth. Hearing that warning, I whipped my head around to stare at Chloe's expressionless face. My words made Leo Johnson's face flush red. Afraid of what I might do to Chloe, he immediately jumped between us, spreading his arms like a mother hen protecting her chick. I don't know what's going on between you and Chloe, but as long as I'm here, you're not going to hurt her again. Villain's affection points, -98-99. Enough. I said it not just to the system with its annoying alerts, but also to the babbling Leo. I wasn't a rookie, but for my first S-rank mission, running into a tough nut like Chloe was just my bad luck. The worst that could happen was failing the mission and getting sent back to the base system to climb my way up from the bottom again. It wasn't like I'd never been reset before. Back when I was just cannon fodder, I'd experienced every kind of death imaginable. I had a temper, too. Did he think he could use me as a stepping stone to score points with my target? Not a chance in hell. Since I'd decided to play hardball, I dropped the pretense. I didn't care anymore. I grabbed Leo, shoved him aside, and sneered at him contemptuously. What business is it of yours? I'll bully her however I want, for the rest of her life. You don't even go to my school. You think you can stop me from hitting her on campus? You want to protect her? You'd better have the muscle to back it up. Anyone can talk tough. Hell, I could just as easily say that as long as I'm around, nobody else will ever lay a finger on Chloe. After I finished that long tirade, Chloe's affection points had hit rock bottom. But seeing the horrified look on Leo's face made me incredibly happy. My original mission was to save the villain, but now I felt like I was the real villain here. I glanced down at Chloe, and without a care for what she was thinking, I grabbed her and started walking. Leo blocked my path again, looking at Chloe with concern. He panted, "Tell me, What will it take for you to leave her alone? Leave her alone? I'd love to, but would the system let me? Right now, I was a fish on the chopping block, just waiting for Chloe to orchestrate my demise. I shot back viciously, in your dreams. If I die, I'm taking Chloe with me. I shoved Leo using a little too much force, and he tumbled to the ground. Chloe stopped, trying to pull her arm from my grasp. I tightened my grip, a cold, humorless smile on my face, and threatened in a low voice, "You like him, don't you?" Chloe's body went rigid. Her reaction was understandable. After all, in the original story, Chloe was a supporting character who was madly in love with Leo. I smiled and continued, "His father's company has a partnership with my family's, but a small firm like theirs? My dad could crush it with a single finger. If you want him to go down with you, feel free to walk away." In that moment, Chloe's gaze was as sharp as a knife. Once we were out of Leo's sight, I stood by the road and called my family's driver. Chloe, clutching her backpack, turned to me. "Can I go now?" I refused without a second thought. "You're pretty ungrateful anyway. Luckily for me, I found your weak spot. You wouldn't want other people to suffer because of you, would you, Chloe?" Chloe's brow furrowed, her voice raspy. "Ethan Cole, how can you be so cruel? I don't even know Leo Johnson, and I don't like him. You have no leverage over me." I raised an eyebrow. "Is that so? Fine. I'll call my dad right now. I've been looking for a reason to go after Leo for a while. Since you don't like him, it doesn't matter either way." Seeing that I was actually about to make the call, Chloe quickly grabbed my hand to stop me. Her whole body was shaking, and she asked in a trembling, hoarse voice, "What do you really want? What's so great about me that you have to keep tormenting me? You just like my face, don't you?" After saying that, she suddenly started clawing at her own face like a madwoman. I quickly reached out to stop her, but Chloe shoved me away. "If I ruin it, will you finally leave me alone?" This woman was truly insane. I knew it from the start, but I'd never experienced it so directly. "What if I said I like you for you? Are you going to kill yourself then?" Chloe stared at me for a long moment, her voice airy and distant. "If that's what you want, don't even think about it." I grabbed her hand, my voice sharp. "If you dare kill yourself, I'll go after your mother the second you're dead." Chloe trembled all over, her voice pleading, "Ethan Cole, please, stop this. I'm begging you." Just then, the driver pulled up. My stomach was churning, but I kept my face a cold mask, making sure no one could read my thoughts. I shoved Chloe into the back seat and told the driver expressionlessly, "Riverwood Hospital, and get my private doctor over there." Chloe was silent the entire ride, staring out the window with a deathly pale face. I rubbed my chin. This was not going according to my original plan to win her over. I thought back on what I'd just said. It was truly vile, but I had no choice. If the mission failed, I'd just be reset. But if the target died, I'd be flagged for failure to protect, and my consciousness would be wiped completely, right? Without consciousness, I'd be nothing but a walking corpse. I shuddered, felt like I was doomed either way. I still had a month. I had to try harder. But then I thought about her -100 affection score, and suddenly I didn't want to try anymore. I just wanted to give up and be useless. I slumped in my seat, pressing my hand to my forehead. Why did I have to pay for the original Ethan's mistakes? Next time, could they please assign me a villain who's a little more naive? I handed Chloe over to my private doctor and curled up on a bench, hugging her tattered backpack. I had no idea how long she'd had it. The bottom was covered in stitched-up patches. Chloe's life was actually really tragic. The head of the Miller Corporation, Richard Miller, had abandoned his first love for power and married a wealthy heiress. At the time, he had no idea that his girlfriend, Evelyn, was already pregnant. Evelyn couldn't bear the thought of losing the child, so she carried Chloe to term and raised her all by herself, which was incredibly difficult. But somehow, the heiress caught wind of them and secretly made their lives hell, driving the mother and daughter out of Chicago with nowhere to go. When Chloe was older, she and her mother moved to Riverwood, hoping for a fresh start, only to run into the original Ethan, that tyrant. They couldn't catch a break. Just as I was wondering what to do next, my private doctor, Sarah Wells, came out with a lab report, her expression grim. I was worried my guys had gone too far and seriously hurt her, so I'd ordered a full physical for Chloe. Seeing Sarah's dark expression, I had a bad feeling. Sarah handed me the report. She has numerous injuries, both new and old. She's had broken ribs before that don't look like they healed properly. Her overall health is poor. Whose kid is this? It looks like she's not even getting enough to eat. I didn't say anything. Sarah pressed on. What about these injuries? I didn't dare to answer. Is she a classmate of yours? She asked. I pressed my lips together and gave her a slight bow. Thank you, Dr. Wells. Can I take her home now? Sarah checked her watch. I'm putting her on in 4. It should take about an hour. She studied me for a moment, then frowned. Ethan, I know what's happened with your family has been hard on you, but I hope you won't let yourself go down the wrong path. The SATs are coming up. You need to focus. My expression darkened. I nodded. I know. It was already dark outside. When I came in with the cup of soup I'd bought, Chloe was lying in the hospital bed, and 4 in her arm. Her cuts had been cleaned and bandaged. With gauze on her forehead and near her eye, she looked almost comical. I tiptoed over, placed the soup on the table, and sat down beside her. I've been thinking all day, I began quietly. It was my fault. I really know I was wrong. My intention was just to get you to notice me. I trailed off, lowering my head in shame. I couldn't possibly justify the horrible things the original Ethan had done. I ran a hand through my hair in frustration. Forget it. I give up trying to explain. I changed the subject. The doctor said you have stomach problems. You should have some soup. It's good for you. I took the lid off the soup and pushed it toward her. Chloe laughed, a sarcastic edge to her voice. Do you really think I'm going to thank you for this? I shook my head. Just pretend I suddenly grew a conscience. You have every right to hate me, so go on. Keep hating me. I've given up anyway. My words didn't seem to affect her in the slightest. I looked down and apologized. I won't have anyone hurt you again. I know you hate me, and I know you want me to disappear forever. But can we negotiate? And this is just a hypothetical, if you do decide to get rid of me, could you maybe use a gentler method? I'm scared of pain. Chloe turned her head away, the coldness in her eyes never wavering. I don't know what you're talking about. I knew she was pretending, but I had to see the act through. In the end, she never touched the soup. After the nurse removed her 4, she walked straight out of the room. I followed her. When I saw her heading for the main road to go home, I stopped, confused. Where are you going? Chloe glanced back at me. I gritted my teeth. Let me take you home. No thanks, she said coldly. She dug into her pocket and pulled out a couple of crumpled dollar bills. I can take the bus. I wanted to argue, but thinking about her pride, I held my tongue. I'll go with you, was all I said. I awkwardly insisted on staying by her side. I stood in line at the bus stop with my head down, kicking loose gravel out of boredom. When Chloe glanced down, she could see my messy short hair. She had once, believe it or not, felt a flicker of affection for him. The thought made her despise herself. Back when she first transferred, she didn't have a uniform, and her clothes were washed so often they were faded, giving her an air of poverty. Everyone else talked about her with disgust, but he was the only one who had approached her with a smile. At the time, she thought it was a kind smile, never imagining he had ulterior motives. Sensing her gaze on me, I hesitated before looking up, a confused frown on my face. Chloe pressed her lips together. You want me to be your girlfriend? And then what? What do you want from me? Her sudden intensity was surprising. The distance between us closed, and if she'd had a knife, she could have easily slit my throat. I rubbed my nose and said worriedly, I don't want anything from you. Besides her thin frame and pretty face, Chloe truly had nothing. Chloe gave a sarcastic smile. So you just want to use me for entertainment. You don't have to play these fake, useless games. You want me to be your girlfriend? Fine, I'll do it. I almost thought I was hearing things. The bus pulled up to the stop, and Chloe got on. I hesitated for a second before following her, asking uncertainly, Sorry, what did you just say? It was a little out of character, but I was desperate for an answer. Chloe smirked. I said, You've got me. I'll do whatever you want. Are you satisfied now? Chloe took a single seat near the front. Since there were no empty seats nearby, I just stood next to her, holding onto the rail. I asked in my head, System, isn't this plot going off script? The system replied, Correct. I asked again, What are her affection points for me? The system said, Villain's affection points, -99. Hearing that hopeless number, I frowned. So what was her plan? What's it like to date someone who hates your guts? I watched Chloe limp toward the rundown tenement building, feeling a sense of melancholy. I gritted my teeth and, unafraid of the consequences, rushed after her. If I couldn't figure it out, I'd just ask. I was a dead man walking anyway. I had intended to ask about her intentions more tactfully, but the moment I opened my mouth, I wanted to strangle myself. Didn't you say you'd rather die than be with me? I blurted out. What made you change your mind? Chloe shot me a cold glance and kept walking without a word. I scrambled to fix it. What I meant was, suddenly, Chloe shoved me against a lamppost, her voice turning frigid. What the hell do you want? You said you wanted me to be your girlfriend, and I agreed. What more do you want? Ethan Cole, I absolutely despise you. As I looked down at her, my expression turned grim. Chloe never hid her disgust for me, but seeing this rare expression on my face, she seemed momentarily taken aback. I kept my voice low. Can you let me go? I've told you before, I don't like being treated like this. Chloe let go. I spoke abruptly. There's only 1 month left. I'll make it up to you. After saying that, I turned and walked away. That was terrifying. From the look on her face, she was 1 second away from strangling me. Whatever, I'll just take it 1 step at a time. The moment Chloe got home, she tried to slip into her room, not wanting her overworked mother to worry about her. But things rarely go as planned. As soon as she walked in, she saw her mother sitting under a dim light, holding a cross-stitch. Wearing reading glasses, her fingers moved tirelessly across the fabric. Chloe froze, clutching her backpack. Evelyn Miller looked up, and the needle in her hand slipped, pricking her finger. She sucked in a sharp breath, quickly putting the bleeding finger in her mouth before standing up. Were you bullied by your classmates again? Chloe pressed her lips together, her eyes lowered. Evelyn quickly examined her injuries, her heart aching at the sight. She didn't dare make any promises, only saying weakly, "What are we going to do? I'll talk to your teacher tomorrow. With the SATs so close, this can't continue." Chloe adjusted her backpack. "Don't worry about it," she said flatly. "I can handle it. It's late, Mom. You should get some sleep." Evelyn paused, then asked with her head down, her voice strained, "Chloe, do you hate me?" Chloe's chest rose and fell. It would be a lie to say she didn't, but for once her gaze softened. "No, you're worrying too much. I'm going to do my homework." Meanwhile, I was tossing and turning in my own spacious bed. The perks of being a rich kid were great. So what if my dad didn't care and my mom was gone? Having money was enough. In any world, money is power. As I was thinking, a warning suddenly sounded in my head. A jolt went through me and I shot upright. The system said, "Query indicates the target's affection points have surpassed the expected threshold. The original plot is beginning to deviate. Host, please be advised." Deviate? How is it deviating? Any event that does not align with the original world's plot will cause the timeline to deviate. I wasn't a rookie. I was used to this kind of thing. I understood what the system was implying. A new, unforeseen event was about to happen, one that would drastically alter the target's life. Just a moment ago, I thought things were hopeless, and now look, the target was about to make her move. The system quickly displayed an image of a key item, an unsheathed switchblade, labeled as one of the primary tools for my murder. My face fell. The item was now in play. It looked like my death was scheduled for earlier than I thought. I ran my hands through my hair in frustration. I knew it was strange when Chloe suddenly agreed to be my girlfriend. Turns out she'd reached her breaking point. The original Ethan would have been ecstatic to hear her agree and would have let his guard down completely, giving her the perfect opportunity to strike. I spent the whole night worrying. Deciding to make one last effort to win her over, I bought breakfast for 2 on my way to school. Senior year was hectic. Morning study hall started at 6:30 a.m. Chloe felt bad for her mom, so she never asked for an allowance, which meant she hadn't eaten breakfast once in her 3 years of high school. I decided to try the gentle approach, though I had no idea if it would work on her anymore. The original Ethan was a terrible student and had never once shown up for morning study hall. When I walked in, my classmates looked at me in disbelief. Chloe heard the noise but didn't even look up, remaining hunched over her desk in the back, working on a test paper. As I passed her desk, I slipped the breakfast into her drawer, then went to sit 3 rows away. Chloe frowned. She glanced down at the fragrant soy milk and 3 greasy pork buns in her desk. She peeled a sticky note off the plastic bag. "Breakfast for you. Enjoy," it said in messy handwriting. Expressionless, Chloe crumpled the note and threw it in the trash. She hadn't been hungry, but the smell made her stomach start to growl. After years of inconsistent meals, her stomach was now cramping with hunger pains. She glanced up at me, laughing with my group of delinquent friends, then looked down again in resignation. As if afraid someone might see, she took a sip of the soy milk through the straw. It had peanuts and sugar in it, and it was surprisingly good. I caught her movement out of the corner of my eye and finally breathed a sigh of relief. I quickly asked the system to check her affection points. The result, villain's affection points, -100. What the hell? She ate my food and her score still dropped? I said to the system, annoyed, "That's it, system. I don't want to check anymore. Just turn off this feature so I don't have to get pissed off every day. Affection points, whatever. I'll just let fate decide. Meanwhile, Chloe forced herself to eat only one bun. She carefully hid the other two in her drawer, planning to take them home for her mother. Just then, after saying something to my friends, I suddenly grabbed my backpack and started walking toward her. Chloe tensed up as I pulled out the chair next to her and sat down. I took out a blank worksheet, laid it on the desk, and asked with a hopeful look, "Hey, girlfriend, can I copy your homework?" Chloe composed herself. "Don't you ever do homework?" I scratched my head and grinned. "So you have been paying attention to me." Her face was cold as she said sarcastically, "You're imagining things. Everyone knows your GPA is in the negative because you never do your homework. If it weren't for your dad, you would have been expelled ages ago." The corner of my mouth twitched. I almost laughed out of sheer frustration. "Fine, don't let me copy. I'll just do it myself." I turned to the worksheet with an annoyed expression, as if I actually intended to do it. Chloe seemed a little surprised. She'd said similar things to him before, and he would usually grab her by the collar and say arrogantly, "So what if I don't study? I've got a rich dad. You're the one with nothing, so you have to study your ass off, right? You're pathetic and poor." I had no idea what was going through her mind. I've been through so many worlds, and the ones I dreaded most were the high school settings, because I genuinely hate studying. I stared at the math worksheet, filling in answers that looked right and just scribbling random numbers for the ones I didn't understand. It took other people an hour to finish a worksheet. It took me 5 minutes to scribble on it. Chloe frowned. Not a single answer on the paper was correct. I noticed her peeking and raised an eyebrow, a little smug. "What do you think? I'm pretty fast, huh? See, homework isn't so hard after all." Chloe didn't say anything, just let out a cold, sarcastic laugh. Whatever. I wasn't going to argue with her. When study hall ended, I took out the exact same breakfast and laid it on my desk. Chloe struggled to look away, forcing herself to focus on her work. A moment later, my hand appeared in her vision, holding a bun. With a napkin in my other hand, I said casually, "I can't finish this. You eat it for me." I didn't wait for her to react, just stuffed it into her mouth as she was about to speak. Then I leaned back in my chair, mission accomplished, and watched her stubborn expression. If she weren't a complete psycho, her personality would actually be pretty interesting. She ate with a certain elegance, slow and deliberate. She could have been a good person. Just then, a girl in a sloppy uniform came up to my desk. "Ethan Cole, what are you doing here so early?" Jessica Vance glanced at Chloe, who had her head down and frowned. "Why are you sitting here?" she asked me, annoyed. "Isn't it filthy?" Her words didn't get a reaction out of Chloe, but my heart sank. I glanced cautiously at Chloe, then retorted, "It's not dirty. Where do you see any dirt? I can just wipe it down." Jessica laughed, shot a look at Chloe, and said to me, "When you're done playing with your new toy, come back." I was confused for a second. Then Jessica placed an iced milk tea on my desk. "I added pudding," she said. I thanked her out of habit. Jessica raised an eyebrow, surprised. "What's wrong with you? You're acting like an idiot." I blew up. "You're the one with the problem, cussing me out for no reason." Jessica didn't argue. She threw down her backpack and came back over. "Want a ditch? I got a new bike." I kept shaking my head, grabbing one of Chloe's worksheets and lying through my teeth. "I'm going to study hard with my girlfriend from now on." Jessica's patience snapped. "What is wrong with you today? Stop messing around. Let's go. The teacher will be here any minute and we won't be able to leave." I said earnestly, "I'm not kidding. I'm turning over a new leaf. My girlfriend's a good student, and I want to get into the same college as her." Hearing me say girlfriend over and over, Jessica slammed her hand on the desk. "Cut the crap, girlfriend. She's just a toy. Her? Are you blind and stupid? Didn't you just have her cornered yesterday? And now you're playing the good guy? Stop fooling around and let's go." As I listened to her go on and on, my left eyelid started twitching uncontrollably. A mocking smile was already playing on Chloe's lips, and I felt a massive headache coming on. I gritted my teeth. "I really do see her as my girlfriend, not a toy. I'm serious. I'm not hanging out with you guys anymore. What happened yesterday, bullying her, that was my fault. I've changed. And from now on, you all leave her alone." Hearing my dead serious tone, Chloe's expression slowly darkened. Jessica was furious now. She sneered, "Fine, Ethan Cole. You're really something else. Other people might not know you, but I know exactly what you are." Jessica turned and fixed a sinister glare on Chloe. "What did you say to him?" When Chloe ignored her, Jessica reached out and patted her on the cheek. "I'm talking to you." In that instant, Chloe's anger flared too. She clenched her fists. Just because you ask doesn't mean I have to answer. Jessica's temper boiled over. Chloe Miller, you've got a death wish, don't you? Jessica grabbed Chloe by the collar and hauled her to her feet. The other students held their breath. Some of the kids in our class started rearranging their desks to get a better view. A few even whistled provocatively. But the next second, I slapped Jessica's hand away, my voice cold. Let go. Jessica had never seen me like this before. She knew I was genuinely angry. What was his deal? He used to brag to them all the time about how he was going to break Chloe, turn her into his little pet, and completely shatter her pride. Why the sudden change of heart? When Jessica didn't move, I gritted my teeth. I said, let go. I pried her hand off and pulled Chloe behind me, frowning. This has nothing to do with her. It was all my idea. Jessica's face was dark. She let out a cold laugh and kicked a desk hard. I couldn't dodge in time, and the corner of it slammed into my side. I hissed in pain. Jessica didn't leave either. She just went and sat a few seats away from us. Even my usual followers were confused. Ethan, man, you're acting really weird today. My side was killing me. I snarled through gritted teeth. Get lost. Once they were gone, I finally sat down, clutching my aching side. I lifted my shirt and saw a red mark already forming where the desk had hit me. She really didn't hold back. Chloe had been watching my every move. When she saw the bruise, she froze. My hand was still gently rubbing my side when Chloe suddenly pulled my shirt down, her expression unreadable. What do you think you're doing? It hurts, I said quietly. Chloe pressed her lips together. You deserved it. I felt like if I let my true nature show, I could get into a fight with her any second. Chloe continued, why did you even get involved? My eyes widened. She was going to hit you. Chloe sneered. It wouldn't have been the first time. She kept her eyes locked on me as she said it. A guilty blush spread across my face, but I stubbornly retorted, I told you yesterday, I'm the only one who gets to bully you. I can't let them do it, can I? Chloe took out a new worksheet and said coldly, then why did you have to make enemies of them? I bit my lip. I didn't like what they were saying. Chloe said bluntly, you've said the same things yourself plenty of times. You're all cut from the same cloth. Each of her retorts was sharper than the last, and the worst part was, I couldn't argue with her. I fidgeted with the hem of my uniform. I'm not like them. I'm really trying to change. Chloe snorted. Jessica was right. You need a reality check. I couldn't take it anymore. What do you think I'm doing all this for? How can you say that to me? I'm a little nice to you and you get an attitude. Chloe glanced at me, then looked away. This is more like the real you. I couldn't help myself. You're the one who's messed up. After I said that, I felt so irritated that I grabbed the milk tea off the desk. The sight of it was bugging me, and threw it in the trash. The pen in Chloe's hand spun as she said meaningfully, why not drink it? She was being nice, you know? I slumped in my seat. Not drinking it. I'm full of food and full of rage. Other than that little incident, the rest of the class was uneventful. The teacher didn't care where I sat. It's not like I was going to study anyway. As long as I wasn't bothering Chloe, the teacher left me alone. I was bored, so I rested my head on the desk and pulled up the system interface in my mind, eventually dozing off. Suddenly, a commotion in the classroom woke me. I rubbed my eyes and saw that administrators were here for an inspection. The school conducted regular bag searches, and they were especially strict with our class. Knives, phones, novels, any contraband they found meant your parents were getting a call. I wasn't worried. The teachers wouldn't dare take my phone, and I didn't have anything else on me. When the search team arrived, I stood up automatically, waiting obediently to be searched. I turned and saw Chloe hadn't moved. I tapped her on the shoulder. Hey, they're doing a search. Get up. She still didn't move. I was confused, but then I saw her expression. It wasn't good. The teacher had already reached the back row. I handed over my backpack, and after a quick look, Ms. Zhang moved on to Chloe's bag. I put my books away and sat down. I'd barely been in my seat for a second when I heard the teacher's sharp voice from right above me. What is this? Chloe's face was blank. Our homeroom teacher heard the commotion and rushed over. He was about to say something, but when he saw the object, he fell silent. The administrator asked sternly, "What are you doing bringing this to school? What's your name?" After that barrage of questions, I immediately understood. So this was the plot deviation the system had warned me about. If one of us rich, delinquent kids had been caught, it would have been manageable. But this was Chloe. She could be expelled for this. Chloe refused to say why she'd brought it to school, and Ms. Zhang was getting angry. Just as Chloe finished giving her name and was about to be led away, I pushed myself up from my desk. Ms. Zhang frowned. Is there a problem? I glanced at Chloe, who looked either resigned or terrified, and took a deep breath. She didn't know that knife was in her bag. Chloe's head snapped up, her expression a complex mix of emotions. I pressed my lips together. I put it there. The classroom erupted in murmurs. The administrator's eyes widened. What did you say? I swallowed hard. The fear of authority was still ingrained in me. But what choice did I have? If Chloe got expelled, her life would be completely derailed from the original plot. That would mean I'd be facing an unknown plot, and I hate unknown variables in a mission. Before I could come up with a better plan, Ms. Zhang snapped, "You with her. My office now." I walked beside Chloe and whispered, "No matter what they ask, just say you didn't know anything. Got it?" "I put it there," she replied firmly. I was about to lose my mind. "Don't be an idiot. You'll get expelled." She wouldn't budge. It was me. I angrily grabbed her uniform, but before I could say anything, the teacher noticed and snapped, "No whispering." I quickly pulled my hand back, muttering, "Remember what I said?" Before following the teacher into the office, our homeroom teacher asked, "All right, what happened?" Afraid she would confess, I cut in before she could speak. "It's like I said in the classroom. I put the knife in her bag." Ms. Zhang wasn't buying it. "Why?" "I wanted to threaten her," I said. Ms. Zhang frowned. My reputation among the teachers was well known. She had a strong sense of justice and slammed her hand on the desk. "Ethan Cole, you've got a lot of nerve. What were you threatening her with?" I was speechless for a moment and felt a little ashamed. But at this point, all I could say was to force her to be my girlfriend. Ms. Zhang was the dean of students. Hearing this, she immediately decided to call my father. She didn't even bother to confirm the story with Chloe. A good, obedient student like her would never do something like this. Me, on the other hand, my guilt was so obvious it was practically a fact. Ms. Zhang told Chloe to leave. When she didn't move, I got anxious and pushed her out the door. Then, in front of all the other teachers in the office, Ms. Zhang tore into me, calling me the scum of society, a degenerate, shameless. I took it all. When my father, David Cole, arrived at the office and got the gist of the situation, he slapped me across the face, full force. My cheeks swelled up instantly. Mr. Cole continued, spitting his words at me. "Look at what you've done. I am so disappointed in you. Today I'm bailing you out of school. Tomorrow will it be the police station? Look at you. You don't act like a student at all. Have I been too easy on you? Let you become completely lawless." I gritted my teeth, my voice low. "Easy on me? You barely even pay attention to me. How have you ever been easy on me?" Mr. Cole was furious. "What kind of talk is that?" I stood my ground, defiant. "Am I wrong? Every day you're either fawning over that homewrecker Susan, the woman who drove my mother to her grave, or taking care of that kid who might not even be yours. When do you ever remember you have me for a son? Easy on me? Tell me, how many times have you even seen me in the last 2 years? Do you even know what classes I'm taking?" Hearing this, my father raised his hand to slap me again. I puffed out my chest to meet the blow, sneering, "Go on, hit me. Better yet, just kill me. Then my mom can see what you've become when I see her in the afterlife." Seeing the confrontation escalating, Ms. Zhang quickly intervened, pushing me out of the office to de-escalate. I kept my head down, fighting back tears. Not because I was sad, but because my face really hurt. Just then, a shadow fell over me. I looked up and saw Chloe's slender figure standing there. I quickly wiped my face with the back of my hand and asked in a hoarse voice, "Why are you still here?" Chloe pressed her pale lips together. "Why did you tell the teachers that?" I had just taken a beating from my father, but I wasn't about to show any weakness in front of her. "Were you trying to get yourself expelled?" I asked harshly. "I won't let you. Don't even think about getting away from me." Chloe's expression flickered, her feelings unreadable. Finally, she said with quiet sarcasm, "You look ugly when you cry." I clenched my fists, holding back the tears. Then I discovered something even worse. My father had frozen my credit cards. That was even more infuriating than the slap. But I didn't feel I had done anything wrong. For both the original Ethan and for me, my father had completely failed in his duties. All he ever did was give me money. And now, even that was gone. I punched the wall, gritting my teeth. "It's over. I'm broke." My sudden movement startled Chloe. She pulled a crumpled tissue from her backpack and handed it to me, whispering, "Don't." That just made me more irritated. I snatched the tissue and wiped my face. Chloe said quietly, "If you're going to cry, do it outside. You're distracting me from my studies." I almost laughed. My target had absolutely zero gentleness in her. I suppressed my anger, my jaw tight. I must have looked like I'd suffered some terrible injustice. Chloe paused, seeming to reconsider her words for a moment. No, that's not right, she thought. Ethan Cole is a monster. Seeing him like this should make me happy. After I calmed down, I immediately listed the house I was living in for a low price online. My father had bought it for me when I was 16, probably to get me out of the way so I wouldn't bother his new family. Soon it was lunchtime. With time being tight, most students headed to the cafeteria. I had pissed off Jessica, and while I had enough cash to last a few days, I didn't want to eat alone. So, I swallowed my pride and trailed after Chloe like a lost puppy. Annoyed by my presence, Chloe spun around and glared at me. What are you doing? With the bruise still on my face, I forced a casual expression. I want to have lunch with my girlfriend. Is that a crime? Only then did Chloe seem to remember her impulsive promise from the night before. She pressed her lips together. I'm not eating. I raised an eyebrow. But I am. Chloe pointed a slender finger toward the cafeteria, indicating I should go by myself. I stubbornly shook my head. Nope. Chloe ignored me and went to the campus store to buy a cheap pastry. Her mom gave her $10 a day for food, but she always tried to save it. I stood there watching her about to eat that and remembered what Dr. Wells had said. I darted forward, grabbed her wrist, and started pulling her away. Chloe impatiently tried to shake me off. Ethan Cole, what are you doing? She demanded. We're getting lunch, I said without looking back. I dragged her off campus, my eyes scanning the street until they landed on a cheap, build-your-own spicy noodle soup place. I would have preferred something better, but I had to consider her sensitive pride, so I settled. I just never expected to run into Leo Johnson there. Leo and his friends came into the noodle shop, laughing and joking around. He looked surprised to see Chloe. Chloe, you eat here too. He noticed the bandages on her face and frowned. That Ethan Cole is unbelievable. How could he do that to you? Are you okay? He didn't give you any more trouble last night, did he? I was standing near Chloe, my back to them as I picked out ingredients. Hearing his fake concern, I turned around and drifted over like a ghost. What are you saying to my girlfriend behind my back? Caught in the act, Leo looked uncomfortable. I pressed on. Calling her Chloe? You think you two are that close? I angrily slammed my bowl of ingredients on the counter, paid with my phone while grabbing Chloe's hand, and said, let's go. Ignore him. Chloe's expression was unreadable, as if she was deep in thought. But Leo followed us out, persistent as a ghost. Ethan Cole, you're rich and powerful. Why do you have to pick on Chloe? Her life is hard enough. Can't you just leave her alone? I raised an eyebrow. I saw Chloe's expression darken and felt a surge of delight. If there was one thing Chloe hated, it was being called pitiful. I feigned innocence. I've never thought Chloe was pitiful. And as for picking on her, you're imagining things. We're in a real relationship. Isn't that right, Chloe? I slid my hand down hers, lacing our fingers together. Chloe tensed up. I snorted, pulled her over to a good table, and cheerfully bought 2 sodas. I handed her a soda. Here. I made the gesture very deliberate, knowing Leo was watching. After a moment's silence, she took it. The food's not ready yet, I said. How about you give me half of that pastry? Chloe frowned. Why? I pouted. What? I'm buying you lunch, you should give me something in return, right? You're so stingy you won't even share a bite of your pastry. Her expression shifted slightly, but she still said stubbornly, I never said I was eating with you. I crossed my arms and said sarcastically, so you just don't want to share. She really had no idea what to do with me. In the end, she just tossed the pastry at me. I opened it and broke it in half, giving us each an equal piece. The owner called our number. I glanced at the ticket in my hand, called out, and jogged over to get our food. Chloe's eyes never left me. She felt a strange pang of jealousy. The old Ethan had been so easy to understand. An arrogant, spoiled rich kid who didn't care if anyone lived or died. But the person I was now seemed to have changed overnight, as if I was glowing from within. She couldn't hear what I was saying to the owner, but my laugh was bright and cheerful. Chloe pressed her tongue against the inside of her cheek and swallowed hard. I carried the steaming bowl of soup over, wobbling a bit. Careful, it's hot, I complained. I didn't start eating right away. Instead, I ladled some of the broth into a small bowl for her. This way, I explained with a smile, you can dip your food in it to cool it down faster. The steam rising from the broth was thick with the smell of sesame paste. When I saw she wasn't moving, I pushed a few meatballs into her bowl and pressed the chopsticks into her hand. Eat. Afraid she'd feel awkward, I added, it's only fair. I ate your pastry, so you have to eat my food. Come on, help yourself. We have to get back to class this afternoon. The hand holding her chopsticks was trembling. She looked at me warily. Ethan Cole, you don't have to be this nice to me. No matter how nice you are, I'll never like you. She wanted to see my expression sour at her words. That would have felt normal to her. But I just sat up straighter and smiled at her. That's okay. I'll just have to try harder. You used to say you'd never be my girlfriend, and look at you now. I'd be careful about making absolute statements. You might end up eating your words. Chloe fell silent again. The $30 bowl of soup was huge, more than enough for 2 people, so Chloe ate until she was full. After we finished, I wiped my mouth. We've got 30 minutes. Let's head back to school. Chloe nodded silently. As we passed Leo's table, he suddenly reached out and grabbed Chloe's arm. He let go before I could even get angry, but I wasn't about to let it slide. I stopped in my tracks. Hitting on my girlfriend right in front of me? I said coldly. Not a good look. From a reader's perspective, Leo was supposed to be the shining hero, radiating righteousness wherever he went. To me, he was just an annoying pest. He doesn't even end up with Chloe in the future, so why was he sticking his nose in our business? My words made Leo's face flush then pale. His friends got angry. What's your problem? I laughed, annoyed. What's my problem? He grabbed my girlfriend's hand right in front of me. And you think he's in the right? Leo's face was red with anger. Everyone knows you forced her. I couldn't figure it out. Why did he keep bringing this stuff up, making me out to be the bad guy? Chloe was the one who agreed to be my girlfriend. I grabbed a nearby chair, furious. You got a death wish? Seeing me like this, the sense of unreality Chloe had been feeling started to fade, replaced by the familiar tension. The commotion attracted the attention of the owner and the other students in the restaurant. Chloe grabbed my arm, her voice pleading. Don't, please, let's not cause a scene. She probably thought I wouldn't listen, but after a brief pause, I put the chair down and nodded. Okay, no trouble, let's go. The moment we were outside, she let go of my wrist. Following behind her, my heart was pounding and my face felt hot. Who could resist that? Before, she had always been sarcastic and cold with me. I never knew she could be so captivating when she was being serious. That cool intensity was mesmerizing. No wonder she was destined to become the ultimate villain, admired by so many. Chloe walked ahead of me, her expression dark and conflicted. When Leo had grabbed her hand, he'd slipped a small note into her palm. Luckily, Ethan hadn't seen it. Otherwise, there would have been hell to pay. During the afternoon class, I slept with my back to her the entire time. My soft snores occasionally filled the quiet classroom, reminding her of a kitten she'd had as a child. She thought she must be losing her mind. Near the end of the day, I woke up from a deep sleep, and as I stretched, the physics teacher called on me. Ethan Cole, why don't you come explain this problem to the class? What problem could I possibly explain? I stammered as I stood up, looking down at the textbook I had drooled on, my face burning with shame. The teacher, looking like he expected as much, said, If you can't answer, you can remain standing. I scratched my head, my shoulders slumping. Jessica Vance, who seemed to excel at kicking people when they're down, turned and sneered. I used to sit with Jessica, but I moved to get closer to Chloe. Now my friendship with Jessica was ruined, and I was basically an outcast. To make matters worse, Chloe still wanted nothing to do with me. I gazed out the window. The sun was setting, and layers of red clouds painted the sky beautifully. I was watching the scenery, and Chloe was watching me. Chloe tightened her grip on her pen. Hearing me sigh, she lowered her eyes and asked, Girlfriend, what should we have for dinner? Chloe paused. I don't want to eat. I knew she'd say that. I smiled. Well, I want to eat. And you're my girlfriend, so you have to come with me. My cards were frozen and my driver had been dismissed, so I had to take the bus. My house was about to be sold, too. The real estate agent had already lined up several potential buyers. If the sale went through quickly, this would probably be my last happy day in that big house. I was sad to let it go, but I refused to bow my head to my father. The house sold for $3 million, and the buyer was a frenemy of the Cole family. As soon as I heard that, I signed the contract without a second thought. When my father heard the news, he would definitely buy the house back. He couldn't let a scandal like his son being so broke he had to sell his house get out. My little scheme had worked perfectly. I took the money and rented an apartment near Chloe, in the same building. I didn't dare tell her, though. I was afraid she'd do something to make me fail my mission. Every day, I discreetly brought her breakfast and made sure she ate 3 meals a day with me. She accepted it all without a word, but her attitude did seem to soften a little. While we were eating, I tentatively asked, What colleges are you applying to? She was applying to Riverwood University because she didn't want to be too far from her mother. Just as I expected, she told me honestly that she was applying to Riverwood U. What are you going to major in? I asked. Probably computer science, she said. A chill went down my spine. That wouldn't work. The male and female leads were also going to be computer science majors. They would end up in the same classes, and the female lead's background and grades would completely overshadow Chloe's, triggering her intense competitive streak. This was a key factor in her turning into a villain. I said casually, "Have you considered pre-med?" Not wanting to be told what to do, she immediately shot down the idea. I pretended not to notice her reaction and continued, "Medicine is a great field, good job prospects, high salary, and it's a valuable skill that's needed everywhere. Most importantly, saving lives is a good thing. Maybe it could help her shed the villain label and become a good person." "Not interested," Chloe said flatly. "I'm done eating." She had figured it out long ago. I only asked her to eat with me because I felt sorry for her. Chloe was grateful, but she knew that one day, all of this would just become a joke at her expense. She had already made up her mind. The moment I finally dropped the act, she would kill me without hesitation. Medicine, wishful thinking. Since she was a child, she'd always felt she was destined to be an executioner. Chloe cut me off. "Instead of worrying about me, you should worry about your own grades." A great idea suddenly popped into my head. "You're right, my grades are terrible. How about this? I'll buy you dinner, and you can tutor me." With the exams less than 2 weeks away, the teachers had already given up. The students who wanted to learn didn't need help, and the ones who didn't couldn't be taught. Chloe studied me for a moment before concluding, "It's useless." I pouted. "How do you know if you don't try?" "I'm smart," Chloe sneered. "The kind of smart that gets you last place on every test?" I frowned and said nothing. My expression actually made her hesitate for a second. Then she heard me mutter, "Isn't there a saying? A little cramming is better than nothing. You haven't even tried. How can you say it won't work?" Chloe didn't want to be indebted to me, but it was true that my providing her with meals had made her life a lot easier. She finally gave in. 2 hours during evening study hall. The moment she agreed, a huge smile spread across my face. "You promised. No takebacks." Chloe had a strange feeling. She looked straight into my eyes, as if trying to see into my very soul. Chloe suddenly said, "You're not the same as you used to be." My scalp tingled as the system's cool voice whispered in my ear, "I warned you not to break character." I was flustered for a second, but then I put on an arrogant air. "Of course, we might not see each other again after this, so I'm using the time we have left to make it up to you." "To ease your conscience?" she asked. I didn't know how to play this part anymore. Saying no felt wrong, but so did saying yes. I hung my head, looking hurt. "If that's what you want to think, there's nothing I can do." A cold smile touched Chloe's lips as she stood up. "I'm leaving." I had no idea what nerve I'd struck. I quickly shoveled a mouthful of food and ran after her. I still hadn't made up with my old friends, and Jessica Vance was losing her patience. Seeing me getting all cozy with Chloe again, she was even more shocked to see me actually studying when she passed by. She knocked on my desk. "Are you serious? Ethan Cole, you really think you're a model student now?" I looked up, my face blank. "What's it to you?" Jessica sneered. "I heard your dad kicked you out, and you sold your house." "None of your business," I said coldly. Jessica pulled up a chair and sat across from us, looking from Chloe to me with a raised eyebrow. "You spend money like water. Is the money from one house really going to be enough for you? Maybe you should try sucking up to me. I could have my dad put in a good word for you with yours. Wouldn't that be more productive than hanging around this charity case?" I slammed my hand on the table. "Are you ever going to stop?" This character barely had any screen time in the original story. Why was she causing so much trouble for me? Can't she see my target's mood is already souring and she's about to blow up? Jessica might have a death wish, but I sure didn't. The next second, Chloe folded her worksheet in half. "I have to go," she said. She clearly wanted no part of our drama. Jessica stuck her leg out under the table, blocking Chloe's path. "What's the hurry?" she taunted. "Does our star student actually have something to do? Rushing off to wash dishes or wait tables?" Chloe suppressed her anger, her gaze on Jessica turning icy. Seeing a fight was about to break out, I stepped between them. "Jessica," I said impatiently, "did you want to talk to me about something? Let's take this outside." Seeing my anxious expression, Jessica smirked disdainfully. "Fine." As I squeezed past Chloe in the narrow aisle, our bodies brushed against each other. Chloe could smell a faint, alluring scent on me. As Jessica followed me out, she made a point to look back and give Chloe a provocative glare. I don't know what came over her, but before we'd gotten far, Chloe got up and followed us. Under the campus streetlights, my face was flushed with anger. Are you insane? Jessica pulled a pack of cigarettes from her pocket, put one in her mouth, and offered the pack to me. I slapped her hand away. I'm studying with Chloe. What's it to you? Jessica's voice rose in frustration. You're the one who's insane. Ethan Cole, I told you to just play around with her, but you've taken it too far. What's next? Are you going to move in with her? And what's it to me? Did your father not tell you our families have an arranged marriage? My voice caught in my throat. I stared at Jessica in a panic, my mind reeling. I quickly asked the system, is that true? Why didn't you tell me? When I first arrived, the system only gave me a cinematic overview of the original plot, and the camera was always focused on Chloe. As for my character, the cannon fodder, there wasn't much footage. The system replied helplessly, I didn't know about that either. I was about to explain when Jessica continued, do you have any idea what you look like right now? You're like some pathetic stalker. Chloe doesn't know you moved in downstairs from her. Does she? I see you sneaking around after her every day. It's so pathetic, it's almost funny. I was so angry I couldn't even speak. A cold sweat broke out on my skin. Not far away, Chloe was watching me with an unreadable expression. Jessica clearly noticed my reaction, and when she turned and saw Chloe, she couldn't help but laugh. Well, since she heard, let's just lay all our cards on the table. Jessica stared at me. Are you going to stay away from her? Or do I have to make her leave? Or maybe I should just tell your father what a wonderful daughter-in-law you've picked out. Your choice. I clenched my fists, my jaw tight. A strange, intriguing smile played on Chloe's lips. Ethan Cole, you've really outdone yourself. That night, I lay in bed, sighing. I spent the whole night trying to figure out where things went wrong. In the original story, I was just a cannon fodder supporting character. Actually, supporting character is too generous. I was just a background extra. Do extras in a romance story really get caught up in this kind of dramatic love triangle? When I heard a noise outside my door, I jolted upright. I looked through the peephole and my heart sank. Why was Chloe at my door in the middle of the night? Her face was blank. I glanced around nervously. If she was going to attack me now, at least I had a mop to defend myself with. I gripped the mop handle tightly and opened the door. Chloe glanced at me, then around the apartment. So you really did move in, she said sarcastically. I stood up straight, trying to sound casual. I'm broke. The rent is cheap here. Chloe was silent for a long moment, then suddenly asked, are we having a tutoring session? Before I could answer, she pushed past me and walked inside. The apartment was sparse, with only the bare essentials, making it look exceptionally plain. I followed her gaze to the clothes strewn across the sofa. The corner of her mouth twitched, and she strode over and tidied them up in a few swift movements. It's a little messy in here. It was more than a little messy. Chloe forced a smile, pretending not to notice the mess. We didn't get our full 2 hours in during study hall, she said, as if to herself. I saw you only finished half the worksheet. If you're serious about this, you should finish your homework. I leaned against the wall, studying her. Was she really here to tutor me? I scanned my surroundings cautiously, only relaxing a little when I was sure there was no immediate danger. But my wariness seemed to draw her attention. I was wearing a loose t-shirt that showed off my toned arms, a look that was casual but still masculine. It was only then that Chloe seemed to realize how inappropriate it was to be in a guy's apartment this late at night. She looked away. Never mind, this is a bad time. Since we missed today's session, I'll help you during study hall tomorrow morning. Seeing her about to leave, I raised an eyebrow. I knew the tutoring was just an excuse. She was here to see if what Jessica said was true. I knew she wouldn't ask, so I brought it up myself. About what happened today, I can explain. Chloe sneered. No need. I understand perfectly. I said in a panic, I wasn't stalking you. I just rented the apartment downstairs. When she remained unmoved, I gave up and said resignedly, I just wanted to be closer to you. That's all. Her expression turned cold. The next second, she shoved me down onto the sofa. Ethan Cole, she said in a low voice, playing both sides like this, it disgusts me. Thanks for being nice the last couple of days. But you can stop now. I was speechless, unable to defend myself. All I could do was plead. I'm not. I really didn't know anything about an arranged marriage. I like you. I want to be with you. Chloe snorted. And the arranged marriage? While I was still stunned, she continued, if you're going to say you like me, you should at least have a reason. Is it because you think I'm powerless and easy to mess with, and you've got Jessica as a backup anyway? A sarcastic smile played on her lips. Now that you mention it, stealing someone else's fiancé, that seems pretty low. I swallowed hard, unable to say a word. Chloe grabbed my collar, and the sound of the fabric stretching was jarring in the quiet room. She gritted her teeth, her face cold. Dressed like that, are you trying to seduce someone? Now I was really getting desperate. I grabbed her wrist. That's ridiculous. Who's the sick one here? You're the one who showed up at my door in the middle of the night. Her hand suddenly shot down to my throat. I don't care what game you're playing, she hissed, but now that you're living here, you'd better behave. Don't go near Jessica Vance or else. I met her gaze without flinching. Or else you'll kill me. Is that it? She narrowed her eyes, seemingly annoyed that I'd seen through her. You're overthinking it. Poor people have their ways. It doesn't have to come to murder. With that, she turned and left. I leaned my head on my hand and laughed. It wouldn't come to murder? In the original story, she came after me right after the exams. Now that everything was out in the open, I felt a lot bolder. The next morning, I went straight downstairs with breakfast and waited for her. Before, I had been afraid of her finding out I lived here, so I'd always waited for her to leave before sneaking downstairs myself. When Chloe came out and saw me holding 2 cartons of milk and some breakfast wraps, she frowned. What are you doing? Waiting for you, of course, I said naturally. Since you already know, can I walk to school with you from now on? Without a word, she went downstairs to get her beat-up bicycle. I hopped onto the back rack like I'd done it a million times, holding the milk, and patted the seat. Let's go. Chloe frowned. Have you no shame? I said, confused. I didn't do anything. Didn't you say you were going to tutor me during morning study hall? Let's hurry. If we're any later, more people will be around to see you giving me a ride. Chloe took a deep breath, and the moment she swung her leg over the bike, I wrapped my arm around her waist. I could feel her slender frame through her thin jacket. Chloe tensed up. Hands off, she said through gritted teeth, but I just held on tighter. No, I'm afraid you'll ditch me on the way. Chloe let out a small huff, forcing her anger down. The warmth from her body seeped through her thin clothes into my cold hands. I would instinctively tighten my grip whenever she sped up, then loosen it again. Chloe's cheeks flushed slightly, though she wasn't sure why. She pedaled faster, and once we were around a corner where no one could see us, she stopped. I'm going to park the bike. You go on ahead to the classroom. I pouted. She just didn't want anyone to see us together. I didn't see what the big deal was. Everyone at school already knew what was going on between us. But I nodded anyway, handing her the breakfast. Don't forget to eat this. I strode off toward the classroom. Chloe seemed dazed for a second, then pressed her lips together and gave a curt nod. I sighed. As my deadline approached, I was getting more and more anxious. I couldn't tell if she was genuinely being nice to me, or if this was all part of her plan, like the story of boiling a frog, to make me let my guard down. On the way to class, I couldn't resist asking the system to check her affection points. I'd been wanting to check for the past 2 days but was too scared. If I saw -100 again, I think I'd lose it. The system's calm voice replied, affirmative. Host, querying now, please stand by. Villain's affection points, -70. I stopped walking, a mix of shock and disappointment washing over me. I was shocked that my efforts were actually working, but disappointed that they weren't working that well. I regretted turning off the notifications. I had no idea what had caused her score to drop. I quickly said, turn the notifications back on, and don't turn them off again. I stopped at the school gate, deciding to test something. Less than 5 minutes later, Chloe arrived at the gate, having already eaten most of the breakfast. Her eyes narrowed when she saw me. Before I could even flash what I thought was a charming smile, the system alert went off. Villain's affection points, -71. The smile vanished from my face. Was she really that sensitive? I just showed up in front of her without saying a word and her score dropped? I struggled to keep my composure. I wanted to walk in with you. Chloe set down her half-finished milk and asked with a stern expression, you look awful. Are you sick? It's because of you, I thought. I took a deep breath and looked up, feigning a hurt expression. I was just thinking that if I had gone ahead, I would have missed out on 10 minutes with you. We probably don't have much time left together, and I don't want to be away from you for that long. And then, villain's affection points, -72. Okay, I get it now. Chloe doesn't like clingy, disobedient people. Never mind, I'll go, I said, turning to leave. I was about to slip away. Then I heard her say, if you want to stay with me, then let's go together. Villain's affection points, -70. What the hell? I regretted it instantly. With the notifications on, my emotions were on a complete roller coaster. I couldn't begin to guess what went through her mind in those few minutes for the score to fluctuate so wildly. I followed Chloe into the classroom. It was the first time anyone had seen us arrive together, and it caused quite a stir. I had changed a lot recently. A guy in the front row got bold and asked, "What's going on with you two? Did our campus queen finally give in?" My face flushed. "What are you talking about?" It wasn't because I was shy. I was pissed. I was afraid his comment would give Chloe the wrong idea, so I shut it down quickly. But after a moment, there was no alert from the system, and Chloe didn't seem to react. I decided to test the waters and play my part. "Campus queen? You should call her Mrs. Cole." A lot of kids in the class laughed. Some of it was good-natured, some of it was mocking. The next second, I heard the system alert, "Villain's affection points, -68. I looked at Chloe, surprised. She was taking a worksheet out of her backpack. She looked up at me. "Did you finish last night's homework?" The words died in my throat. She frowned. "You're not really trying to study, are you?" "I did it," I replied quickly. "A whole worksheet in 5 minutes?" she said, unconvinced. I rubbed my nose. I was serious about it. She held out her hand. "Let me see." I quickly handed her the worksheet. I had actually racked my brain to finish it. After all, I'd been through countless high school-themed worlds and had been forced to study all sorts of subjects. This worksheet was tough, but with a little effort and some help from Google, I was able to work through it. Chloe looked surprised. "You did this?" Aside from my terrible handwriting, the accuracy was actually pretty high. I mumbled, "I told you I wasn't stupid." She narrowed her eyes. "Then why don't you study properly?" I didn't know what to say. All I wanted was to win you over, get out of this damn mission, and go back to the real world. Who has time for anything else? She didn't press the issue. Instead, she pulled a worn notebook from her bag. "These are my notes on the key concepts for every subject. You can take a look. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me." I took it gratefully, putting on my most diligent student expression as I solemnly opened the notebook. Her handwriting was nothing like her personality. It was delicate and neat. I traced the letters with my finger and smiled. "You have really nice handwriting. It's just that yours is terrible," she said without missing a beat. My smile froze. She was definitely getting bolder. If it weren't for the -68 affection score, anyone would think we were a couple. I scratched the back of my head and mumbled, "Maybe I should get one of those handwriting workbooks. I think the exams are machine-graded, right?" Chloe looked confused. "What does machine-graded mean?" I froze. Crap. In this time period, they probably didn't have that kind of technology yet. I gritted my teeth. "It's nothing, just a random thought." She didn't seem to notice and continued, "You really should practice your handwriting. Otherwise, you'll lose points on the essays. Not that it matters. Even if you fail, your family will just buy your way into a good college." "They won't," I blurted out. My denial seemed to surprise her. She frowned, studying me as if trying to figure something out. I took a deep breath and started pulling books out of my backpack. I didn't want to play the victim, but if I didn't bridge the social gap between us, there would always be a barrier. Of course, if playing the victim could win her sympathy, I was willing to lay it on thick. I recalled the original plot and said, my voice full of genuine pain, "My dad cheated a long time ago. I have a half-brother, only 3 months younger than me. They never really wanted me." My eyes clouded over, and I shrugged nonchalantly. A few months after my mom died, my dad moved in his new wife and her son. They were a happy little family of 3. There was no room for me. As I spoke, I could hear her affection points slowly rising. I used to act out just to get my dad's attention, but it didn't work. He just started to hate me more. Not that I want his approval. After all, he's the reason my mom is gone. But all this, you don't find it annoying, do you? I forced my eyes to well up until tears threatened to fall. Chloe's expression faltered, and then I heard the voice in my head, "Villain's affection points, -61. Every word I said had struck a chord with her. Then, her face blank, Chloe said, "Serves you right." My face twitched, and I leaned back against my desk. She was a master of tough love, clearly feeling sorry for me but still needing to get a jab in. I secretly pinched my thigh. I'd done it a little too hard. It was probably going to bruise. Just when I thought she was going to stay cold, she spoke. "It doesn't matter, really. You should live for yourself, not for anyone else's approval. Your father isn't worth it." I felt a surge of hope. Looking annoyed, Chloe propped her head on her hand, opened her textbook, and dove into her studies. She hadn't heard me turn a single page. When she finished her worksheet and turned around, she saw me sound asleep, my head propped up on my hand. Chloe felt a pang of regret. She could feel her hatred for me slowly fading. She tried to remember all the terrible things he had done, replaying them in her mind, but it was no use. She started to think that maybe he just didn't understand people, and now, she just saw him as a rebellious teenager. Just like her, a lack of love had made him strange and incomprehensible to others. With a stern look on her face, she rapped her knuckles on my head to wake me up. I gasped, my eyes flying open. "What's wrong?" "I told you to study, not sleep," she said, her face stern. My face fell. I propped my head on my hand and sighed dramatically. And where no one could see, the corners of Chloe's mouth turned up in a slight smile. I realized Chloe was a very responsible person. Maybe my initial judgment of her had been too harsh. The next time she woke me, I was on the verge of a breakdown. I was nodding off, my head in my hand, but the moment I sensed her looking at me, I snapped to attention. "I'm not sleeping. I'm really not." She just sneered, but didn't call me out on it. During the long break between classes, I finally gave up, closed my book, and slept like the dead. I had no idea that during this break, Jessica had knocked on Chloe's desk and given her a meaningful look. Chloe's expression darkened, and she got up and followed Jessica out of the room. When the bell rang for the next class, I realized Chloe wasn't back yet. Jessica walked in right on the bell, a triumphant smirk on her face as she shot me a provocative look. Chloe was never late. The teacher asked where she was, but when no one answered, he just started the lesson. I kept checking my watch, annoyed. 10 minutes passed, and she still wasn't back. I overheard a few people laughing nearby and caught a few words, "Chloe, the roof," and "so stupid." In that moment, something inside me snapped. I was furious. I had worked so hard to protect my villain, to lower her darkness score, and these people were not only not helping, they were actively making things worse. I swallowed hard, shot up from my seat, and ran toward the roof. My fists were clenched, my fingers trembling as I sprinted up the stairs. I threw open the wooden door, which creaked loudly, and saw her sitting on the ledge of the roof. Her slender frame looked especially fragile. Her white uniform was torn, revealing her pale wrist, and she was covered in dust and dirt. There were scrapes on her delicate face. She turned at the sound of the door, a confused look in her eyes. Her slender fingers tugged at her torn uniform. Across her small back were several angry red welts, a shocking sight. "They told you, didn't they?" Her cool voice was a little hoarse. I clenched my fists. I overheard them. Her lips parted, but her tone was ice cold. "You really are a walking disaster." Just then, the system alert sounded, "Villain's affection points, -100. All that work for nothing." Tears streamed down my face. She slowly walked up to me. "If you really like me, then stay away from me, okay?" Then she turned and walked away. She didn't go back to class. When I returned, she was gone. Jessica saw my expression and a cold, cruel smile spread across her face. In that moment, I finally couldn't contain my rage. I stormed over and, in front of the entire class, slapped Jessica hard across the face. She clearly hadn't expected that. The English teacher was stunned. "What are you doing?" Jessica clutched her face, staring at me in disbelief. "Jessica Vance, you've really shown me something today. If you have a problem, you come after me. Why did you go after Chloe? I'm the one who's been bothering her. Don't you get that?" I yelled, my words tumbling out in a rush. Seeing me grab Jessica by the collar, the teacher shouted, "Ethan Cole, if you don't want to be in my class, then get out. What are you doing causing a scene in the middle of class?" "Fine, I'll go home. I don't want to be around these disgusting people anyway." I gritted my teeth. What was done was done. I didn't care about fixing it anymore. Knowing Chloe's personality, she must hate my guts right now. She had to go to class, she had to follow the plot. I was just cannon fodder, a dead man walking. What did it matter? I walked out just like that, leaving everyone stunned. I walked down the street with my bag, feeling completely lost. The system's voice echoed resentfully in my ear. "Host, you were too impulsive. If you actually drop out, there will be no way to salvage this situation." Hearing the word salvage, I laughed. There was never anything to salvage, and you know it. Chloe's affection meter is all over the place. It's completely unpredictable. I'm done with this mission. Let me just die so I can move on to the next one. I'm sick of even looking at her. Before, she'd given me false hope. The affection meter was unstable, but at least it was trending upwards. There was still a chance. Who knew one incident could reset everything back to zero? It's a good thing I don't have a heart condition, or all the stress would have killed me on the spot. The system, with its complete lack of understanding of human nature, just offered platitudes. "There are still 2 weeks left. Keep trying, host." If you can get her to let go of her hostility, there's still a chance. I sneered. Are you an idiot? She's destined to be a murderer in the original story. A natural-born villain like that is beyond saving, no matter what I do. I walked back through the bustling streets, watching strangers hurry past, and was suddenly overcome with sadness. I couldn't even remember why I started doing these missions in the first place. I remembered helping countless worlds, saving so many tragic stories. I had been happy then, earning points to take on S-rank missions so I could get back to my own world sooner. As for why I was so desperate to go back, I couldn't remember anymore. The system didn't allow its agents to dwell on their real lives. I never expected to see Chloe standing in front of that rundown tenement building. She was holding a trash bag and had changed into a clean white dress that made her look even more aloof and ethereal. Our eyes met for a second before she coldly looked away, saying nothing. I stood my ground. As she walked past me, I said, I'm sorry. You should go to school. I can promise you they won't bother you again. I'm sorry for all the trouble and pain I've caused you. I know it's useless, but I have to say it anyway. Actually, I stopped myself. Forget it. I ran a hand through my hair and walked upstairs. Chloe looked confused. Wasn't it the middle of the school day? How did he get out of class? But then she remembered he'd always been like this. I slept at home until I was completely disoriented. I woke up staring at the dirty, oppressive ceiling, the fan creaking overhead. A loud knock on the door startled me. I hesitated for a moment before opening it to find my father, his face a mask of cold fury, and behind him the gaudily dressed Susan. My expression immediately turned cold. What do you want? Ethan Cole. My father practically spat my name through gritted teeth. Susan, standing beside him, put on a show of placating him. David, he's still just a boy. Don't be so hard on him. My father's eyes burned holes into me. He glanced around the shabby apartment and said sarcastically, This boy sold the house his parents gave him. He's a delinquent. The fighting is bad enough, but now he's run off to a place like this for some girl. I heard you made a scene at school, said you were dropping out. Is that right? Fine. Drop out. You were never cut out for it anyway. You're about to graduate anyway. I think the Vance girl is a good match. Get yourself ready, you'll be marrying into their family. What did you just say? I was stunned. I couldn't believe my own father would say something like that. What's the problem? This is the only thing you're good for, Mr. Cole said coldly. I've already spoken with the Vance girl. She's a good kid. She's willing to overlook your past behavior. After the SATs, I'll arrange for the two of you to study abroad together. I clenched my fists, silent. It was pointless. Arguing was useless. I wasn't even going to live past the SATs. But then he crossed a line. If you were half the person your mother was, he said, I wouldn't be so disappointed in you. You have the nerve to bring up my mother? I looked over at Susan, and all the pent-up resentment came pouring out. Trembling with rage, I pointed at the woman behind him. My mother was an amazing woman, but even she couldn't win against a pair of cheating scumbags like you. The slap echoed through the room. I didn't regret saying it. I stood my ground. I wasn't wrong. Ethan Cole, your mother died of an illness. If I ever hear you say that again, you'd better pray I don't lose my temper. I wondered if he'd managed to convince even himself of that lie. I took 2 steps back. You drove my mother to her death. You were after her money. You lied to her. You put on a show of being a good husband while you were cheating on her and stealing her money to raise that bastard son of yours. I saw him raise his hand again. You're going to hit me again? My mother didn't die of some illness. You drove her to it. You drove her to jump off a building. I never wanted to have it out with you like this, because you're my father. But now I realize a stranger would treat me better than you do. Don't you dare talk to me about money. Every cent you and Susan spend is stained with my mother's memory. Are you trying to get yourself killed? My father's jaw trembled with rage as he grabbed me by the collar. Susan, her eyes red, put on a show of crying and trying to calm him down. To any outsider, she would have looked like the perfect, caring wife. What are you doing? At that exact moment, Chloe's cool voice cut through the tension. She stood at the top of the stairs, holding a grocery bag, her eyes completely devoid of warmth. The moment my father saw her, he hesitated. She looked so much like someone he used to know. If you're going to fight, do it inside, she said. There are elderly people in this building trying to sleep. After saying her piece, she turned to leave without a backward glance. She paused on the landing, looking down at my father. And another thing, he's a minor. He's protected by the law. Talk things out. Don't get physical. You wouldn't want someone to report you to the police. My father looked at Chloe in surprise, his brow furrowed. Susan quickly pulled him away. Let it go, David. He's just a boy. Don't stoop to his level. My father clenched his fists and gave me a cold smile. I don't care what you think, but if you still want to call me your father, you'll start behaving. Stop pissing me off. With that, he let Susan lead him away. I stood in the doorway, took a deep breath, and gave a helpless smirk. If I didn't have to stick to the original plot to avoid unnecessary deviations, I wouldn't have bothered with that ridiculous couple at all. I touched my cheek. It really stung. My father really had no mercy for his own son. He'd sell me out in a heartbeat. I gave a bitter smile and was about to close the door when I saw Chloe coming back down the stairs. Aren't you going to school? She stood a few feet away, her gaze dark and probing, as if trying to read my mind. I nodded. So you can go to school without worrying. You won't have to see me there. You must be happy about that. Is that the only reason? I said, I don't want to see Jessica Vance. If that's all, I'm gonna go get some rest. I started to close the door, but she put a hand out to stop it. She frowned, and after a long moment, her voice softened. Does your dad hit you like that often? Does it hurt? I touched my cheek, bit my lip, and shook my head. I'm not going either, she said. Her words left me stunned for a good long while. Wait, what was happening? It's just review season anyway, she said. The teachers have already covered everything. It's better to study at home. She looked at me, her expression complex. And I can help you catch up on your schoolwork. If your dad cuts you off with your grades, you'll never get into college, will you? Don't get the wrong idea. I can see you're really trying to change, and if I just leave you to your own devices, who knows what kind of trouble you'll get into. I was still in shock. This plot twist was completely unexpected. Are you serious? A thought suddenly struck me. The system hadn't indicated a rise in her affection points, but her attitude was clearly softening. But my question made her expression turn cold again. Forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything. I couldn't let that happen. I grabbed her arm, looking at her with wide, hopeful eyes. She thought that if I had a tail, it would be wagging furiously right now. Her expression darkened as she heard me say insistently, You made a promise. You have to keep it. Tutoring. Let's start right now. Chloe felt her eyelid twitch. She pushed my hand away. Wait here. I'll go get my books. As I watched her go upstairs, I asked the system, How exactly do you define this affection score? It measures the villain's internal level of disgust. I scoffed. I think your system might be bugged. Look at Chloe. Does she look disgusted with me to you? Have you forgotten? The system reminded me coolly. In the original plot, Chloe was nice to the original Ethan for a time. What was her purpose then? A chill ran down my spine. Chloe came back downstairs, carrying her tattered backpack. She looked surprised to see me still standing there. Why are you still here? I rubbed my hands together nervously. Chloe gave a slight smile. My apartment only had one desk, a rickety thing that looked like it had barely been used. There wasn't a single book on it. She tested it with her hand and it wobbled precariously. She immediately turned and put her backpack on the coffee table instead. There were actually many moments when I could almost forget that I was destined to die at her hands. Like when she was sitting next to me, patiently helping me with my work, as if she was genuinely invested in my future. You're actually really smart. Chloe looked over the worksheet I had just finished. Most of the mistakes were just careless errors. Before, she might have thought I'd copied the answers, but this time she had watched me do it herself. It was real. I never said I was stupid, I muttered. I retorted under my breath. Then I heard the system's retort, If you're so smart, then don't ask me for the answer to this next math problem. Shut up. You're so annoying. I cursed under my breath. Chloe closed her book. I've highlighted the important parts. You can review them yourself. I'm leaving now. I didn't try to make her stay. As soon as she was gone, I tossed my pen aside and propped my chin in my hands. I really don't think she wants to kill me, I said to the system. Were there any other major plot points around this time in the original story? The system was actually helpful for once. It checked and summarized, yes, in the original story, the original Ethan's brother approached Chloe. Additionally, she is scheduled to meet the male lead 3 more times. One of these encounters will increase her affection for him. When? I jumped to my feet. There's barely any time left. Even if I can't get her to like me, I can't let her fall for the male lead and go even further down the path to becoming a villain. A supporting character and the male lead never end up together. It should be within the next few days. The system said vaguely. That couldn't happen. I scrambled to my feet and grabbed my bag. I had to keep a close eye on her. I couldn't let anyone else swoop in and steal her away. Chloe had gotten a job at a nicer place, a coffee shop. I wasn't stupid enough to go inside, so I set up a stakeout at the boba shop across the street. I'd sit there with 1 cup of tea until her shift ended, then secretly follow her home. After a few days, I got friendly with the staff there. One of them even teased me. "So what's the deal? You like that pretty girl over there? You should just go for it. A handsome guy like you, she's sure to be interested." I waited anxiously until it was time for Chloe's shift to end. I quickly finished my boba and hurried out. I always stayed about 10 paces behind her. I had my cover story ready. If she caught me, I'd just say I was out getting boba and it was a coincidence. She was walking with a slight sway, a small smile on her lips. Then, when she thought no one was looking, she ducked into an alley. I had been looking down, and when I looked up again, she was gone. I panicked, quickening my pace and looking around frantically. I'd only looked down for a second. Where did she go? I froze when I heard a cool voice from behind me. "Did you finish that worksheet I gave you?" I turned around to see Chloe leaning against the alley wall, looking completely casual. She was slender, about 5'7", and her coffee shop uniform gave her an air of untouchable coolness. The crisp white shirt made her look elegant and refined, and she carried herself with a unique grace. "Why do you follow me every day?" Her question completely floored me. I put down my boba, the lie dying on my lips. I resigned myself to the truth. "How did you know? Who stalks someone by trailing right behind them with their head down every single day, without even trying to hide? Do you take me for an idiot?" "I wasn't," I protested. "I was just worried." "Worried about what?" she asked, surprised. I took a deep breath. "You're so beautiful. What if some creep starts following you? And besides, that uniform, you can't even call it a uniform. It's practically an invitation." Chloe listened to me, her expression unreadable. I took a couple of steps toward her, and she suddenly grabbed me, spun me around, and pinned me against the wall. Pressed against her, I could smell a faint minty scent. I looked up into her deep, dark eyes and held my breath. A soft laugh escaped her lips, her voice like a clear spring. "You like me that much? Can't bear to be apart from me? Well, I have a better way to make sure you never leave my side. Want to try it?" An unreadable light flickered in her almond-shaped eyes. I hesitated for a second, then smiled. "I do." Chloe hated me, but that hatred seemed to be slowly, imperceptibly. Her long, pale fingers tightened their grip. She leaned in slowly, her lips brushing against the corner of mine. Her voice was as soft as if she were comforting a child. "Don't say things like that to me." My heart was pounding because in that instant, I heard the system glitch, the numbers jumping erratically. Villain's affection points, -50. Was it broken? I couldn't tell if the system was malfunctioning or if Chloe was just that unpredictable. The moment our lips touched, I heard her affection score jump into the positive numbers. But the second we pulled apart, this beautiful, frustrating girl had changed her mind again. "What? Do I have bad breath or something? Go home and do your worksheet." With that, she turned and walked away gracefully, leaving me standing there, stunned, for a long time. Chloe didn't know what she was thinking. She had wanted to kiss me. It was a sudden, fleeting impulse. The sight of him made her heart race. His lips were so perfect, so tempting. She had wanted to kiss him deeply. In that moment, she felt a panic she had never known before. Her hand instinctively went to her chest, trying to calm her racing heart. She never imagined anyone could affect her so deeply, and in just a few weeks. Ethan Cole was a monster. Chloe kept telling herself that, her slender fingers clenching into fists. He was probably just waiting for her to fall for him so he could dump her and watch her suffer. It wasn't like he hadn't done it before. She felt she had let her guard down. Leo Johnson was out buying school supplies with some friends when he saw Chloe through a shop window. A slight blush crept up his face. Chloe was truly beautiful, especially in her white dress. Her cool, distant air gave her a mysterious, story-filled quality that was incredibly captivating, especially to a bright, cheerful guy like Leo. He remembered that she had never added him on social media. He frowned, put down his pen, and ran out after her. "Chloe!" he called out from behind her. Chloe stopped and turned to see his happy, expectant face. He always radiated a confidence that she envied. "Did you just get off work? The SATs are so soon, you must be exhausted." Her expression was neutral. "I'm fine." Seeing that she didn't seem to want to talk, he asked awkwardly, "Has Ethan Cole been bothering you lately?" Hearing the name she didn't want to hear, Chloe's brow furrowed. "Is there something you need? I gave you my contact info last time, but I noticed you never added me," he said tentatively. Leo asked tentatively. Chloe pressed her lips together. It was embarrassing to admit, but it was the truth. I don't have a phone, so I don't have any of those apps. I'm sorry. Leo's expression froze. He had forgotten that her family wasn't well off. Otherwise, she wouldn't be working at her age. I'm sorry. I didn't think of that. He quickly changed the subject. Have you decided which colleges you're applying to? Riverwood U. Chloe and Leo had a bit of a history. He was a guy with a strong sense of justice. Many times, when I was messing with her, he would appear at just the right moment, like some knight in shining armor, always seeming just out of reach. Really? I'm applying to the computer science program at Riverwood U too. She glanced up, surprised by the coincidence. Before she could say anything, she suddenly spotted me standing behind him. She just stared at me, her eyes wide with disbelief. For a split second, she felt a pang of guilt. Leo said cheerfully, if we both get into Riverwood U, we could be good friends, right? I think we'd get along really well. Get along, I said through gritted teeth. You must be a real people person then, getting along with everyone. I told you last time, stay away from my girlfriend. I had a smirk on my face. I had to hand it to this world's plot. Not even 10 minutes had passed, and the fated encounter had happened, complete with me overhearing that nauseating conversation. You're like a bad penny. Leo's description of me was spot on. A flash of embarrassment, then shame, crossed his face before he said angrily, what business is it of yours? Have some decency, will you? I sneered. Chloe is my girlfriend. You tell me if it's my business or not. Girlfriend? In your dreams, maybe. My words clearly struck a nerve. He bristled. He had suffered at my hands more times than I could count, and seeing him flustered now was incredibly satisfying. Before he could retort, he heard Chloe say, it's not wishful thinking. I am his girlfriend. The words died in Leo's throat. Even I was looking at her in disbelief. Did she really just say that? Was I hearing things? Let's go home, she said, beckoning to me. She then turned and walked away. As I brushed past Leo, I said with a triumphant smirk, what did I tell you? Pretty boy. Hurry up. Chloe, who wasn't far away, had clearly heard my taunt. Coming, I yelled, jogging to catch up with her, a huge grin on my face. I bounced over to her side like a happy kid. Forgetting I'd already drunk half of it, I offered my boba to her. Want a sip? It's really sweet. She paused, her eyes fixed on the chewed-up straw. No thanks. More for me then. I wasn't embarrassed at all. I just hummed a little tune and happily finished my drink. Sometimes, Chloe really wondered if she was overthinking things. He seemed so simple, so easy to please. The slightest bit of kindness from her would make his eyes light up like they were filled with stars, and the way he looked at her was strangely captivating. The thought made her walk faster, trying to put some distance between us. On the way, I chattered on about all sorts of things like the misbehaving kid I saw at the boba shop or a couple I'd noticed. Trivial little things, but I remembered them all. If you put this much effort into your studies, she said, you could easily get into a good college. At the mention of studying, I let out a long sigh. What if I don't get into college? She looked at me, confused. What do you mean? I mean, what if my life ends up being really short? Have you ever heard the saying? She cut me off. Only the good die young. You're more of a menace than anyone I know. You'll live forever. My heart skipped a beat, and a smile spread across my face. In that moment, she didn't seem like she wanted to kill me at all. That made me happy. I leaned in closer and grinned. Well, you'd better live a long life too then. That's dumb, she said, walking ahead of me, the tips of her ears turning red. She suddenly found herself thinking that if she were with me, maybe living a long life wouldn't be so boring after all. Chloe never expected her mother to see us together. Her mother, who looked like she had just come from the grocery store, was standing under a tree, watching us. She looked surprised for a moment, then quickly looked away. Chloe irritably pulled her hand away from mine. I didn't notice the subtle shift in her mood. What's wrong? I asked. I'm serious. I'm going to study hard so I can go to Riverwood U with you. We could both go pre-med. What do you think? Why are you so insistent on me going into medicine? This was the second time I'd brought it up. She had been completely against it before, but now she seemed more curious. I stammered for a bit before coming up with a lame excuse. I just think it would suit you. You'd look really beautiful in a white coat. My eyes lit up as if I was desperate to convince her. I blinked. I'm serious. Superficial. I have to go. Chloe glanced at her mother, who was still standing under the tree. Pretending we were just classmates who had chatted for a bit, she went over to help her mother with the groceries. You're home early, Chloe said. Evelyn glanced at me a few more times. Who was that young man? She asked. A classmate. The moment I saw her mother, I understood why Chloe had suddenly started making small talk. Not wanting to intrude, I followed them from a distance. Does he live around here too? You've never mentioned him before. Evelyn watched me. I didn't look like I came from a poor background. I was handsome, carried myself well, and seemed to have good manners. She figured I must be the son of some wealthy family who had just moved in. Her expression darkened as she seemed to understand something. Do you like him? She asked suddenly. We're just classmates, Chloe said, her tone firm. Chloe's words were full of a meaning that could not be refused. Evelyn, knowing her place, simply nodded and didn't press the issue. She was curious about me, and unexpectedly, she ran into me the very next day. Evelyn was leaving early when she saw me awkwardly carrying 2 cups of soy milk up the stairs. When I saw her, I froze. You're Chloe's classmate, aren't you? I swallowed nervously, my heart pounding. I looked down, flustered. Yes. Why aren't you in school either? She knew Chloe had dropped out to study for the exams at home. Although Chloe said it was pointless to go to school now, her mother knew the real reason was that she wanted to lessen the family's financial burden and earn some money. She felt useless and often felt she had failed her daughter. I got into a little trouble at school, I said, afraid of saying the wrong thing. Ma'am, is Chloe home? She is. Evelyn suspected I liked Chloe, because my eyes lit up whenever I mentioned her name. Could I ask her to help me with some tutoring? I asked, trying to be charming. I quickly added, I won't let her do it for free, of course. I'm not a good student and she is, so. Go on, Evelyn said, cutting me off. How could she not see what was going on? Your classmates don't talk about payment. Our Chloe has never had many friends. I'm just happy she has someone to talk to. I have to get to work. You go on up. After she said that, she paused and added, Our Chloe, she's a really good kid. I smiled at her. She's more than good. She's amazing. Thank you, ma'am. I'll go find her now. You have a good day. I practically skipped away. Evelyn watched me knock cautiously on her door and sighed. When Chloe heard the doorbell, her first thought was that her mother had forgotten something. She seemed a little dazed when she opened the door and saw me. Her hair was freshly washed, water dripping from the ends. A white towel was draped around her neck, and she was wearing a simple white t-shirt that showed off her impossibly beautiful collarbones. What are you doing here? For some reason, my face grew hot. I looked away and held out the soy milk. I brought you breakfast. She glanced at it, frowned, but took it anyway. She had actually already eaten. There were still dirty dishes on the table. She instinctively blocked my view, but when she saw me craning my neck to see, she gave a goofy grin. I just saw your mom. Chloe tensed, her expression darkening. What did you say to her? Nothing, I said, playing dumb. I shook my head and played dumb. I hadn't forgotten that, in a fit of rage, I had threatened to go after her mother. And Chloe wasn't the type to forget something like that. I told your mom I was here for tutoring. She seemed really happy about it, even told me to come by more often. She stared at my face, as if trying to detect some hidden motive, before finally looking away. Was there anything else? Well, I was looking at the worksheet yesterday, and there were a lot of problems I didn't get. I was wondering. Before I could finish, she cut me off. I'll come down and take a look later. I'm busy right now, so it's not a good time for you to come in. As soon as she finished speaking, the door slammed shut, leaving me outside. I rubbed my nose. Good thing I was standing back, or that door would have slammed right into my face. I pouted and muttered to myself, So tsundere. Chloe glanced down at the breakfast in her hand. She found out later that the breakfast shop was all the way over by the park, quite a walk from her apartment. Whether I had gone out of my way to get it or just picked it up on the way, the gesture made her feel a little strange. Not even her own mother had ever taken care of her like this. I spun the pen in my hand restlessly. After she finished grading my worksheet, I leaned over and saw it was covered in red check marks. Did I get better? I asked with a grin. The SATs are in a week, she said after a moment of silence. You should review the notes I gave you. You're smart, but you've missed too much, especially in English. It's impossible for you to memorize everything now, so just focus on the practice problems I gave you. You might get lucky. Do you think with my grades, I could get into Riverwood with you? I wasn't worried. I had the system. If it wanted me to succeed, it would have to give me the right answers. Maybe, she said. Chloe said. She suddenly felt that fate was a cruel joke. How could someone like me, who had slacked off for years, suddenly catch up to students who had been studying diligently for years? Where was the fairness in that? And on top of that, he was handsome and rich. A guy like that would never have a shortage of admirers. So why was he so fixated on her? She had nothing, she thought, except her face. He always said it was because she was beautiful, but there were plenty of rich girls who were prettier and knew how to dress up. She hated this feeling of not knowing, of wanting to understand but being unable to. She almost wanted to crack open his head and see if his brain was wired differently from everyone else's. "That's good," I said, grinning and propping my face in my hands. "I want to be with you forever." That word, forever, made her heart skip a beat. She lowered her head, uncharacteristically quiet. Instead of her usual sarcastic retort, she just murmured, "You're still young. You haven't seen the world. You shouldn't say things like that." "I'm serious," I said, "more serious than anything. Besides, you like me, don't you?" I felt like I was pushing my luck, but I wasn't scared. Chloe was starved for affection. A lack of love is often the root cause of issues, except for the truly twisted, of course. "You admitted to Leo that you were my girlfriend. You wouldn't have done that before." I tugged on her sleeve, my eyes wide and innocent like a cat's. "I'm right, aren't I? I have no idea what goes on in that head of yours all day." She frowned. "I told you I would never like you," she continued. "I'm just repaying a kindness. You were good to me, so I'm being good to you. So if I like you, doesn't that mean you have to like me even more?" I smirked. "Isn't that how repaying a kindness works?" "I have to go," she said, grabbing her backpack and fleeing in a hurry. She didn't even grab her workbook before she ran out. I collapsed onto the sofa, laughing so hard that tears streamed down my face. During all this, I could hear her affection score steadily climbing. It stopped at 35, then suddenly plummeted to -99. I was used to it by now. It made sense that the system would be buggy during an S-rank mission. My system assistant had once told me it had never handled an S-rank mission before. I never asked what happened to its previous hosts who failed. Chloe was in a daze for the rest of the day. The owner of the coffee shop asked if she'd had a fight with her boyfriend. Chloe froze, the tips of her ears turning red. "What boyfriend?" "The guy who waits for you at the boba shop across the street every day. I saw you two leaving together yesterday." "Isn't he your boyfriend?" Chloe glanced across the street at the boba shop. When she didn't see my usual silhouette in the window, she felt a strange emptiness, as if something was missing. The feeling was unfamiliar and overwhelming. "No, he's not," she said, trying to push the thought out of her head as she wiped down a table. Chloe wiped the table, trying to throw all thoughts out of her head. But fate had other plans. Her first customer of the day was clearly looking for trouble. Dressed head to toe in designer brands, the woman scanned the cafe with an arrogant air. "Who's Chloe Miller?" she demanded. Her confrontational tone drew the attention of the other customers. Chloe put down the menu she was holding and stood before the woman, who was about her height. "I'm Chloe Miller. What can I get for you?" "So it's you." The woman looked Chloe up and down, her eyes filled with open mockery. "A pleasure to meet you. I'm Ethan's sister, Vivian Cole. My reason for being here today is very simple." Vivian pulled a credit card from her pocket. "Leave my brother, and leave Riverwood." The scene felt strangely familiar, like something out of a cheesy soap opera. The evil mother-in-law throws a stack of cash in the heroine's face and screams, "Leave my son!" Chloe used to think things like that only happened in fiction, but now she saw that art really does imitate life and sometimes exaggerates it. A small smile played on Chloe's lips. "So you're the one Ethan told me about, the one who came along with the homewrecker who stole his father, the sister he never asked for? A pleasure to finally meet you." Vivian's face fell. "You've got a lot of nerve. Do you have any idea what the consequences will be for saying that?" "I don't know, and I don't care," Chloe said, gesturing around the cafe. "If you're not going to order anything, please leave. You're disturbing the other customers." Vivian changed her tune, a provocative look in her eye. "I'll have a hand-ground iced coffee. No milk, no sugar." She pulled a $100 bill from her pocket. "Here." "I'm sorry, the hand-ground iced coffee is $15, Chloe said, taking the bill with both hands, her expression perfectly professional. Chloe took the money with both hands, her eyes downcast, her attitude impeccable. Vivian's face flushed with anger and embarrassment. She pulled out another $100 bill. "Here, keep the change. Consider it a tip." "Thank you." Chloe went to the register, got change, and actually pocketed the $50 tip. Vivian watched her, the mocking expression never leaving her face. So pathetic, willing to grovel for a $50 tip. She couldn't imagine what Ethan saw in her. As Chloe brought the coffee over, Vivian stuck out her foot and tripped her. She hadn't expected Vivian to be so malicious. Her hand jerked, and the entire cup of coffee went flying, splashing all over Vivian. "What's this? Getting some personal revenge?" Vivian asked, her expression perfectly composed. The coffee cup shattered, and the owner of the shop came running out. He didn't know what had happened, but seeing the state of Vivian's clothes, he immediately pulled Chloe over to apologize. "I'm so sorry, miss. Our employee hasn't been feeling well." "Save it," Vivian said, taking off her coffee-stained jacket and placing it on the table. Vivian took off the coffee-splashed jacket and put it on the table. The owner quickly picked it up. "I'll have it dry cleaned for you and bring it back." "Don't bother." The owner's face brightened, but before he could praise her generosity, she continued, "I never wear anything that's been cleaned. You can just pay for it. It's from Italy. I'll give you a 20% discount, $8,000. "Are you trying to extort us?" The owner's face fell. He could tell it was a designer brand, but he never imagined it would be that expensive. Vivian tapped her fingers on the table, glancing at Chloe out of the corner of her eye. "She can pay for it." Chloe looked up, confused. Her methods were so childish. Before Chloe could say anything, I burst in, nearly knocking over Leo Johnson, who was just about to enter. I scrambled to Chloe's side. "What did you just say to her?" I had only caught something about money when I came in, but then I saw the jacket in the owner's hands and immediately pulled Chloe behind me. "Vivian, who told you could come here?" The moment Vivian saw me, her entire demeanor changed. The down-on look vanished, replaced by the perfect image of a concerned older sister. "Ethan, you haven't been home in so long. Dad and Susan sent me to find you." "I'm not discussing this with you," I said, ignoring her and turning to Chloe. I didn't even want to talk to her. Turned my head and asked Chloe, "What did she just say to you?" "It's none of your business," Chloe said, looking at my stubborn profile. "It was my mistake. The jacket just needs to be cleaned." The owner chimed in, trying to help. "Making her pay $8,000 is unreasonable." Chloe was a hard worker with a good attitude, and the owner was fond of her, so he couldn't help but speak up for her. Chloe frowned and shot the owner a look, clearly thinking he was being too nosy. $8,000? I exploded. She probably didn't even have $800, let alone $8,000. "Why don't you just go rob a bank?" I said angrily. I knew Vivian was just trying to cause trouble, probably as a way to get me to come home and score points with my father. That scheming bitch was just like her mother. Ethan Cole. I had seen Chloe in countless humiliating situations. Sometimes, she would lie awake at night, wishing her life were just a little bit better, so she wouldn't be at the mercy of others, so she wouldn't feel so helpless in situations like this. "Don't you say a word." I had never been so forceful with her before. The reason was simple. I didn't know what had happened between them in the original story, but I knew that Vivian was a major reason why Chloe hated the Cole family so much. So much so that after she took over the Miller Corporation, she had stopped at nothing to destroy the Cole family, driving my family members to their deaths or to madness. Vivian had ended up in prison for life. This was not a person to be trifled with. $8,000, right? "I'll pay you." I pulled up her contact info and sent the money instantly. "Take your money and get out, and don't come looking for me again." I felt pretty damn cool in that moment. Vivian narrowed her eyes at me. "Ethan, how long are you going to keep this up? If you don't want to marry Jessica, just tell me. I'll help you get out of it. Why won't you come home? Dad really misses you." Vivian sighed. I smirked. "What does he miss? The fact that I'm miserable? Can you cut the crap? You're not welcome here, and I don't want to see you. Who do you think you are? Do you even have the right to say these things to me?" Vivian's expression was a mixture of anger and hurt. I grabbed Chloe's sleeve. "Come on." As I left, I deliberately bumped into Leo's shoulder, my tone dripping with sarcasm. "Sorry, didn't see you there." I knew exactly what would have happened next if the system hadn't suddenly alerted me that a key plot point was approaching. Leo's family wasn't wealthy, but he had a lot of savings, and he would have stepped in to help Chloe. Chloe was so starved for affection that she would cherish any small act of kindness. And since she already saw Leo as a good guy, his help would have only made her like him more. I couldn't let that happen. "How did you know to come here?" Chloe asked, finding my sudden appearance a little too convenient. She was naturally suspicious. While she probably didn't think I had orchestrated the whole damsel in distress scenario, she was still curious. "I had a weird feeling in my chest, and I just wanted to see you," I said, lying through my teeth. "When I got to the door, I saw Vivian inside, and I was worried she might do something to you." "What could she do to me?" Chloe scoffed. She certainly wasn't going to give her any money. She probably thought I saw her as some delicate flower who couldn't handle a little trouble. "She's not a good person," I said, though the words felt weak. I said this, it was particularly far-fetched. In this world, the biggest villain was Chloe herself. Saying that in front of her was like telling a joke. But she didn't laugh. She just snorted, her tone softening slightly. "You're right," she said with a small smile. "She's really not a good person. I don't feel like working anymore. You should buy me dinner. After all, she was here because of you. You should take some responsibility, right?" Her sudden request both surprised and delighted me. I was surprised because it was so out of character for her, but happy because it felt like we were getting closer. Even though the system still showed her affection at -99, I chose to believe the system was just broken. "Okay," I said, my face flushing. "What do you want to eat?" My face turned red. She had seen plenty of boys blush in her presence, but for the first time, she found the expression intriguing. For some reason, she remembered that night in the alley, the way I had looked at her with wide, frightened eyes, like a startled rabbit. After hearing all the strange rumors about me, she had always thought I was dirty, that my personal life was a mess. And I did act casually, my gaze often lingering on her, deliberately trying to get a reaction. It made her feel a mix of panic and resentment. If her circumstances had been better, if she had more power, I would have been completely at her mercy. But she wasn't. I had said I liked her for her face, and that had caused her many sleepless, panicked nights. What if I met someone prettier? Wouldn't she just be cast aside? After all, she was just as superficial. This kind of Cinderella story was never easy. She just wanted me to get tired of this game quickly, so her heart could finally be at peace. I was genuinely trying to figure out where to take her for dinner. I rattled off a bunch of options, ruling out sushi because she couldn't eat raw food, and anything spicy because of her stomach problems. After much deliberation, I said, "What if we bought some groceries and I cooked for you at my place? I can actually cook a little," I added, "and I suddenly feel like cooking for you." Chloe's hand tightened into a fist. Okay, I really could cook. After being thrown into so many different worlds, I had picked up a wide range of skills. My cooking skill was practically maxed out. When I brought out the 2 side dishes and the egg drop soup, she stared at the fragrant, well-presented food and frowned. "I didn't think you could actually cook." "Of course I can," I said. "I especially love making soup. Egg drop soup is my favorite. I could eat it every day." I couldn't remember why I was so fond of it. As she picked up the bowl of soup, with its floating bits of dried shrimp and seaweed, she paused. A strange sense of familiarity washed over her, but it was gone as quickly as it came. "The next time I get cornered, will you show up then too?" she asked suddenly, looking up at me with a dark, unreadable expression. "I've noticed something." My heart skipped a beat. The moment she started speaking, my hands began to tremble with nerves. My voice was weak and shaky. "What is it? Do you really hate Leo Johnson?" She hadn't thought about it before, but seeing me and Leo together again made her reconsider. Whenever Leo showed up, I was always conveniently there, and my hostility toward him was impossible to miss. I picked at my food, my eyes darting around. "Not really. The truth," she said, her voice turning cold. Chloe's tone became 2 points colder. I'd seen plenty of powerful female leads before. It was called the protagonist's halo. But Chloe was the first person I'd ever met with such a powerful villain's aura. "Yes," I admitted, unable to lie to her. "I don't like him." I looked up and said with conviction, "I don't want you to have anything to do with him. Not at all." "Why?" "You two wouldn't have a happy ending," I said firmly. My tone was very firm. She raised an eyebrow. "And I'll have a happy ending with you?" Her voice was light, as if she were joking. I froze. I didn't dare to answer. First, she was supposed to kill me, though that seemed less likely now. But if I completed the mission and got her on the right path, I would have to leave this world. A mocking smile played on her lips. "You will," I said suddenly. "I'll make sure you have the best possible ending." The exams were getting closer. Chloe went to the school and came back with some news for me. "Come with me to buy school supplies." "What are you waiting for?" Chloe paid and turned to see me still standing in the same spot. She frowned. "Did you forget something?" I glanced over at Leo, who looked dejected. His friends were saying something to him, but they were too far away for me to hear. "No," I said, hurrying to catch up. I quickly followed. Outside, Chloe pointed to the boba shop across the street. "Do you want something to drink? I know you like boba." "What you just did." I gestured back toward Leo inside the store, still in disbelief. Her face was unreadable. I smiled at her. "I'd love some." As she went to buy the drinks, I felt my soul slowly returning to my body. Just a moment ago, Leo had run into Chloe again, flashing his signature smile. "What a coincidence," he'd said. "Seeing you again." Before I could even intervene, I heard Chloe say coldly. I don't see why I should be happy to see you. We don't know each other. The smile on Leo's face froze. I was dumbfounded too. Here, she said, handing me the boba. She then turned and walked away without looking back. I had been chasing after her, and it was only when I finally caught up to her side that she slowed her pace, and we walked on together. Our testing rooms aren't too far apart, are they? I asked, trying to make conversation. You're on the 3rd floor, I'm on the 1st. Can you wait for me after the test? She looked at me and frowned, then after a moment, said, okay. On the eve of the exam, I paced anxiously in the hallway. I had only 24 hours left until my scheduled death. If I survived, the mission would be halfway complete. The plot would completely diverge from the original story, and a new Chloe would emerge. What are you doing up wandering around in the middle of the night? Chloe, wearing a long white nightgown, looked like she was on her way downstairs to get something. I froze and turned to see her, her long, soft hair falling gently around her face. But her eyes were so sharp that even with her relaxed posture, I felt an inexplicable pressure. I'm nervous. She looked down at me for a long moment. Want to go for a walk? Okay. We walked side by side, and she could tell something was weighing on my mind. She was never good at comforting people. When she tried to say something, she looked down and met my gaze. So, we both started at the same time, making things awkward. I scratched my head. You go first. She didn't argue. Don't be nervous, she said softly. You'll get into a college somewhere. For some reason, that didn't make me feel any better. She looked annoyed too. What I mean is, I know, I said, looking up at her with a smile. My grades are terrible, you don't have to remind me. But I'm going to try my best to get into Riverwood U. I want to be with you. She squeezed my hand. Riverwood U isn't all that great. Anyway, the state college is good too, and it's not far from there. What were you going to say? What do you think of me? I asked, my voice trembling. She pressed her lips together. Not much, I scoffed. I had forgotten. She was the queen of saying the opposite of what she meant. Not much, huh? Fine. I just took it as her usual sarcasm. I looked down at her. Are you still planning on majoring in computer science? Yeah. So, what if? I glanced at her, testing the waters. What if you met a guy who was nicer than me, better looking and a better talker? Would you like him? I don't know. My heart sank. I just mumbled, oh, I think I'm going to head back, I said, stopping and turning to leave. I stopped and turned to leave. What did she mean? She didn't know. It meant she didn't like me. It made sense. She was vengeful and petty. Why would she start to like someone just because of a few small favors? She thought my retreating figure looked incredibly hurt, my slow pace almost as if I was waiting for her to follow. But she didn't. It was better not to delude herself. She was afraid that if she went after me, she would only find out it was all one-sided. It was better to keep some of her pride. Back in my apartment, I threw my pillow around, venting my frustration. What was wrong with her? A true S-rank target. I lay in bed, wallowing in self-pity. If I failed, I'd have to go back and complete 10 lower-level missions. It was so tedious. My head was filled with flashes of all the missions I'd completed. I forgot things quickly. I didn't get attached. Even the most heart-wrenching events would fade after a month. I always kept it clear in my head. This was just a game. But I was getting tired. No matter who I became, this wasn't my home. I didn't truly belong anywhere. The initial excitement I'd felt about this world had all but vanished, leaving only a vast, empty despair. Host, you're crying. The little assistant reminded me. I wiped away a tear and sniffled. Am I not allowed to be sad? Do you have any idea how much it hurts to die? You might not die, the assistant muttered. I'm starting to suspect the system is bugged. A target's stats are usually stable, not like this one. Enough. I get annoyed just thinking about it. I muttered. What good are you anyway? That's because you don't have enough points, the assistant retorted. I told you before you took on an S-rank mission to save up more points for emergencies, but you didn't listen. Fine, fine. I deserve it. I covered my ears with my pillow. Just go away and leave me alone. Afraid I would oversleep, Chloe came knocking on my door early in the morning, nagging me to get my things together and not to forget my admission ticket. I was in a daze. There were so many things I wanted to ask her, but in the end, I said nothing. She gave me a ride on her bike. She seemed to be getting used to it. My hand on her waist was still warm, and I would occasionally tighten my grip. Do well on the test, she said as I stood at the door of my testing room. I stood at the classroom door and heard Chloe say this. Chloe, I called out as she was about to leave. When she turned around, I pulled her into a hug. The sudden embrace made her stiffen. I just held her. After a long moment, she reached up and patted my head. I was trembling, and she must have thought I was nervous. "Don't be," she said softly. "If you get stuck on a question, just skip it and come back to it at the end." She paused, then added, "And don't fall asleep." I grunted, then looked at her and said something strange. "I hope you'll be okay. No matter what you do, I'll be happy for you. You'll remember me, won't you?" "What are you talking about?" she asked, frowning. "Good luck," I said, stepping back and disappearing into the classroom. I stepped back a few steps and slipped into the classroom. Chloe couldn't make sense of what I had said. When she entered her own testing room, she immediately saw the boy sitting by the window, Leo Johnson. He looked like he wanted to talk to her, but then his expression fell. The test went smoothly, except for one thing. Chloe frowned the entire time she was working on it. She was worried I wouldn't be able to handle it. This year's test was brutally difficult. After some thought, she deliberately left the last major question blank. As for me, things went smoothly as well. With the assistant's help, I intentionally left a few of the harder questions blank. I didn't want to overdo it. I knew the cutoff score for Riverwood U this year, so I aimed for just enough to get in, no more, no less. If she was still set on computer science, then I would just have to go along with her. I finished quickly, turned in my test, and ran up to the 3rd floor. Chloe was still in her classroom, slowly packing her things. I frowned as I saw Leo over there. The power of the protagonist's halo was truly something else. How the hell did he end up here too? Hearing a sigh, Chloe glanced toward the back door, and I took the opportunity to run up and hug her from behind. She immediately blushed and tried to shrug me off. "Let go. No, let go," she insisted, her voice turning cold. I held on tight. "I'm exhausted from that test. I need to recharge." She stopped struggling. I saw Leo looking over and gave him a provocative smirk, then took a deep breath, inhaling her scent. Leo felt his breath catch in his throat. Chloe was an ungrateful brat, and Ethan Cole was no better. They were a perfect match. Leo lifted his chin proudly and walked away. The classroom slowly emptied out. Chloe could feel her face getting hot. She kept her expression neutral, not wanting me to see how flustered she was. "Are you done now?" Her voice came out surprisingly hoarse. Seeing the coast was clear, I pulled up a chair and sat down in front of her, leaning on her desk. "That test was brutal." She nodded. "What do you want for lunch?" "I'm craving that rice bowl place by the gate," I said. She felt her pocket. "Let's go, then." At the restaurant, I was excitedly explaining how I'd tackled the problems on the test, my eyes shining. She picked at her own rice bowl, casually moving the meat from her plate to mine. Luckily, I was too caught up in my story to notice. She watched me eat the piece of meat, a small, secret smile playing on her lips. She looked down, saying nothing. "I'm going to the restroom," I said, standing up and smoothing down my shirt. I stood up and smoothed my short sleeves. The moment I left, her expression changed. Our relationship felt like a chess match. One wrong move and the whole game could be lost. "Is this your wallet?" The voice beside me brought me back to reality. I turned and saw a girl with a kind, open face. She had a different air about her than Chloe. She was genuinely pure and gentle, with soft eyes that made my heart skip a beat. I froze, then saw the wallet in her hand and nodded. "Thanks." She smiled. "You're welcome." I took a second look. It was the story's female lead, Emily Shin. "Is she pretty?" a voice asked suddenly. "Yeah, she is," I replied automatically. Then, my head turned stiffly, robotically, to meet Chloe's dark, intense gaze. I was screwed. She ran her tongue over her back teeth, her words sharp. "Was I interrupting you? My apologies." As she spoke, she raised an eyebrow, then turned and walked away. I panicked and ran after her. "No, that's not. What I meant was, get away from me," she said, shoving me. I watched her walk out the door, my mind racing. When I went to pay, the owner told me the bill had already been taken care of. I was stunned for a second, then ran out after her. I always knew I was shallow. Chloe kicked a loose stone on the sidewalk, sending it skittering into a storm drain. She had thought I was gone for too long and had gone to check on me, only to find me staring after the girl who had just left. She hadn't gotten a good look at the girl's face, but she could tell she had a nice figure, was dressed in designer clothes, and had a pleasant voice and a seemingly sweet personality. All the guys in the restaurant had been sneaking glances at her. In short, Chloe concluded the girl must have been very pretty. A wave of nausea washed over her. I trailed behind her like a kicked puppy, not saying a word. She didn't say anything either. Just as she was about to head to her next exam, I grabbed her sleeve. "That girl," I explained. "She just looked a lot like A celebrity I know. That's why I was staring. You don't have to explain, she said coldly, pulling her arm away. I'm not interested, right? For a second there, from her expression, I actually thought she was jealous. But of course, she wouldn't feel something like that. Thinking about her -99 affection score, I gave a bitter laugh. I was just being delusional. With 5 hours left until my death, I sat at my desk, my spirits low. Those 5 hours crawled by like an eternity. I thought it over and over. She shouldn't have any reason to kill me anymore. I had been feeding her, trying to win her over, doing so much for her. It didn't make sense. After my last exam, I waited anxiously for her at the door. When she arrived, she could tell I was in a bad mood. She thought for a moment, wondering if her harsh attitude at lunch had upset me. She had thought it over and realized she had no reason to be angry. He was like a kite and she was holding the string. He could fly away at any moment, leaving her with nothing. She gritted her teeth, felt so unfair. She felt like a fish on a chopping block, completely at his mercy. Let's go, she said, getting her bike. Chloe came out pushing her bicycle. I didn't get on. I just stood there and shook my head. Can we walk back together? Okay. She agreed without hesitation. She could tell I had something to say, but I kept hesitating. Today Chloe. The plot had already deviated. She hadn't asked me to meet her, but being with her was like carrying a ticking time bomb. Let me ask you something, I said, looking at her. What are we? She frowned. What do you think we are? I don't know. Her heart sank. Hadn't he been the one insisting she was his girlfriend? And now he didn't know? Whatever you want, she said, her voice suddenly sharp with frustration. Chloe said it without thinking, looking particularly annoyed. I didn't know what to say. Seeing my silence, she finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Are you done playing with me? She asked. What? Are you about to tell me that you were only nice to me so you could dump me later? No, I said, panicked. My mind was a mess, a jumble of conflicting emotions, and her aggressive questions were only making it worse. Whatever, she said, a sharp pain stabbing at her chest. After Chloe said this, her chest felt tight and uncomfortable. My head was filled with the constant, fluctuating alerts of her affection score, almost making my brain explode. I stood there, frozen in misery. She didn't spare me another glance, just got on her bike and rode away. She was used to leaving me behind, and I was used to watching her go. But this time it was so sudden. I couldn't understand why things had gotten so complicated so quickly. The moment her affection score hit 0, I stood there, stunned, for a long time. What did that mean? I asked. The assistant was just as confused. A sudden reset to 0? Only Chloe knows what the target is thinking. She was thinking that from now on we would be strangers. Everything that had happened between us was erased, as if I had never existed. I couldn't understand it, and I didn't want to go back to my empty apartment. Chloe didn't know why she kept watch at her window, but she never saw me. Had he gone home? He was tired of the game, had had his fun, and it was time for him to go back to where he belonged. It was hard for her to even swallow. She hated herself for walking right into a trap she knew was there. At 8 o'clock that night, I stood 10 paces from the spot where I was originally supposed to die. Chloe wasn't there. I had survived. I felt a little dazed. I checked the time. Half an hour to go. I blinked, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Surviving meant the mission wasn't over. I still had to stay by her side and stop her from turning into a villain. That was a good outcome, I supposed. I turned to leave, but a cry from the alley stopped me. I hesitated for a second, then instinctively walked toward the sound. And there he was, the pretty boy protagonist, cornered by a group of thugs. Stay back, he yelled, flailing his arms. I'll scream for help. I scratched my head. What was this new plot twist? Ethan Cole. The pretty boy's face lit up when he saw me at the mouth of the alley, and he immediately called out my name. The thugs all turned to look at me. One of them grinned in recognition. Ethan, man. Leo's face fell. Did you send these guys? He asked, his voice trembling. Ethan Cole. I stared at the thug's face, trying to place him, but I had no idea who he was. What are you guys doing? I asked, frowning. The thug rubbed his hands together. Our boss wanted to have a little chat with him, but he wasn't being cooperative. He pulled out a cigarette and offered it to me. I heard you don't like this guy either, Ethan. You want first crack at him? You guys. Before I could finish, someone tapped me on the shoulder. When I saw Chloe, something inside me snapped. Chloe, help me. I don't know where he found the strength, but Leo suddenly broke through the circle of thugs and ran toward us. He stumbled into me, knocking me off balance, and ran to Chloe's side. One of the thugs steadied me, "What the hell is your problem?" the thug yelled. "Ethan, you okay? I told you guys to hold him down. What's wrong with you all, you useless?" Before the thug could finish, a thought suddenly occurred to me. "I had nothing to do with this," I said, frowning and pushing the thug away, distancing myself from the situation. I said with a frown, pushed the hooligan on the side away, and cleared myself of all involvement. Leo looked terrified, trembling where he stood. The sight of him made my heart jump. Chloe gave Leo a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "I'll walk you home," she said softly. One of the thugs wouldn't have it and moved to block them, but I slapped him across the face, my expression terrifyingly dark. "Ethan?" he asked, completely bewildered. I gritted my teeth, the sound audible. "If you don't know when to shut up, then don't talk at all. And don't let me see you guys again." "But Ethan, why?" "Shut up." I clutched my bag of exam supplies, feeling completely dejected. As Chloe walked, she couldn't help but remember the look in my eyes just now. It was so complex, so full of unspoken things, it made her heart ache. "What just happened?" Chloe asked, deliberately keeping her tone light. Leo looked at her defiantly. "After school, they just grabbed me and dragged me into that alley. I didn't do anything to provoke them, I swear." Do you think Ethan Cole was behind it?" Leo said, "I don't even know why, but he seems to really hate me. Those guys knew him. I can't think of anyone else who would do something like this to me. Why would he do something so cruel? He's trying to ruin me." Every word was an accusation. "It wasn't him." Chloe's voice was firm when she said it. Leo stared at her, his voice cracking with disbelief. "Have you forgotten what he did to you? He's probably pulled this kind of stunt on countless people. I heard a story back in middle school about how he drove some girl to a mental institution." Chloe listened, her expression distant. She instinctively didn't want to believe him, but the truth was, the original Ethan had done those things. "Let me get you a cab." Chloe hailed a taxi. Leo stood frozen. "You're not coming with me? I have something to do." "They won't follow you now." Chloe handed the driver a $10 bill, then left Leo standing there and started walking back the way they came. I hadn't gone far. I was just sitting quietly at the mouth of the alley. The thugs were gone. My eyes lit up when I saw her, but the light quickly faded. She came back. It was 8:25. I took a deep breath, stood up, and brushed the dust off my clothes. "Chloe, I didn't do it." I felt the need to say it again, even though I knew that once she made up her mind about something, it was hard to change it. She didn't say anything, just stared at me. "I know I was a terrible person before, I don't deny it, but I'm really trying to change." The corners of my eyes were red as I spoke. "I have no reason to go after Leo Johnson. I really don't." She took a step forward and I took one back. "Are you here to get revenge for him?" I looked down. "I'm scared of pain, Chloe. Can you let me choose a less painful way to die?" "Are you out of your mind, Ethan Cole?" "Ethan Cole?" she asked, laughing in exasperation. I looked up, stunned. "Wait," I thought, "aren't you here to kill me?" But as the words formed on my lips, I suddenly realized something. I wasn't the same as the original Ethan, so I changed my tune. "Didn't you just dump me?" "Who said that?" A huge grin spread across my face. I wiped my face haphazardly. "You just left me here, and this afternoon, you just rode off and left me." She must have thought I was incredibly moody. One second I was the picture of misery, and the next I was clinging to her arm. My antics made her heart pound. Our eyes met. We were so close I could feel her unsteady breath on my face. "You were the one who said you were done with me." "That's bullshit," I snapped, the curse word flying out before I could stop it. How could she just make that up? I wanted nothing more than for her to like me, to be obsessed with me so she wouldn't have any interest in fighting over Leo. That would be perfect. "Say one more curse word," she said, grabbing my face in her hand. I winced as she squeezed. "I won't. I give up. I'm just happy." Even if she beat me up right now, I'd still be happy. Compared to being hacked to pieces, what was a little pinch? She held my face in her hands. "Ethan Cole, I'm not a toy. I never said you were. You flirted with me, and I took it seriously." "Good." After our exchange, her gaze deepened. "I have severe paranoia," she said, her voice low and steady. "I'm not well." She enunciated each word carefully. "A very serious mental illness. I'm sensitive, paranoid, emotionally unstable, and I have no sense of security. I'm not a good person. When you said you wanted to be with me forever, I took you seriously." She continued, "Everything that happened between us before, let's wipe the slate clean and start over. If you don't like me, we can be strangers, just classmates who barely know each other. But if you flirt with me again, I will fall for you. and being liked by me is not a good thing. According to the original plot, being liked by her was definitely not a good thing. But I wasn't afraid of her. It was all for the mission anyway. I like you, I said. She studied my face, searching for some hidden meaning, but found none. My eyes told her that I meant it. At least in that moment it was true. The next second, she pulled me into her arms, her lips meeting mine. She closed her eyes and deepened the kiss. I held my breath. The wind felt soft, the moonlight gentle. Let's go home, I said, taking her hand. I was surprised to hear her affection score had stopped at 10. After all that, becoming my girlfriend, kissing me, she was only at 10? Getting to 100 would take until pigs flew. She had never liked anyone before, but in that moment, she wanted me to be hers more than anything. Dating someone like her, how to describe it? I thought to myself as I held our 2 college acceptance letters. Her affection score was rising by about 1 point a day, sometimes even by fractions like 0.1. Even the system was baffled. But once she warmed up to me, she was actually the perfect girlfriend. She had to work over the summer to save up for her living expenses, but every time she came home from her part-time job, she'd bring me little treats, like my favorite boba or a piece of fried chicken. Are you dating that boy from downstairs? Chloe had the day off, and when I mentioned wanting to go out, she started getting ready first thing in the morning. Her mother's question made her freeze. She looked down. It was only natural that her mother would find out. She just mumbled, Then her mother asked, "That boy's family is wealthy, aren't they?" "You should go," her mother said with a sigh. Chloe didn't say anything as she closed the door behind her. I had been waiting in the hallway for a while, and my face lit up when I saw her coming down. But she was unusually quiet. I tilted my head. "Did you and your mom have a fight?" "No, you're not happy." She glanced at me. It was like I was a mind reader, always able to see through her carefully constructed facade. "You're imagining things," she said, taking my hand. "Have you been in touch with your family lately?" she asked suddenly. Our intertwined hands tightened. "No," I said. "Liar," she said, squeezing my knuckles. But she didn't press the issue. It was so annoying. After I got into Riverwood, my father suddenly seemed to have a change of heart. He not only bought back my old house, but he also started nagging me to come home for a visit. I had no intention of going back. Chloe was in a funk all day. Nothing I did seemed to cheer her up. By now, her affection score had reached 30. Seeing her every day made me happy. I wasn't sure if it was genuine or just part of the mission, but it didn't matter. I sat on a park bench, swinging my legs. Suddenly, she spoke. "Why did you think I was going to kill you?" The smile vanished from my face. I panicked a little. It had been my idea to keep bringing it up, thinking it would make her drop the idea. I never expected her to call me out on it. But why was she asking about it now? I instinctively scooted away from her. Was she thinking about it again? I was watching a lot of true crime shows back then. I lied, forcing the words out. And then I had this nightmare that you killed me, hacked me into pieces. It felt so real. I got scared it might actually happen. She didn't say anything. I held out my drink to her. "Here, try this. It's really sweet." She glanced at me, having already seen right through me. Under my hopeful gaze, she took a sip. It was actually sour. She frowned. She felt that whenever she was with me, she lost all track of time. In what felt like a blink of an eye, it was time to move into the dorms at Riverwood. Chloe followed me to my dorm room. When I opened the door, a few guys were already inside. They all stopped and stared when they saw her. She looked around the room. "Take this one," she said, pointing to a bunk. I nodded obediently, remembering how messy my apartment was. She clearly thought I was completely useless. She went and got sheets and a comforter from the housing office, then proceeded to make my bed and unpack my suitcase for me. "I'm going to head to my dorm now." I watched her bustling around, my face flushing and my heart pounding. I'd been through so many missions, but she was the first target who had ever done something like this for me. No wonder Leo was still hung up on her even after he got a girlfriend. Who could resist this? As soon as she left, my new roommates crowded around. "Is that your sister?" "My girlfriend," I said proudly. I was very proud when I said this. I enjoyed the envious looks they gave me. "Does she go here too?" "What's her major?" "Same as me. We're both in computer science." I finally remembered to introduce myself. "Hey, I'm Ethan Cole." But my good mood didn't last long. The door opened again. I locked eyes with Leo Johnson, who was standing in the doorway. The air between us crackled with tension. Leo stood there, stiff as a board. He frowned, stepped back out to check the room number, then walked back in, looking like he was questioning his entire existence. "Perfect," delivered right to my doorstep for easy monitoring. Let's see what kind of trouble he could possibly cause now. A calculating smile played on my lips. Well, isn't this a coincidence? You two know each other? One of the guys asked. Leo looked like he wanted to run for the hills. What could be more terrifying than rooming with your own personal demon? Oh, we know each other, I said with an innocent smile. Our Leo here has a heart of gold. If you guys ever need anything, he's your man. Back home, they called him the hall monitor. Leo was practically shaking with rage. I was technically complimenting him, but every word dripped with sarcasm. You guys get acquainted, I said, patting him on the shoulder as I left. I'm going to go find my girlfriend. By the time Chloe got to her dorm, it was already full, with only one bunk left. As she was making her bed, I poked my head in to look around. The girls in her room weren't shy. Hey, handsome, one of them called out. Who are you looking for? Chloe looked over and frowned. What are you doing here? Just curious. She stopped making her bed, jumped down, and grabbed my hand. I was holding a carrier of sodas. I smiled at her roommates. Hi, nice to meet you all. I'm Chloe's boyfriend. These are for you. Thanks. Thanks, man. Thanks so much. Chloe didn't seem to appreciate the gesture. She grabbed my arm, and when the door opened, she quickly pulled me closer to her. 3 girls were standing outside. I stared, stunned, at the one who had just walked in, Emily Shin. What a coincidence. Emily must have arrived early, because everyone in the room seemed to know her. The other girls immediately called out to her. Emily, her boyfriend brought us sodas. Emily glanced over, a smile spreading across her face. Oh, it's you. Chloe's hand tightened on my arm. Emily pointed to herself. Do you remember me? I'm the one who found your wallet at that rice bowl place. Of course, I said, smiling back at her. Thanks again for that. I also smiled at Emily. Chloe stared at Emily for a long moment before she seemed to remember. She immediately grabbed my arm and started pulling me out of the room. Weren't you hungry? I'll take you to get something to eat. I was completely bewildered as she dragged me away. I managed to wave goodbye to her roommates before hurrying to keep up with her. Chloe felt a tightness in her chest. That girl was rich and beautiful. You could tell just by looking at her that she had guys falling all over her. She pulled me into the hallway and leaned in close, her voice a low growl. Didn't want to leave? What are you talking about? Is she pretty? Not as pretty as you, I said, having learned my lesson. I was sure of it now. She was jealous. Have you seen the class assignments? She asked, changing the subject. I had forgotten about that. I pulled out my phone. She had bought one for herself with the money she'd earned, but she was still getting used to it. She'd only heard about the assignments from her roommates. Don't bother looking, she said, a note of frustration in her voice. We're not in the same class. Chloe felt annoyed. I had to see for myself. When I saw the list, my heart sank. What the hell? I had worked so hard to get into this college, and I still wasn't in the same class as her. The plot was following the original story again. A 3-way love triangle, and I was the odd one out. Our classes were even at different times. Oh, and I'm rooming with Leo Johnson, I said suddenly. She barely glanced up and just grunted in response. I grabbed her arm. I'll be keeping an eye on him. Why would you do that? She had never asked for the details of what happened with Leo that day. He's always hanging around you. I don't like it. I clenched my fist. If I find out you two have been talking, he's dead meat. She just scoffed. He's definitely trying to steal you from me, I said. And you'd better stay away from that other girl. You hear me? She loved it when I was like this. It made her feel cherished, like she was the only thing on my mind. Okay, she said, ruffling my hair. Chloe rubbed my head. College was different from high school. After orientation activities each day, the girls in her dorm would chatter endlessly. With no books to read, Chloe found it hard to relax. She felt like she needed to find a job to keep herself busy. Hey, Chloe, tell us about you and your boyfriend, one of her roommates asked. How did you two meet? We were high school classmates. That's so sweet. It wasn't sweet at all, Chloe thought sullenly. If he hadn't changed at all, she would have hated him for the rest of her life. But now, she couldn't imagine her life without him. Have you two, done it yet? Done what? Chloe asked, glancing over. Emily chimed in. All right, let's not get into her personal business. I'm just trying to give her a heads up, the roommate said. Guys change in college. They go wild. My boyfriend and I broke up right after graduation. It was so annoying. Chloe frowned, and it took her a moment to understand what it meant. When she did, her face darkened. Back in my dorm, I was doing my best to ignore everything. The protagonist's halo was already in full effect. I didn't know what Leo had been saying behind my back, but I could feel my roommates pulling away from me. That was fine by me. I didn't want to deal with them anyway. All I had to do was keep an eye on Leo and Chloe. "So, how did you and your girlfriend meet?" one of my roommates asked, his tone teasing. I raised an eyebrow. "She was in love with me, so I just went with it." "Really?" The guys laughed. I propped my head on my hand. "What do you think?" I glanced over at Leo. "You can ask him. He caught us together once and accused me of forcing her to be my girlfriend." "What did she say then?" Leo didn't want to say anything. All eyes were on him. I smirked. "My girlfriend told him she didn't know him and to leave her alone." "You're lying," Leo snapped. "Am I?" I sat up straight. "I don't know who's the one who's always hanging around my girlfriend, acting all high and mighty. How did a little harmless flirting between me and my girlfriend get so twisted in your head?" My roommates looked at each other, unsure of what to say. "Ethan Cole, don't push it." Leo's eyes were red as he stood up. "I wonder who's the one who's always bullying people. Tell me honestly, how many times did you have Chloe beaten up? Am I wrong to be suspicious of you? Who's to say you didn't send those thugs after me? You're disgusting. So what? You think you can do whatever you want just because your family has money? Am I wrong?" My eyes turned cold. I sneered. "So what if I did? She still likes me, doesn't she? Unlike you, who's been rejected how many times now? And don't try to pin that on me. Those thugs had nothing to do with me. You should think long and hard about which one of your past flings you pissed off to deserve this." Leo was about to argue, but I put a finger to my lips. "That's enough. Don't say another word. You're starting to annoy me, and you don't want to annoy me." After my fight with Leo, my roommates finally seemed to understand the situation. I wasn't a good guy, but Leo wasn't much better. He knew she had a boyfriend, but he still kept trying to get close to her. What a jerk. I didn't care about the gossip. All I cared about was what Chloe thought. But Leo wasn't so nonchalant. He had been a golden boy his whole life, praised and admired wherever he went. He had been repeatedly thwarted by me, and now I was turning the tables on him. It was clearly my fault, so why was he the one being ostracized? "Leo, are you having trouble adjusting to college?" Emily asked, seeing his preoccupied, distracted state. Her voice was incredibly gentle. "Or is someone bullying you?" "No," he said, shaking his head. "I'm just in a bad mood. Tell me about it." Emily and Leo had grown up together. They were childhood friends. Coming from her family background, she was more mature and had always looked out for him. In high school, she had gone to a prestigious private school in Riverwood, while he had attended the local public school. Now that they were finally reunited in college, she still saw him as the same kind-hearted boy she had always known. If she had to find a fault with him, it would be that he was too kind. Leo gripped his fork, his expression dark. Emily rarely frowned, but seeing his expression, a sharp edge entered her voice. "What happened?" She quickly pulled a tissue from her pocket and handed it to him. "Emily, am I just really unlikable?" "Who said that?" she asked quickly. "Are you having trouble with your roommates?" "I don't want to," he said, his voice thick with misery. Leo felt extremely wronged. Even with his easygoing nature, he had noticed his roommates subtly and not so subtly distancing themselves from him. Sometimes he would hear them all talking and laughing from the hallway, but the moment he walked in, the conversation would die. "There's this guy I knew from before. He really doesn't like me. He's convinced I'm trying to steal his girlfriend. Now we're in the same dorm, and he's been spreading rumors about me to our roommates. Now none of them will talk to me." The more he spoke, the more miserable he sounded. "He's doing what?" Emily was instantly furious. Leo was kind, but that didn't mean people could just walk all over him. "What's his name? I'm going to have a talk with him." She couldn't sit still any longer and started to pull Leo to his feet. Leo sniffled, grabbing her arm. "Emily, don't. Please. I don't want to cause any trouble. Let them say what they want. I'll be fine." "Fine? Don't you know how much damage rumors can do?" she sneered. "He's so young, but he's already a master at twisting the truth. He likes to talk. Does he? Let's see what he has to say to my face." I wandered through the cafeteria, with Chloe beside me, watching my every glance. I'm the kind of person who wears all their thoughts on their face. "Don't see anything you want?" Chloe asked. "Should we try the other dining hall?" I pouted. "But this one is the closest to the dorms. I'm exhausted after all that orientation stuff." "Fine, I don't want to settle." I turned to her. "I heard there's a place nearby with amazing pudding." I was thinking. Before I could finish, I caught sight of Leo and Emily across the room, looking like the perfect golden couple. In the original story, they weren't in a relationship at this point. They seemed close, but neither of them had taken that step yet. It was Chloe's appearance and her constant pursuit of the male lead that triggered Emily's possessive side and made her realize her true feelings. Noticing I had stopped, Chloe turned to me, confused. "Didn't you say you wanted to get pudding?" I jutted my chin in their direction. She followed my gaze, still confused. "What is it?" "Our little Leo and that girl he's with, they make a cute couple," I said, crossing my arms. I said with my arms crossed. Chloe noticed Emily standing next to him and instinctively grabbed my hand. "What's so interesting about them?" "Hey, Chloe." Emily suddenly caught her eye and started walking over. "Can I help you?" Chloe asked, her expression calm. I shot a provocative look at Leo, then nonchalantly laced my fingers with Chloe's, my grip possessive. A small smile played on her lips. She knew I only got this clingy when Leo was around. "Which dorm is your boyfriend in?" Chloe pressed her lips together. "The same one as your boyfriend, I believe." She was also reminding me, this girl was pretty, but she was taken. "Boyfriend?" Emily looked surprised, then glanced at Leo beside her and quickly understood. "No, not my boyfriend. He's like a little brother to me. I heard he was being bullied in his dorm, and I was gonna sort things out." "Did you just say he's in the same dorm as your boyfriend?" "Sort things out." I laughed. "Why don't you tell me about it? Who's been bullying him? I'm an expert at sorting things out." Leo visibly flinched. Emily looked at me, surprised. "Don't cause trouble," Chloe chided in a low voice. Chloe scolded in a low voice. Everyone knew what I was like in high school, a total punk with no self-control. I had only just started to clean up my act. "Go on, little Leo," I said, my voice dripping with mock concern. "With our history, TSK, I can't let anyone bully you." I raised an eyebrow, a cheerful smile on my face. "Emily, let's just go," Leo mumbled, tugging on her sleeve. He kept his head down, but Emily was determined to help him. Her expression darkened. "Since you're his roommate, could you please tell me what the others have been saying about him behind his back? Leo is so kind-hearted. He's an easy target for bullies." "Kind-hearted? Oh, he's very kind." I agreed, though sometimes being too kind was a problem in itself. "I also agree with this, but sometimes excessive kindness is a sin." "I wouldn't know about that," I said, feigning ignorance. "I think we all get along great in our dorm. I don't know why you'd think anyone was talking behind your back, little Leo, unless you did something you're ashamed of and someone found out." "You're lying," Leo finally snapped, his body trembling with rage. "Ethan Cole, this is all your fault. What are you pretending to be so innocent for?" After I finished that call, Leo finally couldn't take it anymore. His body was trembling with anger. "Tell me what's going on," Emily said, alarmed at his state. Emily panicked when she saw him like this. Chloe frowned and glanced at me. Seeing my calm, arrogant expression, she thought for a moment before pulling me behind her. Leo refused to say anything more, just tugged on Emily's arm, trying to get her to leave. I clicked my tongue. Now this was starting to feel like a proper villainous supporting role. "Your name is Ethan Cole, right? I'd like to have a word with you." Look at the female lead. Even in a situation like this, she could still manage a smile, even if it was a strained one. "You don't have to, Emily." "Sure," I said, stepping out from behind Chloe and nodding. I walked around Chloe and nodded. We all sat down at a quiet boba shop. I, completely unrepentant, sipped my drink like a contented cat. "Was it you?" Chloe whispered in my ear while the other two were ordering. "What?" I asked, my face a mask of innocence. She almost fell for it, but then she tapped me on the forehead. She'd had a bad feeling ever since I told her I was rooming with Leo. And sure enough, it hadn't even been a week, and I had already made him cry. I thought for a moment, then mumbled with a frown, "It's not my fault." Emily had Leo sit on the inside of the booth, then sat across from me. "Why are you targeting Leo?" she asked, her voice a little cold. I thought to myself, you think you're tough? You're nothing compared to the girl sitting next to me. I had a villain on my side. I had nothing to worry about. I wiped my mouth and grinned. "Because I feel like it." Emily's brow furrowed. Leo had just given her a brief rundown, and she was surprised to learn that I was the infamous bully Ethan Cole. "Let me mediate," she said, her voice gentle and persuasive. "You two have to be roommates for the next 3 years. Let's just let bygones be bygones. You don't have to be friends, but can you at least not fight?" "Okay." The last word was so soft it was almost a plea, unbelievably gentle. Chloe looked at Emily and took a deep breath. I remained completely unfazed by her words, even pushing my boba over to Chloe. "I can't finish this." Then I folded my hands on the table and said seriously, I accept your proposal. And one more thing, stay away from my girlfriend. The last part was directed at Leo, my voice laced with a threat. Emily seemed to sense a hidden meaning in my words, but she didn't press it. She just looked at me gratefully. Thank you for being so reasonable. I'm going back to the dorm to get some rest, I said, leaning over to kiss Chloe on the cheek. I leaned over and hugged Chloe and kissed her on the cheek. I wasn't, Leo added after I left. I wasn't trying to hit on his girlfriend. He's just making things up. Emily sighed. All right, that's enough. But you said you were going to stick up for me. You just let him get his way. What's so great about him? You don't even know. That's enough, Emily said, cutting him off. It's better for everyone to just compromise. Besides, you were the one who started it, weren't you? If he starts trouble for no reason, I won't let him get away with it. When Emily got back to the dorm, she saw Chloe in the bathroom. She leaned against the doorframe and said, that was pretty ugly back there. Your boyfriend's not mad, is he? What's he got to be mad about? He's never lost a fight in his life. Leo was no match for him, Chloe was sure of that. That's good. I was thinking of taking everyone out for drinks tonight. You should bring your boyfriend. I'll bring Leo, and you guys can bury the hatchet over a drink. Chloe frowned. No, he doesn't drink. After a pause, she added, and he doesn't like being around Leo Johnson. What's the real story here? Emily asked, her interest piqued. She had asked Leo for the details, and from what she could gather, there was no deep-seated grudge between them. Chloe shook her head. I don't really get it either. He just seems to have it out for him. He was probably in the wrong today. Could you apologize to Leo for me? I don't think I'll go tonight. You have to come, Emily said. She was good-natured and a good mediator. How about just the girls from our dorm go out? We don't have to invite any guys. Chloe didn't have much money, but she knew that socializing was a necessary part of making friends. Refusing now would seem rude, so she eventually agreed. When I heard she was going out for drinks, I straightened her collar. Don't drink too much. Okay, Leo's not going to be there, right? I asked suddenly. She burst out laughing. What is your problem with him? It's always Leo this, Leo that. I do not, I said, realizing I probably did sound a little obsessed. I realized that I was indeed a little too concerned about him, but I couldn't help it. He had the protagonist's halo. I had to be on my guard. No, just my roommates, she said, giving me a quick hug. You should go back now. Bring me back a bucket of popcorn when you come back, I said, hugging her back and secretly slipping $500 into her pocket. I hugged Chloe back and secretly stuffed 500 yuan into her pocket. She kissed my cheek. Okay, she had said no guys would be there. So when Chloe walked into the private room and saw Leo Johnson, her expression immediately soured. Emily quickly jumped in to explain. Leo didn't want to go back to the dorm, and he doesn't really have any friends here, so Chloe sullenly pulled out a chair. It's fine. The other roommates, oblivious to the drama, were just thrilled that Emily had brought a guy along. They were practically fawning over him. Leo was undeniably charming. Before the dinner was even halfway over, he had already charmed all of her roommates, and the table was filled with laughter. Chloe sat on the edge of the group, an outsider to the cheerful atmosphere. Towards the end of the meal, the group, bored, decided to play truth or dare. Chloe couldn't just get up and leave, so she had to play along. In the very first round, she was chosen. Amid the noise, she chose dare. The dare was to call her boyfriend, tell him she was breaking up with him, and see how he reacted. Chloe glared at the roommate who had suggested it. Seeing the mood turn sour, Emily quickly intervened. Come on, guys. They just got together. Let's not mess with them. Chloe simply picked up the bottle of wine on the table, poured herself a full glass, and downed it in one go. She wasn't taking any chances in the next round. Even though I had given her so much leeway, before she had ever been in love, she had heard that love was a passionate, all-consuming fire or a calm, steady stream. To her, love felt like walking on thin ice. She had been enjoying the calm, but she knew that beneath the placid surface, a storm was brewing. She had drunk too much too fast. By the time the party broke up, her head was spinning. The other girls were just as drunk. Leo stood beside her for a long moment before reaching out to steady her. They were all so drunk, and they had missed the dorm curfew. Emily booked 4 hotel rooms, and the group stumbled their way over. Emily couldn't handle all 7 of them by herself. She watched Leo help Chloe into a cab. You take care of her, she said. Go on ahead to the hotel. Just give them my name. Okay. Leo and Chloe sat together in the back seat. The alcohol seemed to have hit her hard. She looked uncomfortable, but the line of her tilted back neck was strikingly beautiful. The warmth of her body radiated from where their arms were touching. She was breathtakingly beautiful. She casually pushed her hair back from her fair forehead and looked at the man beside her with drowsy, drunken eyes. After a moment's hesitation, she called out his name uncertainly. "Leo Johnson?" "I'm here," he replied, his heart skipping a beat at the sound of her cool, beautiful voice. Her voice was cool and pleasant. Leo's heart skipped a beat when he heard it, and he quickly replied. Suddenly, her expression sharpened, a wave of hostility washing over her. "Driver, stop the car." The driver quickly pulled over, afraid she was going to be sick in his car. "What's wrong? Are you feeling sick?" She didn't answer, just got out of the car and started walking away. "Where are you going?" Leo grabbed her arm, but she yanked it free. "Chloe," he said angrily, "you're drunk. Emily booked a hotel. I'll take you there to rest." "I don't need you to." Her head was pounding. She stumbled down the street. The cab driver was yelling after them. Leo glanced back, paid the driver, and then ran after her. Chloe pulled out her phone. It was 10 o'clock. She had missed the dorm curfew. She wouldn't be able to bring Ethan his popcorn. "You just don't want to be around me, do you?" Leo finally seemed to realize, a look of disbelief on his face. Chloe stopped and turned to face him, her gaze intense. She nodded firmly. "Why? I've helped you so many times." She looked surprised, then pressed her fingers to her temple. "I'm sorry. I'm Ethan Cole's girlfriend, and he doesn't like you." Leo was speechless, his eyes wide. "That's the only reason?" "Yes, that's the only reason." People said Chloe was cold, unfeeling, and impossible to get through to. Leo had never been jealous of anyone in his life, but in that moment, he was incredibly jealous of me. Why? What had he done to deserve that kind of loyalty from her? Leo muttered behind her. "Are you crazy, Chloe Miller? After everything he did to you, you still like him?" Chloe froze. He continued, "You probably don't even really like him. I knew him before. He's a total player. You two will never have a happy ending." "We will," she said, her voice firm. "We'll have a happy ending. I told him this before, but you probably don't know. He's engaged to Jessica Vance." He didn't want to be the one to tell her, but he couldn't stand to see her being deceived. He took a deep breath, knowing it was wrong to talk behind someone's back, but he felt he had to. "I'm telling you this for your own good. He and Jessica have been engaged since middle school. Everyone in our social circle knows. He's just playing with you, really." The hostility in Chloe's eyes flared. She advanced on him, her gaze dark and intense. "Shut up. I'm not lying," he said, standing his ground. "Their families have already arranged it. As soon as Jessica gets back from studying abroad, they're getting married. My aunt is best friends with Jessica's mom. That's how I know." Chloe's fists clenched so tightly her knuckles cracked. Seeing that she hadn't moved, Leo reached out to take her arm. She narrowed her eyes and took a step back, her expression unreadable. "There are some things you don't need to remind me of," she said, her voice raspy. Chloe's voice was hoarse, and she curled her lips. Maybe it was the alcohol or maybe it was her competitive streak, but she heard herself say, "If he wants to be mine, then he can only be mine. Jessica Vance, Emily Shin, it doesn't matter. Ethan Cole came after me first." She glanced around, but didn't see me anywhere. She shook her head and started walking down the street, with no destination in mind, not knowing who she was waiting for. Leo called her name from behind, but she didn't turn back. He trailed after her like a shadow, which for some reason reminded her of me. She sighed. She was definitely losing her mind, because in the next second, she saw me, dressed in my pajamas, getting out of a taxi, staring at her with an expression of utter disbelief. In that moment, Chloe felt her heart swell. "You were late, but I still came. I had just fallen asleep when the system's alarm blared in my head. The plot had deviated. The male lead and the target had met. I was stunned. Chloe had learned to lie to me? When had they gotten together? This couldn't be happening. I climbed out the second-floor bathroom window, didn't even bother to change out of my pajamas, and took a cab straight to the location the system provided. On the way there, my mind raced, imagining all the ways the male lead could win her over, how they would fall in love, and how she would go back to loving him just like in the original story. But from the looks of it, Leo was still the one doing the chasing. That idiot. I rolled up my sleeves, ready to charge over there and teach him a lesson. But as I passed Chloe, she wrapped her arms around my waist, stopping me. She sounded happy, almost cheerful. "What are you doing? Is he bothering you?" I demanded, my anger rising. "What did he say to you?" I asked angrily. Seeing my fury, Leo took a startled step back. "Nothing," she said, resting her head on my shoulder. You're just in time. I'm so tired. Take me home, okay? I glared at Leo. She hugged me tighter. I buried my face in her hair, inhaling her scent, then noticed her shirt had slipped off her shoulder. I pulled it back up, frowning in disapproval. I looked at her, her eyes hazy with drunkenness, glistening and beautiful. I swallowed hard, my heart pounding. Let's go, she said, taking my hand, her fingers lacing with mine. Chloe reached out and interlocked her fingers with mine, her knuckles tightening. Couldn't let it go. I stopped and turned back to Leo, my voice dangerously low. I told you to stay away from her. You didn't listen, so don't blame me for what happens next. My threat actually made him laugh. We were like oil and water. Why should he listen to me? Chloe was ungrateful, and now even a lowlife like me was walking all over him. But Leo wasn't the same scared kid I used to bully. Are you afraid I'm going to steal her from you? He shot back. Bullshit. I spun around, ready to fight. Then why won't you let me get close to her? He asked sarcastically. You know you're not good enough for her, don't you? Was this something a protagonist was supposed to say? Openly trying to steal my girlfriend? What happened? Did he not want Emily anymore? Oh right, when I first saw the original story, I thought the male lead was a total player, always wanting what he couldn't have. I was about to argue with him when he continued, if you think you're not good enough, then you should try to be better, instead of acting like this. Chloe isn't your property. It was like listening to a bad joke. Do you even know how relationships work? I shot him a sideways glance, crossed my arms, and pulled away from Chloe. Don't try to twist things. I never said she was my property. But she is my girlfriend, and I have a say in who she hangs out with. Do you even like her? I leaned in closer, my voice light and teasing. You don't. You've been the golden boy your whole life. Perfect grades, sweet talker, kind heart. You've never been rejected. And now Chloe ignores you and likes me instead. You're jealous, aren't you? Why would I be jealous of you? Because you think you're so much better than me, but she chose me anyway. I said lightly. Chloe, standing behind me, remained impassive, her face a blank mask. I was about to say something else when I saw Emily standing not far away. She must have just gotten out of a cab. I had no idea how long she'd been there. I swallowed hard and immediately backed down. In my experience, when the male and female leads show up together, their protagonist halos get a massive boost, enough to completely change the course of events. And even though this female lead hadn't realized her feelings yet, she would still instinctively protect Leo. I backed away, bumping into Chloe, and avoided their gaze. Let's go, I said. I could hear Leo shouting behind us. I rolled my eyes. He was so annoying, I muttered, then looked up at Chloe and said with wide, innocent eyes, what if he tells her a bunch of bad things about me and she comes after me? She wouldn't dare, Chloe said, her voice low. Chloe lowered her voice. Seeing my surprised expression, she narrowed her eyes and explained, Emily isn't unreasonable. She wouldn't do that. While everyone else was acting out of character, only Chloe's darkness score remained, fluctuating around 80. This was a woman determined to be a villain. I didn't know Leo was going to be there, she said softly. Chloe said softly. I snapped out of my thoughts. What? But I've discovered that you're really interesting, she said, leaning in, her eyes searching mine. How did you know I was here? Before I could answer, she said, let me see your arm. Her sudden question had thrown me for a loop, and my mind was racing for an excuse. It was my own fault for being so impatient, so desperate to keep her away from the male lead that I'd made such a stupid mistake. She grabbed my arm and stared at it for a long moment. You went out dressed like this? Where did you climb down from? You're filthy. She touched a spot lightly, and I winced in pain. When I had climbed down from the second floor, I had fallen and scraped my elbow on a brick. I would have completely forgotten about it if she hadn't pointed it out. Ow! Serves you right for being so reckless, she said, but her fingers gently cleaned the dirt from the scrape. Chloe said this, her fingers wiped the dust from the side, and she stared at the wound for a long time. Ethan, she said, the moment I saw you, I suddenly understood what it means to feel at ease. You'll always be there for me, won't you? If I had known what was coming, I would never have made that promise to her. Since we couldn't get back into the dorms, I took her to a motel near campus. The front desk clerk took one look at us, 2 college kids, a guy and a girl, and just gave us a room with a double bed. That night, I lay on the very edge of the bed, staring at the ceiling. The girl beside me was fast asleep. I turned to look at her. Her usually cold features were soft in sleep, her long eyelashes resting on her cheeks. Her brow was furrowed, as if she were having a bad dream. I reached out and smoothed the crease between her brows. Before I could pull my hand back, her eyes fluttered open, and our gazes met. She reached out and pulled me into a hug. I could hear her heart pounding as she whispered, "I had a nightmare." She took a deep breath, and the scent of me seemed to ground her. "Go to sleep," she murmured. "It's late." My face was burning, but thankfully, the darkness hid my blush. Hearing my breathing even out, she suddenly opened her eyes. She looked up at the boy in her arms and held him tighter. She hadn't dared to tell me, but she had dreamed of me, cornered in that alley by the thugs. In the hazy dream, there was a knife in my chest. I had slowly knelt before her, clutching at her leg, my voice twisted with pain as I begged, "Save me." The her in the dream had seemed completely indifferent, inhumanly cold. She had knelt, patting my pale face with a white-gloved hand. "Scum like you are a waste of resources," she had said softly. "If you have to blame someone, blame yourself for messing with people you shouldn't have. Now, in your next life, try not to run into me." Those words had made her heart almost stop, jolting her awake. She had always considered herself cold and detached. After everything that had happened with the Miller family, she had told herself since she was a child that she would get her revenge, by any means necessary, and make them pay for every humiliation. If Ethan knew about her past, he would surely despise her. She pulled her hand away from my waist. The room was cold from the air conditioning. She tucked the blanket around my waist and watched me for a long time. If there was a God watching over her, his name must be Ethan Cole, she thought. After the alcohol wore off, she couldn't get back to sleep. The reason was simple. I was a terrible sleeper. I rolled all over the bed, ending up with my head in her lap, my face nuzzling against her. She didn't dare move, afraid of waking me, so she sat there, stiff and unmoving all night. The moment I woke up, I was unceremoniously dumped back onto the bed, my head spinning. Chloe retreated to the bathroom in a fluster and didn't come out for a long time. "We should get back to campus," she said, tugging at her clothes. She frowned. "Do you know you drool in your sleep?" I had been feeling a little hopeful, thinking we were finally starting to feel like a real couple, but her words completely killed the mood. I sulked the whole way back. She pretended not to notice. And, of course, we ran right into Leo and Emily. It was just my luck. Fate always had a way of messing with me. "Ethan Cole, wait up." Chloe was about to ignore them, but Emily, who was walking behind her, called out. She frowned, stopped, and took my hand. I didn't think much of it, but my expression soured. "What do you want?" "I'd like to talk to you alone. Do you have a minute?" I hesitated for only a second before smiling and nodding. "Sure." Emily mysteriously suggested we meet at the campus boba shop. When I saw Chloe's expression darken, I wanted to tell her it was no big deal, but it was already too late. "Leo told me everything that happened yesterday," Emily said, handing me a boba tea. Her smile was gentle. I rested my chin in my hand and raised an eyebrow. "And? Are you here to lecture me on his behalf?" "What are you talking about?" she said, looking surprised. "I just think there must be some misunderstanding between you and Leo." "There isn't," I said. I knew what she was trying to do, play peacemaker, but it was pointless. As soon as these words came out, I knew what Emily was thinking. She was trying to persuade us to make peace, but it was unnecessary. I didn't belong in this world. The only person who mattered was my target. I didn't have to care about anyone else. Emily frowned. "Leo has no intention of stealing your girlfriend. Is that so?" I asked lightly. "Did he also tell you what I was like in high school?" Emily fell silent. I answered my own question. "I'm arrogant, domineering, and completely unreasonable. To put it bluntly, I just hate him hanging around my girlfriend. I am targeting him. What are you going to do about it?" After I finished my little speech, I silently gave myself a pat on the back. I had really nailed the vicious supporting character role. All right, I said, tapping the table. "My girlfriend is waiting for me. If you ever come to me about Leo again, don't even bother talking to me. It's annoying." Emily had been the center of attention her whole life. This was the first time a guy had ever been so dismissive of her. She sat there and watched as I pulled Chloe into my arms, the impatient, arrogant guy from a moment ago completely gone, replaced by someone whose entire world seemed to be the person in his arms. Her fingers traced the rim of her cup, a faint smile on her lips. Before Chloe could even ask, I started complaining. "That Emily from your dorm is so annoying. What did she want? What do you think?" She was trying to play peacemaker for Leo. Chloe glanced through the window and asked quietly, "And what did you say?" "I hate him," I said. "Even if God himself came down and told me to like him, I'd still hate him." I hate how he acts like he's some kind of savior, when really he's just a player who pretends to be innocent. See? You're so much better off now that you're away from him. I thought about it and gave her arm a little shake. Orientation week flew by, and on the last day, everyone gathered for a big party. All the guys and girls were trying their best to stand out and make an impression. You know that joke? The one that says if you play your cards right on the last night of orientation, you get first pick of the freshman dating pool. I found an empty spot and slipped in next to Chloe, taking her hand in mine and smiling up at her. The girls around us all oohed and awed teasingly. She squeezed my hand, glanced at me, and smiled without saying anything. She used to hate being the center of attention, always feeling like people were staring at her strangely. But in that moment, she was enjoying it. I took off my jacket, revealing the short-sleeved shirt I was wearing underneath. There was a really hot guy dancing in the center, and as the energy of the crowd grew, I got caught up in it and let out a whistle. Chloe only glanced at the dance floor for a second before her gaze returned to me, and she didn't look away. The guy behind me secretly passed something over. Chloe hesitated for a second, then saw it was 2 bottles of beer. The night air was cool. I smiled and thanked him, then patted her on the shoulder, neatly popping the cap off one of the bottles. I leaned in and whispered in her ear, "Here's to our hard-won love. Cheers." "What hard-won? You wouldn't understand." I took a long swig. When I first found out my S-rank target was a psycho, I was worried sick every day. Who wouldn't be scared of that cold, unfeeling expression she always wore, the one that looked like she could snap and kill you at any moment? Luckily, I had figured out her weakness. People with her kind of issues are usually just starved for affection. She had no one to rely on, so I would become her rock. I would turn this villain into a good, upstanding person. The more I thought about it, the happier I got, and I downed the rest of the beer in one go. After I finished, the world started to spin, and my head felt fuzzy. Chloe noticed something was wrong. She glanced back at the guy who had given us the beer. He was scratching his head. "I was just about to warn you," he said. "That stuff is strong. It's called Devil's Brew. I just bought it and wanted you guys to try it. Seeing how fast your boyfriend drank it, is he okay?" By then, I had already gone quiet. I was staring intently at the main stage, my eyes downcast, not saying a word. The music suddenly switched to a fast-paced dance track, and the crowd went wild. The restless energy of the young crowd instantly transformed the field into a massive dance party. Chloe looked away for just a second, and in that time, I had slipped away from her side. I had already made my way to the center of the crowd. I crushed the beer bottle in my hand, lifted my shirt with my teeth, and started dancing to the beat. Before anyone could get a good look, Chloe had already rushed in, pulled my shirt down, and was dragging me away. I was hopeless. She was so mad. She heard me start to whine beside her. "Why'd you stop me? That was my stage. You were making a fool of yourself. Didn't I look good?" I frowned. I used to be a top celebrity, you know? I suddenly remembered something. Fighting through the drunkenness, I leaned in close, cupped her face in my hands, and stared at her for a long moment before planting a kiss on her cheek. "Thank you. Why are you suddenly thanking me? For giving me a chance to finish." Chloe could clearly see my lips moving, but the words were muffled, as if they had been censored in a movie. "What did you say?" I said. Suddenly, a spasm racked my body, a jolt of intense pain that made my legs give out, and I collapsed to my knees. Chloe watched in shock as my head hit the ground. "What are you doing?" "I don't drink. I know I have a problem with talking nonsense when I'm drunk." The system's protection mechanism had just kicked in, sending a jolt of high-voltage electricity through me that instantly sobered me up. When I came to, I was on the ground, with Chloe squatting in front of me, an intriguing expression on her face. I forced a smile. "I'm just so grateful you're my girlfriend. I didn't know how else to express my excitement, so I bowed to you. Are you satisfied with this display of gratitude?" "Get up," she said, a hint of amusement in her voice. She knew I was talking nonsense and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Did you scrape your knee?" She had been startled when I suddenly collapsed. Seeing me struggle to my feet, she instinctively knelt and lifted my pant leg. In the dim streetlight, she could see the scrape was already red and raw. "Does it hurt?" I hadn't really felt it. The pain from the system's corrections was much worse. But no one had ever asked me if I was in pain before. I was suddenly touched. I hugged her, my hand brushing against her leg. Her eyes darkened, and her voice was husky when she spoke. "What do you think you're doing?" "I'm touching my girlfriend. You got a problem with that?" I asked, tilting my head. She just scoffed and didn't answer. For a fleeting moment, I actually thought I could spend the rest of my life with her. This S-rank target was the most realistic one I'd ever encountered. That day, I had asked the system what the most common reason was for hosts failing S-rank missions. The assistant had replied, falling in love with the target. Hand in hand, we walked back to her dorm. Wait here a second, she said. Chloe touched her pocket. I watched, surprised, as she ran over to a vending machine and bought a can of cold soda. She seemed a little awkward as she handed it to me. If your knee swells up, you can use this to ice it. It'll help with the bruising. Her words reminded me of what I had seen of her life in the system's archives. Her very existence had been an obstacle. As a child, she had longed for a father, for a real home, but all she had ever gotten were beatings. Small and weak, all she could do was shield her mother with her own body, taking the blows until she was covered in bruises and welts. Her mother would then get some ice and, with tears streaming down her face, try to bring down the swelling. Get some sleep, I said, waving. I waved my hand. Good night. Dream of me. I gave her a quick hug and turned to leave. With her hands in her pockets, she stood downstairs and watched me go. I felt like if I lived like this for too long, I would start to lose myself. If the system hadn't reminded me that a new chapter was about to begin, I would have been content to spend my days just messing around with her. I got the message late at night and immediately sat up in bed. I counted on my fingers, and my expression changed. My phone suddenly rang. I quickly answered and heard Chloe's heavy voice on the other end. Ethan, I have to go home tomorrow. I don't know when I'll be back. You be good at school, okay? Can you tell me what happened? I calculated the date. It was time. In the original story, after she killed me, her darkness score had hit 100%. That's why when I ran into Leo again, I had tried so hard to set things up, so that even if I couldn't be the good guy, I could at least be a worthy opponent for him. And this was the catalyst. She sounded like she was running downstairs, her breath unsteady. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. It's nothing serious. I want to know. I scrambled out of bed, pulling on my clothes. You're downstairs, right? Wait for me just for a minute, okay? Just a little while. There was a long silence on her end. I took a deep breath. I want to see you. Right now. Okay. I climbed out the window once before, so I knew the drill. Chloe must have guessed I'd try something like this, because she was already waiting for me downstairs. When she saw me shakily grabbing the drain pipe, she quickly called out, "Don't come down! Didn't you say you wanted to see me? So take a good look now, and then go back to sleep." It was hard for her to say the words. She had just gotten a call from a neighbor saying her mother had collapsed in the hallway. The neighbor had found her when they got home late, and she'd already been taken to the hospital. Tests showed a tumor in her brain. They wouldn't know if it was benign or malignant until the specialist came in tomorrow. In that moment, her heart ached so much it felt like it was twisting in her chest. She wished she could fly to her mother's side. She forced herself to calm down, blinking back useless tears. She called me to keep me from making a fuss when she didn't show up for breakfast the next morning. I'm not listening. With my legs dangling over the windowsill, I gritted my teeth and jumped. The second floor wasn't that high, but at the angle I was jumping, I was headed for a faceplant. Chloe had already had enough shocks for one day. Seeing my reckless jump, she rushed forward with her arms outstretched. My full weight crashed into her, and we both let out a grunt of pain. My forehead slammed into her shoulder, making her cry out in pain, and the impact sent tears to my own eyes. Are you crazy? Chloe ordered me to stand up straight, her face a mask of fury. What if I hadn't caught you? What were you thinking? Don't you know how dangerous that was? I was just worried about you. Stop yelling at me, I whined, grabbing her hand. Didn't you say you had to go home? So late. Did something happen with your family? I'm coming with you. Seeing me wincing in pain but still so anxious about her, Chloe suddenly calmed down. Don't worry. Her chest felt tight. She glanced up at the second-story window. You can't get back in now that you've jumped. My mom's in the hospital. If you want to come, then come. I'll bring you back in the morning. Your mom's in the hospital? What's wrong? Is it serious? Even though I already knew, I had to pretend I was just hearing it for the first time. Chloe squeezed my hand. If the old me had shown this much concern for someone, she would have thought I'd lost my mind. But now she thought it almost felt normal. I don't know yet. I have to go see her. Then let's go. Now. Chloe felt useless. She'd felt that way since she was a little girl. Don't panic. Your mom is a good person. I'm sure she'll be okay. Seeing how upset she was, I cupped her face and rested it on my shoulder. Your eyes are all red. Why don't you try to get some sleep? I already got some sleep back at the dorm. I'm not tired. I'll wake you up when we get to the hospital. I stumbled over my words. I'd never realized how painful it was to know what was coming. There was no hope to be had. There was no such thing as good people getting good luck. There was only cruel fate. My voice caught in my throat. She held my hand helplessly, her whole body trembling. I thought back to when I'd encouraged her to go into medicine. Part of it was for her, to give her a better life, to create some hope where there was none. She was a genius. Maybe she could find a way to turn things around. But life and death are fickle, and fate doesn't seem to spare anyone. Chloe didn't sleep. Countless memories flashed through her mind. I listened to the system's alerts in my head. Her darkness score was skyrocketing. I turned and pulled her into my arms, smiling. Hey, girlfriend, this doesn't count as puppy love anymore, does it? Her darkness score stalled, stopping at 90. So if your mom sees me, can I tell her I'm your boyfriend? I tilted my head. That would count as officially meeting the parents, right? My words completely broke her train of thought. I don't know what she was thinking, but her darkness score slowly began to drop. I rested my head in her lap. Pet my head. Are you a dog or something? She said, but her fingers were already running through my hair. I heard that having your head stroked can make you feel better. I looked up at her. Are you feeling any better? You spend too much time on TikTok. Chloe looked away, her eyes cold. Her fingers idly stroked my hair, and I half closed my eyes. The plot was halfway through, and it was the most difficult part. I didn't know what my own path would be, but I had to use what I knew was coming to pave the way for her. Sigh. I really am a top-notch villain-saving angel. As soon as we got to the hospital, Chloe rushed to the room. I turned to the neighbor, a kind-looking woman in her 50s. Ma'am, hello? I just asked the doctor. Was it you who helped cover the medical expenses? I pulled out my wallet. How much was it? I'll pay you back for Chloe. 600, the woman said, not hesitating. She looked at me curiously. Are you the boy from downstairs? A relative of the family? Ah, yes. I nodded, then shook my head. Well, no. I live downstairs, but I'm Chloe's boyfriend. I guess that makes me family. The words came out easily as I counted out $600 from my wallet and handed it to her. If Chloe asks about the medical bills, please don't tell her I paid you back. Could you just tell her you didn't want the money? I'm worried it would make her feel uncomfortable. The neighbor thought for a moment, then smiled. You're a good kid. That Chloe has had such a hard life. Having you is a blessing for her. I went and paid for Evelyn's recent medical and hospital bills myself. I stood in front of the hospital room door, wanting to go in, but every time I reached for the handle, I pulled my hand back. It didn't feel like the right time. I was afraid of what I might see, afraid Evelyn's condition was terrible, and that seeing her would only make Chloe feel worse. I was torn. After pacing for what felt like the 10th time, I frowned and pulled out my phone to call Dr. Sarah Wells. She was the Cole family's private doctor and had been a good friend of my biological mother. She had connections at all the major hospitals. Even though I knew how this was supposed to end, I wanted to do something, anything, even if it was useless. I had to at least try. I didn't want to have any regrets. I couldn't tell if I was doing it to win her over, or if I just genuinely wanted to help this poor, tragic girl. The phone rang for a long time. I knew it was late to be calling, but this was an emergency. Sarah, woken by the call, wasn't grumpy at all. She just asked patiently, Ethan, what's wrong? Aunt Sarah, I said after a moment's thought, do you know any good neurosurgeons at Riverwood Central? Her sleepiness vanished instantly. Neurosurgery? Did you get into a fight and hit your head? Or did you smash someone else's? I was speechless. No, it's not that. Are you at the hospital now? Wait for me. I'm on my way. No, Aunt Sarah, I wasn't in a fight. It's just, don't say another word. Wait for me. I stared at the disconnected call, the corner of my mouth twitching. My Aunt Sarah was great, but she was a whirlwind of action, not exactly the picture of a calm, meticulous doctor. I sat on a bench in the deserted hospital corridor. The air conditioning was blasting, and even though I don't believe in ghosts, the place gave me the creeps. The door creaked open, and I turned to see Chloe, her face drawn and pale. How's your mom? I jumped to my feet, trying to peek inside the room. She pressed her lips together, saying nothing, and pulled a handful of crumpled bills from her pocket. I scratched my head and lowered my voice. I have to tell you something. Please don't be mad. She slowly looked up, her eyes cold. She had always been insecure, and seeing my hesitation, she immediately jumped to a conclusion. It's okay, she said, her voice flat. Whatever you decide, I won't blame you. I just saw the scans and the report. The prognosis isn't good. You've seen what my life is like. I'm already at rock bottom. If something happens to my mom, To be honest, I don't think I can take it. She trailed off. If you want to leave, just go. I was stunned for a second, then realized what she was thinking and pulled her into a hug. She was clearly exhausted. The same woman who had caught me when I jumped from a second-story window was now so unsteady she had to lean against the wall for support. She stared blankly into space. I'm not leaving. What I was trying to say was, I went ahead and paid the medical bills. I was afraid you'd be mad, so I didn't know how to tell you. Chloe froze. I held her tighter. I'm not leaving you. Don't worry. This isn't insurmountable. Life is full of challenges, right? We're stronger together. We'll get through this. Chloe wanted to cry. She hadn't cried when she was being beaten, no matter how much it hurt. But now, her hands trembling, she clung to my shoulders. I'm so tired, Ethan Cole. Tell me, what did I do in a past life to deserve this? Why is it always like this? All I want is so simple. I just want to live. I want to have a good life. What did I do wrong? Why is this happening to me? She looked so utterly devastated, her voice trembling with grief. I patted her back gently, trying to make her more comfortable. Don't cry. Please don't cry. I'm not good at this. I felt her shoulders shake as her tears soaked through my shirt. Her sobs were suppressed and silent, which was even more heartbreaking than if she had just let it all out. Sarah Wells arrived to this scene. She stood there for a long moment, arms crossed, a frown on her face. She recognized the girl. She had made an impression. How did they end up in an embrace? Had he really given the girl a concussion? Chloe didn't move for a long time. My arm was getting sore, and just as I was about to lower it, I heard a soft cough. I turned and met Sarah's amused gaze, and my face flushed. Chloe looked over too. Recognizing that this doctor was close to me, she took a couple of steps back. I moved to stand beside her and waved to Sarah. Aunt Sarah, I'd like you to meet my girlfriend. Sarah raised an eyebrow. He really had knocked some sense into himself. So, here's the thing, Aunt Sarah, I said, approaching her with a pleading look. I went over, looking at her with a flattering face. She had known me since I was a kid, so my attitude softened. What is it? Why were you asking me for a neurosurgeon? I sent Chloe to get the diagnostic reports and CT scans, then sat down with Sarah on the bench. My girlfriend's mother, she has a brain tumor. I was wondering if you knew any top specialists you could help us get in touch with. I lowered my voice and leaned in close. Her family situation is complicated. It's a single-parent home. Her mom is all she has. Since when do you do good deeds? Sarah asked, half joking. My face stiffened. Sarah didn't seem to notice. It seemed falling in love had changed him for the better. That was good. Before, she had to worry every day that he'd get into some trouble, bully someone, and end up getting his own head bashed in. Chloe brought back the files, and Sarah's brow furrowed as she looked them over. She fell silent, and the atmosphere in the hallway grew heavy. Chloe's fists were clenched, and I swallowed hard. In the original story, Chloe's mother did die. But I wondered, if I used all my connections to find her the best doctor, could I change that? Just like how I, who was supposed to be dead, was still standing here. Let's talk tomorrow. It's late, Sarah said, rolling up the files. She stood up, her expression serious. I'll do what I can. She glanced at Chloe, her expression unreadable, but said nothing. The moment I heard she would help, I was overcome with gratitude and broke into a smile. You're the best, Aunt Sarah. You're only this sweet when you want something from me, she said, but she had already agreed. I have a friend who's a neurosurgery specialist at Johns Hopkins. I'll contact him and see what he says, but I can't promise anything. This tumor has been there for a long time. It's at least mid-stage cancer by now. The risks are very high. We can discuss the specifics later. I spent the night with Chloe, huddled together on that narrow bench. Her eyes were bloodshot from lack of sleep, and I was so tired I could barely walk straight. I'll take you back to campus, she said, patting my cheek. She glanced at her phone. You should go back and get some sleep. I forced my eyes open and shook my head. I'll go get breakfast. What do you want? Seeing me like this, her heart ached. I'm not hungry. Aunt Sarah might come today. I can't leave. I rubbed my eyes. Don't worry. Aunt Sarah was my mom's best friend. She's always looked out for me. If she says she'll help, she'll do everything she can. I reached out and tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. You wait here for me. I'll be right back, okay? She stared into my eyes for a long moment before answering, her voice hoarse. Okay, I smiled. Honestly, after hearing the news about her mother, Chloe had felt like her world was collapsing. She was in a complete panic but trying not to show it. But I could see it. I stayed by her side like a knight, a constant presence that seemed to soothe her aching heart. Chloe wrung her hands. What had she ever done to deserve this? She hated her own powerlessness. I was so tired I couldn't stop yawning. The soup and bread I was eating tasted like cardboard. The doctors started their rounds at 9, and the nurses came and went. The doctor took Evelyn for another round of tests. She looked so frail. Years of hardship had worn the once gentle woman down to almost nothing. After a consultation, the doctor was blunt. I recommend you transfer her to another hospital. The surgery is too risky, and we don't have the specialists for it here. Chloe kept her head down, silent. Which hospital is the best? I knew this time period was less advanced than others I'd been to. A lot of the technology was still primitive. Chicago. They have the best doctors there. At the mention of the city, Chloe's shoulders tensed. I pressed my lips together and didn't ask any more questions. Think it over. I can help you get in touch with a professor in Chicago. The doctor adjusted his glasses. But it will require a craniotomy and chemotherapy. The cost. Don't worry about the cost, I cut in. Please, just help us get in touch with them. I responded in one breath. Chloe took a deep breath, her head bowed, lost in thought. But I knew. She didn't want to go back to Chicago. That's where she and her mother had fled from, to get away from the Miller family. If they went back now, the original plot would start to unfold, the very plot I was trying to avoid. In the original story, because of this, Chloe had knelt at the gates of the Miller estate, enduring endless humiliation. In the end, Richard Miller had a supposed change of heart, gave her a sum of money for her mother's treatment, and told her his debt to them was paid. But her mother died on the operating table. Chloe had directed all her rage at the Miller family. She got close to their only son and had him killed, then drove her stepmother insane. Richard Miller was a selfish man. He loved himself above all else, and his greatest fear was having no one to carry on his name. I replayed the whole sequence in my head. Couldn't risk it. What if, after all my efforts, I still couldn't save her mother? Would all of Chloe's rage be directed at me? What if we don't go to Chicago? I'll ask Aunt Sarah. I called her again. Sarah picked up right away. Before I could even speak, she said, I asked. The surgery is possible, but the equipment here in Riverwood isn't advanced enough. You have to go to Chicago. Chloe, standing right next to me, heard everything. She crushed the empty soup container in her hand. We're going, she said, her voice firm. We have to go. It's time to settle the score with the Miller family. I was speechless. Sarah had already arranged everything. There was just one problem. I needed my father's approval. I couldn't just act on my own impulses. After a long silence, I just said, okay. I didn't dare tell Chloe what I was planning. I just made an excuse. I need to use the restroom. She didn't say anything. Evelyn had actually been awake the whole time. After she saw me leave, she opened her eyes and called out softly, Chloe, Mom. Chloe immediately hid the calculating look in her eyes and turned to her mother with a worried expression. Don't worry. It's nothing serious. We're just going to Chicago for a bit. We'll be back soon. Don't lie to me. I heard everything, Evelyn said with a weak smile. Even though time had etched countless lines on her face, it had never managed to diminish her beauty. Sit down. I have something to tell you. Chloe pressed her lips together and sat down beside her, tucking the blanket around her. Evelyn took her hand, her gaze lingering on her daughter's face. My little girl is all grown up, so beautiful. Not yet. You have to get better. You have to be there to see me get married and have kids. I'm not grown up yet. I just had a dream, Evelyn said, a tear rolling down her cheek. I dreamed you were a little girl again. You were always different from the other children. You never cried or made a fuss. You would just smile whenever you saw me. I thought then that having you in my life made everything worth it. That young man, he's helped us a lot, hasn't he? Evelyn said, I like him. We're not ungrateful people. He's been good to you. You have to remember that. You have to repay his kindness and be good to him. I know. I have no regrets in my life, Evelyn said with a sigh. It's been enough. This illness, it's going to cost a lot of money. We can't be a burden on that young man. I don't want the treatment. I probably only have a few months left. I can use that time to save a little more money for you, so his family won't look down on you when you get married. Don't talk nonsense. Chloe's voice was choked with emotion. I have a plan. I'll pay him back every penny. Trust me. We're going to Chicago. You just focus on getting better. I'll handle everything else. Don't go to your father, Evelyn said, knowing her daughter's intentions. Your father and it was all my own doing. He's happy now. That's good. Chloe said nothing. She didn't find her mother's words comforting at all. They only fueled her hatred, making her wish she could send them all to hell. I was picking at the peeling paint on the hospital wall. My father was surprised to get my call. How could he not care about his own son? But his voice was cold when he spoke. What is it? Do you need money? When you're done messing around out there, you get yourself back home. I'm not coming back. But I have something to tell you. I'm about to take a huge risk, and there are some things you have a right to know. I'm going to show you a good show. What are you talking about? In return, I need you to save Chloe's mother. I'm begging you. What nonsense is this? You want me to save some random person? Are you insane? Or am I? My father hated my rebellious streak. He had laid out the perfect path for me, and I had thrown it all away to run around with some girl from the wrong side of the tracks. You'll agree. Don't even think about it. My voice was perfectly calm as I said, enunciating each word. I said, you will agree. After I made the call, I sent a text to Vivian, asking her to meet me at the Grandview Club. When I got back, I saw Chloe talking with her mother in the room. I was about to leave when Evelyn called out to me. Young man, come here. I felt a little awkward. This was basically my first time officially meeting my future mother-in-law. I was a little excited. Evelyn patted Chloe's hand. Did you remember everything I told you? Chloe nodded solemnly. Evelyn smiled at me. It's so good that you two are together. Don't worry. My Chloe will be good to you. You're going to be fine, ma'am, I said, waving my hands. Everyone goes through hard times. I'll do what I can to help. You just focus on getting better. I just came in to tell Chloe I have to leave for a little while. Aunt Sarah has already made all the arrangements. She knows who you are. Just do what she says. Call me if you need anything. Goodbye, ma'am. I gave her a little wave and walked out awkwardly. I only breathed a sigh of relief once I was out the door, my casual expression gone. The plot was going to unfold one way or another. Giving it a little push couldn't hurt. Host, you need to calm down. The system, sensing my intentions, immediately interjected. This is no joke. I am perfectly calm, I replied. I know the consequences better than you do. I'm moving the timeline up. As a mission agent, deliberately manipulating the plot was a major taboo. By deciding to do this, I had already prepared myself for the punishment. Vivian was thrilled to get my message and canceled her plans with friends to meet me. Her feelings for her little brother were simple, purely twisted. I must have sensed it early on, because I had always deliberately avoided being alone with her. I bought a new camcorder, went to the club early, and hid it behind a vase in the private room. Then I sat down at the perfect angle and waited. Vivian smiled the moment she saw me. Ethan, it's so rare for you to ask me out. I've run into some trouble, I said, looking distressed. My girlfriend's mother is sick. The smile vanished from Vivian's face. I kept my expression serious. Can you help me? Dad's cut me off. I need money. That puts me in a difficult position, Vivian said. You should apologize to Dad. He's been so worried about you. Vivian, you have a crush on me, don't you? My sudden question caught her off guard. A smile played on her lips. Of course I do. You're my little brother. Stop pretending. What kind of sister feels that way about her brother? Don't think I don't know you've stolen pictures of me, I said, my voice dripping with sarcasm. You're disgusting. Her expression twisted, but she remained silent. So, are you going to help me or not? What else do you know? She asked, looking up at me. I laughed. I also know you're a bastard. How could the Cole family produce someone as disgusting as you? That struck a nerve. She lunged at me as if she wanted to strangle me, but just as quickly, she calmed down. So what? Your father thinks I'm his daughter, so I am. I'm asking you, are you going to help me or not? I tapped my fingers on the table, my expression cold. Vivian snorted. Why would I help you save some tramp? I wish they were all dead. Then we have nothing more to talk about, I said, standing up to leave. I immediately stood up and walked out. Ethan Cole, you'd better watch yourself. People who talk too much are so annoying. Vivian had no idea how I knew all this, and for a moment, she was genuinely panicked. I paused beside her, then turned, pinning her against the wall with my arm. I lifted her chin and kissed her. Her eyes flew open, her body rigid. I ran a hand through her hair. How could I talk too much? A beautiful girl like you, who wouldn't be interested? If you won't help, fine. I put one hand in my pocket and smiled. It was all just an act. Vivian was completely stunned by my performance. She was just a sheltered girl, after all. How could she possibly compete with an old pro like me? I waited in the next room for a long time. As soon as Vivian left, I retrieved the camcorder, burned the footage onto a disc, and went straight to my father's office. My father's hands were shaking by the time he finished watching the video. I took out the small plastic bag containing the hair I had pulled from Vivian's head and placed it slowly on his desk. To prove she's not your biological daughter. I pulled it from her head myself. You can have a DNA test done. If you still don't believe me, you can get a sample yourself. Dad, I said, crossing my arms with a smile, are you satisfied with the show? My father smashed his computer monitor with a single punch. He looked at me, his son who he barely recognized anymore, his eyes cold. This is your good show? You would go this far for that girl? Are you even Ethan Cole anymore? I remained calm. I thought it was pretty entertaining. You should be thanking me. Otherwise, who knows how long you would have gone on being a cuckold. And besides, there's nothing wrong with Chloe. I paused after I said that. If you don't help, that's fine. On behalf of my mother, I'll just wish you a future with no heirs. Didn't you get a vasectomy years ago to prove your loyalty? You only have me to rely on now. Patted my chest. And if something were to happen to me, well, Dad, you wouldn't have any biological children left at all. Every word was a dull, aching blow to my father. He pointed a trembling finger at me. Are you threatening me? Isn't it obvious enough? Do you need me to spell it out for you? Get out, get out. My father swept everything off his desk, sending a cascade of papers and objects crashing to the floor at my feet. I picked up a file, glanced at it, and placed it back on his desk with a smile. Don't worry, I'm leaving. Goodbye, Dad. I walked out and called Sarah. Aunt Sarah, I said calmly. I spoke with my father. He's agreed. You can start the transfer procedures. With that, I quickly hung up. My strength completely gave out. I collapsed to the floor with a thud, my head hitting the hard ground. The pain in my chest was unbearable. I couldn't hold on any longer. The pain had been building ever since I started to interfere with the plot. Luckily, I had done what I needed to do. Now I could finally rest. Sarah arranged a private medical flight for Chloe and her mother. On the way to Chicago, she hadn't seen me. My texts went unanswered. My calls went to voicemail. After taking a call, Sarah looked at Chloe with a grave expression. I'm sorry, I can't go with you to Chicago. My assistant is here. She'll help you get everything arranged. Sarah stood up, ready to leave in a hurry. Chloe frowned and stood up. I was just wondering, is Ethan not coming? Hearing her question, Sarah paused, her expression serious and calm. He's busy. Her expression was complicated. My father had just called her in a panic, saying something had happened to me, and that it had to be kept quiet. It sounded like something serious had happened. Sarah sped back, worrying about me the entire way. Chloe watched as an assistant helped her mother, who was attached to Infor, back from the restroom and sighed. It was better this way. If she ran into the Miller family, her humiliation would be on full display for me to see. It was her pride. She didn't want me to see her at her worst. After I lost consciousness, I arrived in the system's holding space. I settled comfortably into a chair and grabbed an apple. All right, spit it out. Which one of my emotions did you fry this time? The small computer's voice was subdued. Host, you were too hasty. I don't regret it, I said. It was a desperate measure. I don't think I did anything wrong. How much time did that stunt cost me on my mission clock? The assistant sighed. 6 months. That's enough, I said, clapping my hands and wiping the apple juice from my fingers. There's nothing wrong with this. I thought it over. If I had followed the mission as planned, I would have had to stay in this world for 3 years. That's a terrifyingly long time. So long that I can't predict what might happen. I'm terrified I'll end up like the others, getting lost in an S-rank mission, falling in love with the target and failing. I'm ready to wake up now, I said, sitting up straight. What's the minimum completion standard for an S-rank mission again? 0% darkness score, 50% affection score, for an A-rank completion. That's enough. With that, I slowly regained consciousness in the real world. I immediately heard my father's roar. What are you talking about? How could my son have heart failure? Mr. Cole, please calm down. The doctors were in a frenzy. I watched the chaos for a moment, then cleared my throat. Dad, my father froze. It had been a day of too many blows for him. The child he had raised for years was not only not his own, but had also betrayed him. And on top of that, his only biological son was now lying in a hospital bed, diagnosed with heart failure after a medical emergency, and needing complete rest. He had never known his arrogant, defiant son could be so fragile that the doctors said the slightest complication could be fatal. My father wasn't one for sentimental words. He just asked, his face grim, "How are you feeling?" "I'm okay," I said, my eyes downcast. I heard them say, Heart failure. Am I going to die? Don't be ridiculous, my father snapped, his eyes sharp. It's nothing, you just need to rest. Don't worry about anything else. Has Chloe left yet? My ill-timed question made his anger flare. Is that all you can think about at a time like this? That girl. If it weren't for her, you wouldn't be in this bed. Didn't the doctor tell you? I asked, pursing my lips. This isn't something that just happens overnight. I want to talk to you, Dad. My father instinctively didn't want to talk. He looked at me with a complicated expression, as if trying to figure out what had changed about me, and yet what hadn't. He clenched his fists and dismissed the doctors from the room. He spoke first. If you're going to talk about Chloe, then don't bother. I don't approve. You have to, I said, my voice surprisingly firm. She's an amazing person, as amazing as you. To my father, my words were nothing but sarcasm. Amazing? He knew himself well. He had married my mother for her money, while secretly carrying on an affair out of a selfish desire for love. Chloe was just like him back then, poor and with nothing, but with a look in her eyes that he found utterly detestable. What's so great about her that you would do this? I don't know, I said, and added silently. Because I came here for her. I silently added in my heart. Even if you don't like the Vance girl, there are other options. But they're not Chloe. I don't approve. I might not have much time left, I said bluntly. I just want to be with her. My eyes filled with tears. I know you don't like me, Dad, but we're still father and son. Please, just promise me one thing. My father said nothing. I said, Chloe is going to be an incredible person. Don't stand in her way. Help her, please. She's poor, isn't she? I'll give her money. That's not what I want, I said, frowning. She's Richard Miller's illegitimate daughter, from Chicago. The words sent a jolt of electricity through my body, and a cold sweat broke out on my forehead from the pain. Seeing my pale face, my father immediately called for a doctor. I struggled to sit up. Dad, help her. With that, I collapsed back onto the pillows, unconscious. The system's voice was faint. Why did you have to do that? Everyone knew who Richard Miller was. The information I had revealed had shocked my father yet again. He seemed to understand my plan, but at the same time, he found it hard to believe. For a businessman, it was an incredible opportunity, a low-risk, high-reward gamble. If he could secretly support Chloe, help her get a foothold in the Miller family, and if she was grateful, the potential return was enormous. Whether it was because of his son's desperate plea, or because of the potential profit, my father allocated a significant sum of money to help Chloe with her mother's medical expenses. Just as Chloe received the money, she got a call from an unknown number. She hesitated before answering. The man on the other end of the line sounded gruff. This is Ethan Cole's father, David Cole. Having witnessed him threatening me before, she was in no mood to be polite. Is there something I can help you with? Did you get the money? Chloe's heart sank. She braced herself for what was coming. Her mother or me. The choice left a bitter taste in her mouth. How is your mother? She's having some tests done, Chloe said, her voice low. She stared down at her worn-out shoes. She had been wearing them for a long time. It wasn't surprising. Everything about her screamed poverty. What a good man my father was, offering her $2 million to break up with me. An astronomical sum. Ethan begged me to give you that money, my father said from his office, irritably stubbing out a cigarette. Ethan likes you. Chloe remained silent. He continued, I'm giving you this money for 2 reasons. The first is to help your mother. The second is that I need you to promise me something. She still said nothing. The other shoe was about to drop, but then his tone softened. You have to give me your word, that no matter what happens, you will never betray Ethan, that you will be with him and only him for the rest of your life. If you ever have second thoughts, I have a million ways to make you wish you were dead. Chloe felt like she was having an out-of-body experience. The words sounded unreal. Wasn't he supposed to be forcing her to break up with me? Do you agree or not? My father asked, his impatience growing. Mr. Cole, are you saying? Her palms were sweating. She was afraid to ask, afraid the answer would be just a figment of her imagination. If you're just playing around with my son, I won't ask for the money back. But I expect you to stay away from him from now on, he said, then added. Ethan was just diagnosed with heart failure. David Cole said this, thought for a moment and added, Ethan was just diagnosed with heart failure. But even if he dies, you won't get a cent of his inheritance. The smile that had just begun to form on Chloe's face froze. Her hands started to tremble. What did you just say? Wasn't I clear enough? If you're thinking of getting your hands on my family's fortune, forget it. No, what happened to Ethan? She couldn't understand. The energetic, vibrant boy who was always by her side. How could he suddenly be so sick? My father was silent for a moment, then said with a heavy sigh, "Heart failure. The doctors say he needs to rest. He can't have any major emotional swings. He's fragile now. More fragile than you can imagine." "What happened?" she whispered, unable to believe it. My father had lost his patience. "I'm asking you one last time. Will you marry my son? For the rest of your life, and take him as your only husband?" "Yes. I'll only ever be with Ethan Cole." Her chest felt tight, a painful knot forming in her throat. She clutched the hem of her shirt, her eyes red with unshed tears. She wanted to go back, to find out this was all a lie, that my father was just trying to trick her. "I hope you keep your word," my father said, then hung up. After David Cole said this, he hung up. Chloe felt her legs give out. She sank onto a bench, staring blankly at the wall. She stared until her eyes burned, her head swimming. The noise of the hospital around her seemed deafening. This world was a terrible place. It really was. After her mother's tests, the doctor had her sign the consent forms. There was only a 30% chance of success. The odds were slim. Chloe felt like she'd never had a choice in her life, not as a child, and not now. Her whole life had been a gamble, and now the stakes were higher than ever. She was gambling with a life. She signed her name. The surgery was scheduled for 3 days later, with the specialist Sarah had flown in from out of state. The hospital in Chicago treated them like VIPs, giving them the best of everything. Chloe grew more and more withdrawn, often lost in thought. And in those moments, the person she thought of most was me. I had been so insufferable back then, so arrogant, always the first to start a fight with anyone who looked at me the wrong way. She smiled. She had hated me so much then, but now, looking back, she loved that version of me. She had asked the doctors there about heart failure. From now on, I would lose my energy, my vitality. I would have to be treated like a fragile doll, living a quiet, uneventful life. For someone like him, that was a fate worse than death. She remembered me jumping from that second-story window. How could something like that just happen overnight? How could she have not noticed anything was wrong? I woke up a day later. I was relieved to hear that everything for Chloe's mother's surgery had been arranged. If her mother survived, surely she couldn't go full villain right in front of her, right? It was worth it. And now that my father knew who she was, he would be subtly and not so subtly trying to get on her good side. She would be protected. There would be even less reason for her to turn to darkness. It was definitely worth it. I touched my chest and winced. So cruel. I hadn't died from her knife to the heart, but I had still ruined my own heart for her. Had I ever done anything so crazy before? Yes. It was standard procedure. Chloe wasn't special. She was just a target. My ultimate goal was to go home, and I would do whatever it took to achieve that. I spent my days cooped up in the hospital room, eating well and resting. My father had gotten rid of Vivian and her mother. I had specifically asked the system to replay that scene for me. It was beautiful. His stepmother, Susan, had knelt on the floor, clutching at his pant leg, crying, "Even if the child isn't yours, I really do love you." I laughed so hard my chest started to hurt. The look on my father's face was priceless. After all the drama, maybe he had a new perspective. He started visiting me more often, and he would even tell me things I wanted to hear, giving me updates on Chloe. He said the money was there, the doctors were ready, and while there were risks, it wasn't a major problem. At the time, I really thought I had changed the story, until the system woke me in the middle of the night to tell me a hidden plotline had emerged. A hidden plotline? A plot that wasn't in the original story, but was real nonetheless. I hated things like this. It was like suddenly having a fiancé I never knew about, full of unpredictable variables. I was stunned for a second, then I checked the hidden plotline and was shocked. It turned out Chloe's mother hadn't died from a failed surgery. She had been. I scrambled out of bed, still in my hospital gown, peeked out the door, and then bolted downstairs. I hailed a cab to the train station and bought a ticket to Chicago. Chloe needed me. She needed me more than ever. Over 1,000 miles. 6 hours. I didn't sleep the entire trip, my mind filled with images of Chloe breaking down when she heard the news. For the first time, I hated this era, with its slow transportation and primitive communication. All I could do was dial her number over and over, listening to it ring endlessly, unanswered. At 6 in the morning, when I finally arrived at Chicago Central Hospital, I was too exhausted to speak. I leaned against the wall for support and made my way to the room Sarah had told me about. Chloe had fainted when she heard her mother's surgery had failed. She hadn't woken up since. I opened the door and saw her curled up in a chair, her arms wrapped around her knees, staring at the empty bed. "I'm late," I said, my voice barely a whisper. I said this with difficulty. When she saw me, her eyes lit up for just a second, then her smile became strained. "They said there was an accident during the surgery." "My mom." Before she could finish, I rushed over and held her. "I'm so sorry." Her eyes were bloodshot. She reached up and touched my face. "Why are you sorry? It was my fault." "I should have." I held her tighter. She pulled me closer. "Did you sneak out of the hospital? How did you get here?" I didn't answer. Her expression was a mixture of emotions, her brow furrowing and unfurrowing. "Ethan Cole, you have to learn to take care of yourself. You're all I have now. If something happens to you, I can't predict what I might do." Her voice was devoid of any warmth. It was only then that I noticed her darkness score had reached 99%. It was a dangerously high number. "You're sick," she said, getting up and making room for me on the bed. "You should get some sleep. I'm going to go see my mother one last time." She was like a walking corpse now, devoid of warmth or emotion, numb but still breathing. I didn't dare to disturb her. Only she knew the feeling of squatting in that cold morgue, looking at her mother's prepared body, her jaw trembling uncontrollably. All she had ever wanted was a peaceful life. She had never bothered anyone, had always just tried to get by, to survive. She had never wanted to be in anyone's way, but some people just couldn't stand the sight of her. They had been pushing her, backing her into a corner. The doctor I had brought in was one of the best. After a 9-hour surgery, he had come out smiling, telling her it was a success. But not long after he left, her mother had been declared in critical condition. A massive brain hemorrhage. It was too late to save her. After the autopsy, the doctor had asked her bluntly, "Did you make an enemy of someone?" In that moment, she understood. This was Chicago. Before she had left, that woman had threatened her, told her there would be a price to pay if she ever came back. The doctor had shown her the report. Someone had tampered with her mother's life support. The surgical site had been deliberately infected. The ward had been busy. It was impossible that no one saw anything. But they were all covering for each other, claiming they hadn't noticed a thing. Chloe took a deep breath. She pressed her mother's ice-cold hand to her cheek. She closed her eyes, feeling the cold seep into her bones. Tears streamed silently down her face. She heard her own voice, like a solemn vow. "I will avenge you. There will be no forgiveness. Only life and death." I was so exhausted that I didn't even hear the system's frantic alarms. When I finally woke up, my internal message feed had exploded. During that time, Chloe had gone to see Richard Miller herself. The reason was simple. She wanted him to see her mother one last time. After all, he was the man her mother had loved most, the man she hadn't wanted to bother even in death. Richard Miller, he was a real piece of work just like my own father. They could have been brothers. In comparison, my father almost seemed like the better man. Almost. Because Richard Miller wasn't just a scumbag. He was also a coward. He had been completely under the thumb of his wealthy wife, Cassandra Thorne, for years. So sometimes, he would think back to the gentle Evelyn and the daughter he had abandoned. He felt guilty, but he never dared to look for them. When Chloe arrived, Cassandra happened to be out, so he agreed to go with her. He sighed endlessly, shocked to see Evelyn again only after she was gone. He cried, and Chloe just watched him. The sight of his crocodile tears made her sick to her stomach. She wiped the corner of her mouth, her voice cold. "My mother was still thinking of you, even at the end. She didn't want you to know." She knew exactly how to play him. The more she said things like that, the guiltier he would feel. She concealed the fact that her mother had been murdered by Cassandra, and instead spun a tale of her mother's undying love for him. She silently apologized to her mother's memory. To make that despicable pair pay, she would do anything. He cried with such convincing sorrow, repeating over and over how sorry he was, how useless he had been. Behind him, Chloe let out a low, cold laugh, the sound lost in his sobs, dripping with sarcasm. "Chloe, your name is Chloe, right?" he said, remembering his daughter. His eyes were red as he took her hand. "I've failed you and your mother so much over the years. I'm so sorry. Name your price. I'll make it up to you." Look at that. A true businessman. Thinks money can buy anything. Chloe pulled her hand away and shook her head. "I don't want your money. I want your life," she thought, but didn't say. He didn't say this sentence. She put on a kind face. "After this, I'll take my mother's ashes back to Riverwood. This will be the last time we see each other. The next time we'll be enemies." "You're going back to Riverwood? Alone?" "Yes. You can't do that. My mother and I have been getting by on our own for years. It's fine." Chloe demurred. "Isn't Aunt Cassandra coming home soon? You should go. I haven't told anyone about this. I won't cause any trouble for you and your wife. I'm tired. I'm going now. Chloe, he said as she was about to leave. I'm sorry. She paused, a small, unreadable smile on her lips, and then left without another word. The moment she stepped out, she saw me standing by the morgue entrance, rubbing my arms against the cold. I was still in my hospital gown from Riverwood, my face pale. She frowned immediately. What are you doing here? I wanted to see you. Let's go, she said, taking my hand. Chloe reached out and pulled me. I asked quietly, that man in there, was that your father? No, I had expected as much. I was just testing her. As expected, she added, my father died a long time ago. I stayed by her side as she arranged her mother's funeral, all by herself. She didn't take her mother's ashes back to Riverwood as she had told her father. Instead, she used the money my father had given her to buy a plot in a cemetery on the outskirts of the city. On the day of the burial, the first autumn rain began to fall, a fine, steady drizzle. I held a black umbrella over us as I watched her take a handful of earth from the grave and put it in a small bag, which she then tucked into her pocket. She would be back, soon. From the looks of it, she was still on track to follow the original plot. I didn't feel much about death. I had seen too much of it. To me, life and death were just the end of a game. Maybe there would be another round somewhere else. The system heard my question and ran a quick analysis. High probability. In the original plot, Chloe stayed in Chicago for 1 month. I said quietly, during that month, she'll find a way to get close to Cassandra Thorne's daughter, plant the seeds of her revenge, and wait a year for her plan to come to fruition. Are we going back to Riverwood? Chloe's hand was cold. She reached for the umbrella, but then, seeing the dirt on her hand, she let it drop. We'll go to the hospital, then we'll go home. The two of them walked through the cemetery, completely alone. It was the saddest funeral I had ever seen. If you need anything, just let me know. Hearing her say that, I knew the original plot had changed after all. I didn't know why, but all I could do was wait and see. Only then did she turn her attention back to me. I was a head taller than her. Before, I had only ever been a noisy pest. Today, I was wearing a white shirt, and it was a little cold in the wind. She took off her own jacket and draped it over my shoulders. You should have bought something warmer. I tugged at the collar of my shirt and smiled down at her. Don't you think this shirt looks good? It's a little like a wedding suit. Her hand, which had clenched into a fist, slowly relaxed. After a long moment, she still hadn't spoken. I wanted your mom to see me, to see how handsome I am, so she'd know you weren't getting a bad deal with me as your husband. I thought that would make her happy. I took her hand. Chloe, you have to believe that there's someone in this world who would do anything for you, risk everything, even die for you. My words were vague, but they sparked a flicker of fear in her. She didn't understand where the feeling came from. She looked at my profile. Why are you so sure? I looked away and said quietly, you don't have to carry everything on your own. Your condition. I'm fine, I said, patting my chest. Perfectly fine. Seeing me put on a brave face, she pressed her lips together. You said you'd live a long life with me, that you'd give me a happy ending. Her words were so full of hurt that I saw her whole body tremble. Not only was it impossible for me to spend a lifetime with her, but now it seemed there wouldn't even be a happy ending. I was silent for a long time. She looked up and held out her hand to catch the rain, watching it slip through her fingers, leaving only a faint dampness behind. She couldn't hold onto the water, and she couldn't hold on to anyone. Paranoid look entered her eyes. She turned to me. You made me a promise. You have to keep it. She took a deep breath. You're all I have. After we got back from Chicago, I lay in my hospital bed, tossing and turning, wondering, was what Chloe felt for me love, or just obsession? I remembered that look in her eyes. In the original story, she used to look at Leo that way. I hadn't thought anything of it then, but now that it was directed at me, it felt wrong. I suspected I had made a mistake from the very beginning, but there was nothing I could do about it now. In this mission, my only option was to make her fall in love with me. The only way to stop her from falling in love with him was to make her fall in love with someone else. I had succeeded, but it hadn't made a damn bit of difference. She was still just as dark. I only had 6 months left. I couldn't wait for her to meticulously carry out her revenge plot. What was I going to do? I frowned. When I closed my eyes, all I could see was the Chloe from the original story, a ruthless killer who would stop at nothing. I remembered the scene of her arrest. She had been wearing a sharp suit, calmly transcribing Buddhist scriptures. Her handwriting, like her, was sharp and precise. Even though they were words of peace, Every stroke of her pen was filled with murderous intent. With guns pointed at her head, she had put down her pen, carefully wiped her hands with a handkerchief and laughed. "I've been waiting for this moment for a long time," she had said. I opened my eyes. I couldn't let her fall into that abyss. Once she did, there would be no coming back. I thought carefully about everything she had done in the original story. The system, sensing my thoughts, immediately intervened. "Host, think this through. If she has to do these things, why can't I be the one to do them for her? Host, you are bound to the save the villain system, not the become the villain system. If I become the biggest villain, then she won't have to be, right? Isn't that a form of saving her? That actually makes sense." It couldn't even argue with that. In the original story, Chloe had gotten close to Quinn Miller, Richard Miller's only legitimate daughter. Chloe had led her step by step into a living hell, leaving her completely ruined. She had also hired a woman to seduce Richard Miller, taken incriminating photos, and sent them to Cassandra. With her daughter in prison and her husband's affair exposed, Cassandra had been on the verge of a complete breakdown. But the final blow was her husband's suicide and the will he left behind, giving all his shares to Chloe. And that will had been real. After finding out what Cassandra had done to Chloe and her mother, he had secretly written it, perhaps to ease his own conscience. So, I had to find a way to make it all happen without her getting her hands dirty, and without me directly interfering with the plot. I thought about it all night but came up with nothing, until my father came the next morning. When he found out I had run off to find Chloe despite my condition, he was furious. He must have thought he'd been too hard on me, that I was so starved for affection that any little bit of kindness could win me over. My eyes lit up. I had a bold idea. My father was carrying a container of chicken soup. It was the first time I had ever smiled at him, and he immediately knew something was up. "I have something to ask you. If it's about Chloe, I don't want to hear it. Do you want to expand the business to Chicago?" I asked. My eyes narrowed in a smile. Businessmen are all about profit. Why had my father fallen into Chloe's trap in the original story? Because he had wanted to get into the Chicago market. The money was there and he was itching for a piece of it. My father was silent for a long moment before saying, "Don't be ridiculous. This is adult business. Stay out of it." "Chloe's mother is dead," I said, my face devoid of emotion, my voice so rational it must have seemed alien to him. "It was Richard Miller's wife, Cassandra Thorne." I took a sip of water. "What do you think she wants to do most?" My father said nothing. I looked at him. "She needs 3 weapons. If you can provide her with those weapons now, she will tear the Miller family apart for you. And if one of those weapons is aimed at their only daughter, Quinn, what do you think will happen?" After hearing my proposal, my father just stared at me, his son. Was this really his useless, good-for-nothing son? "Did Chloe tell you this? How could she possibly tell me something like that? If she was the one who put you up to this, then she's a weapon herself. How do you know she won't turn that weapon on you? A person like that is too dangerous. You're my son. I won't let you get hurt." "I can't guarantee she won't," I said, curling up in the blankets with a scoff. I rubbed against the quilt and sneered. A hypocrite like him had no right to judge anyone. But I was running out of time. I had come this far. I couldn't fail now. My father, on the other hand, saw the opportunity. It seemed he was going to have a meeting with Chloe. I was forced to stay in the hospital for over 2 weeks. Chloe seemed to get busy and rarely visited. Every time I saw her, I could feel a change in her. It was as if she had grown up overnight on the day her mother died. She became more direct, more concise, and spoke less. Before, she would still throw a few sarcastic jabs my way, but now, she just made small talk. If her affection score hadn't been steadily rising every day, I would have suspected she was seeing someone else. "I'm getting out tomorrow," I said, eating the fruit salad she had brought. "When are you free tomorrow? I want you to pick me up and take me back to campus." "I'm sorry," she said, clenching her fists and forcing a smile. "I have to go to Chicago tomorrow." "What for?" I frowned immediately. I had no idea what my father had arranged. He wasn't making her do his dirty work, was he? "There's some trouble with Richard Miller's company. He asked me to go back. I don't know the details." She tucked the blanket around me. "Don't worry. I can handle it." "Don't go," she said, cutting me off. Her voice was soft. "Don't get involved in this, okay?" I pressed my lips together and said nothing. How could I not get involved? She was terrifying when she was rational, and a complete lunatic when she wasn't. If I wasn't there to watch her, and she did something she couldn't take back, she would be lost forever. I couldn't take that risk. Chloe took my silence as agreement. She stayed for a little while longer, and the moment she left, I called my father. I got straight to the point. What did you tell her? My father knew why I was calling. Before, it had been for money. Now, it was for Chloe. He put down the contract he was holding and chuckled. I have to say, the girl's got potential. She's steady, ruthless, doesn't even hold back with her own father. His words didn't make me feel proud. They sent a chill down my spine. Was she still going to follow the original plot? My father's next words were, "You told me to give her a weapon." I did. What did you make her do? Just dig up a little dirt. Don't worry. She's going to be my daughter-in-law after all. If she doesn't care about her reputation, I do. He finally remembered his own son. Aren't you getting out today? You should come home to recover. No thanks. I'm going back to campus. I had already started packing. I was going to go to Chicago ahead of her and do what she was planning to do myself. I had a sinking feeling that the one heading down a path of no return wasn't her, but me. Whatever. I booked a train ticket to Chicago and left that night. But Chloe had spent the night thinking. No matter what she had to do, I was the most important thing. She had been distant lately, but only because she was scared. She didn't want me to worry about her anymore. She showed up at the hospital with my favorite snacks, but I was gone. "Excuse me, nurse?" she asked. I was wondering where the patient in room 412 went. Room 412? He was discharged yesterday. Didn't you know? Chloe's grip on the bag tightened. Ethan Cole. He was really something else. I was already in Chicago when I answered her call. I looked out at the bustling, glamorous streets, feeling a little dazed. I kicked at a loose stone on the sidewalk. Seeing the 42 missed calls from her, I knew she had figured it out. "Where are you?" she asked. She was at the train station in Riverwood, pulling her suitcase, her expression as dark and stormy as the sky outside. "In Chicago." She took a deep breath. "What are you doing in Chicago?" "Doing what you were going to do." She gripped her phone, her brow furrowed. My honest answer had left her at a loss for words. I kicked the stone into the street, my hands in my pockets. "I know you don't want me involved. This is your family's business. But I told you I'm going to protect you. I'm the only one who gets to mess with you. No one else. I'll settle the score with the Miller family for you." I sighed. "But can you promise me one thing?" She didn't answer, her grip on her suitcase handle tightening. I said softly, "No matter what happens, try to love this world. Remember me, and even if it's just for my sake, try to be a little kinder to the world. For my sake, for everything I've done for you, okay? Why should I listen to you?" she snapped, her voice full of hostility. She hated this feeling. "Ethan Cole, are you insane? Did I ask you to do any of this for me? Can't you just listen for once?" Her tone was dripping with sarcasm. "So you do know it's my family's business? Who are you to me? What right do you have to interfere in any of this? Do you think you're so great that you have to control everything?" Her barrage of questions left me speechless. On the other end of the line, she let out a cold laugh. "Come back. Don't make me angry." She knew her words were useless. She boarded the train. I had already hung up. She had to fight the urge to smash her phone. The train clattered along the tracks, the scenery outside blurring as it sped by. Chloe leaned against the window. She knew, of course, how far I had gone for her. My father wouldn't have helped her, wouldn't have become her backer, for no reason. She had pieced together the story of my family's drama from the people around my father. I had gotten rid of my stepmother and stepsister, my methods clean and ruthless. She closed her eyes, her mind filled with memories of the time we had known each other. He was different now, completely different. Even my father had remarked on it, saying that falling in love had completely changed me. Too many unbelievable things had happened, things she didn't dare to think about too closely. "I told you, host, being too hasty is never a good idea," the little assistant said, its voice full of disappointment. "Never mind that you've completely broken character. Your methods are so out there, even a random stranger, let alone your target, would suspect you've been possessed. The kind with cheat codes. A psychic. I've never seen you act so recklessly before. Host, what are you thinking?" My gaze was vacant for a moment, then my expression hardened. "I have to go home. The mission can't fail." "But how do you know she will follow the original plot?" the assistant said. "Host, you've already deviated the plot significantly. At least you're still alive, and she hasn't fallen in love with Leo. But he was still dead." My mind was a mess. Her aggressive questions had thrown me completely off balance. Had I really made a mistake? The system didn't say anything else, but I suddenly felt a sense of calm. Yes, I would wait for her. I had to trust her. She arrived in the middle of the night. I had bought some food at the station and was squatting by a pillar on the platform, scanning the faces in the crowd getting off the train, but I didn't see anyone I recognized. I looked down and started drawing stars in the dirt with a small twig. As I was finishing the third one, a cool voice came from above my head. "What are you doing?" I looked up and broke into a grin, quickly getting to my feet and brushing myself off. "Waiting for you. Long trip? I bought you." "Don't talk to me right now," she said, grabbing my arm and pulling me out of the station. Chloe pulled me with one hand and dragged me out of the platform. She took long strides with no intention of waiting for me to keep up. She only slowed down when she heard me stumble and gasp. Her face was a thundercloud of anger. I tugged on her sleeve and, before she could explode, looked down and said meekly, "I know I was wrong. You're still sick. You don't know anyone here, and you just run off to Chicago by yourself. What if something had happened to you?" she said, poking me in the forehead. "I really don't know what goes on in that head of yours." "You do?" I said, catching her hand. I said it without thinking. She froze. I took her hand and grinned. "My head is full of you. Stand up straight," she said, grabbing my ear. "You think this is funny? Do you have any idea how worried I was when I went to the hospital to pick you up and the nurse told me you were gone?" I muttered under my breath. "What's there to worry about? I'm not going to get lost." Her brow furrowed, and her voice dropped dangerously low. "Say that again." She was genuinely scary now. Before, she would be secretly sharpening her knives while smiling at you. Now she was practically holding the knife to my throat. Seeing the bag of food in my hand, enough for two, her expression softened. "You haven't eaten yet?" Seeing her change the subject, I immediately brightened. "Nope, I was waiting for you." "So if I hadn't come, you just weren't going to eat?" Her question left me speechless. How did her mind even work? She took the bag of food from me and then took my hand. "From now on, don't you ever leave my sight without telling me. Especially don't go behind my back and do things for my own good. Do you hear me?" I pressed my lips together. "And what if I say I didn't?" She shot me a sideways glance, the warning in her eyes unmistakable. I immediately changed my tune. "Okay, girlfriend, I'll be good." We walked through the Chicago night, me pulling her along slowly, the sound of her suitcase wheels grating on the pavement. She glanced back at me, our eyes meeting. "What do you think I came to Chicago to do?" she asked, curious. I thought for a moment, then said seriously, "I was afraid you were going to get revenge. Shouldn't I hate them?" "This is a society with laws," I said earnestly. "There are other ways to deal with them. We can choose a less extreme path." A small smile played on her lips. "A society with laws? What's going on in that head of yours now?" I frowned and shook my head. "I haven't figured it out yet. Your father asked me to retrieve something for him from the Miller estate," she said, lacing her fingers with mine. "Richard Miller feels guilty. It shouldn't be too difficult." My eyes widened. "You're going to the Miller estate?" She smiled and nodded. I was worried. Was the Miller estate really that easy to get into? Last time, she had knelt until her knees were raw. And that Cassandra Thorne was a tyrant. She had been tormenting Chloe since she was a child. Cassandra was probably just insecure. I could guess her motive for murdering Chloe's mother. She was afraid Richard would get back together with Evelyn. "You're going back to Riverwood tomorrow." I frowned immediately. "How can I leave you here all by yourself?" "Listen to me. I can barely take care of myself in Chicago. If something happened to you, I'm still David Cole's only son. The Miller family can't touch me that easily," I said stubbornly. I was particularly stubborn on this issue. She looked at me for a long time before asking, "Why are you trying so hard to help me?" I pressed my lips together and said nothing. Her expression was complicated. "You're an interesting person. Are you hiding something?" Every word she said sent my mind into a tailspin. It was too dangerous. This was a blatant test. What secret could I have? I muttered. She let out a small, unreadable laugh. I changed the subject, grabbing her arm. "Just let me stay in Chicago. I promise I won't cause any trouble. I just want to be with you," I said with a forced smile. Her chest rose and fell. "What, are you going to die if you leave my side?" "Not exactly," I said, shaking my head. "But I just want to be with you." "There's no Leo Johnson here," she said, and I was surprised to hear her mention his name. Hearing Chloe mention this name, I was a little surprised. "Of course I know that. He's still in school in Riverwood. Why would he be in Chicago?" A thought seemed to cross her mind, and she smiled. "Fine. If you want to stay with me, then you can stay in Chicago for a few days. I'll try to get things done quickly, and we can go back to Riverwood together." I didn't realize it then, but I would later learn just how terrifying she could be. Even with the system and all my cheat codes, I was no match for her. I booked a hotel room near the Miller estate. She knew what I was up to but didn't say anything. Before she left, she leaned in and said, "Try to stay here. Wait for me to come back. Okay?" Okay. Could I say no? All I could do was wait and see. I was determined to find out what she was really up to. The system's surveillance feature usually cost points, but I haggled with the assistant, arguing my case until he finally gave it to me as compensation. From the moment she left the hotel, her every move was streamed directly into my mind. I watched as she stood outside, suitcase in hand, and looked up toward my floor. On the screen, our eyes met, and my heart skipped a beat. I knew she couldn't possibly know I was watching, but when our eyes met through the screen, my heart pounded in my chest. She hailed a cab and headed for the Miller estate. On the way, she stared out the window at the towering skyscrapers, her eyes vacant, her mood somber. What was my real motive? That was the question that had been plaguing her lately. She had serious psychological issues. Sensitive, paranoid, severely obsessive. I had shown up at just the right time, but my actions were erratic and unpredictable. At first, she had thought I was just playing with her, that it meant nothing and that sooner or later I would leave her. But I hadn't. I had shown an almost obsessive devotion to her, my actions undisguised, whether it was dealing with Leo or helping her get revenge. She pinched the bridge of her nose and let out a long sigh. She didn't understand. She didn't understand me at all. She arrived at the Miller estate alone. The luxurious mansion looked more weathered than she remembered, with ivy covering half of its walls. The rose trellises were overflowing with flowers, planted by Richard Miller himself years ago to please Cassandra. Once, in a fit of anger, Chloe had pulled up one of those flowers, and Cassandra's bodyguards had beaten her severely for it. She remembered everything. She paused for only a moment before walking under the long trellis and knocking on the front door. This was different from the original story. In the original story, she had first gotten close to Quinn, and the look on Cassandra's face when Quinn brought her to a family dinner had been priceless. But this time, she had come straight to the source. During that long, agonizing minute of waiting, she appeared calm on the surface, but her hand, gripping the handle of her suitcase, was slick with sweat. Cassandra was stunned when she opened the door and saw her. "Who are you looking for?" "My father," Chloe said, meeting Cassandra's gaze with a cold, humorless smile. "Long time no see, Aunt Cassandra." The color drained from Cassandra's face. She crossed her arms, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "What did you say when you and your mother left Chicago all those years ago? Having second thoughts now?" "Yes," Chloe replied decisively, her smile still in place. Chloe answered decisively. "Aunt Cassandra, everything has a price. Have you ever heard that saying?" As I watched the drama unfold, a thought suddenly struck me. Wait, I had overlooked something important. I quickly called Sarah and asked for the list of doctors who had operated on Chloe's mother. Sarah was a doctor with a strong sense of justice, and she had always felt that something was wrong about the way Chloe's mother had died on the operating table. But she didn't have the power to do anything about it in Chicago, and it had always bothered her. In those wealthy families, there were plenty of disgusting secrets that could be easily covered up. But it was a family matter, and no matter how angry she was, it wasn't her place to interfere. When I asked for the list, she gave it to me and also asked me to apologize to Chloe on her behalf. If she had known what would happen, she would never have used a doctor from Chicago for the surgery. "It's okay, Aunt Sarah," I said. "Justice will prevail." I looked at the list she texted me. She had already done some digging, and the suspicious names were circled in red. That saved me a lot of trouble. After all, it was a hidden plotline. In the original story, Chloe had never known the real reason for her mother's death. If I hadn't intervened, her mother would have died unjustly again. I clenched my fists and headed straight for the Chicago hospital. On the way, I hired a trustworthy private investigator to look into their financial records and family members. The next day, the information was delivered. There were 3 of them, and on the day of Evelyn's death, each of their bank accounts had received a deposit of $100,000. If Chloe ever found out her mother's life was only worth $300,000, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chloe successfully moved into the Miller estate, where the atmosphere was ice cold. Richard Miller tried to reason with Cassandra, saying that Chloe had lost her mother, and as her father, he had a responsibility to care for her. Cassandra just sneered. "Responsibility? Every cent you spend is my money. If you want to be good to her, you do it on your own dime. This money belongs to me and my daughter. It has nothing to do with you and yours." But Richard was a man, and a man who had been in a position of power for a long time. Her words were a blow to his pride, but he endured it. If it weren't for the fact that her money had gotten him to where he was today, he would have thrown her out long ago. A shrew of a woman with no charm whatsoever. Am I causing trouble? Chloe asked, huddled in a corner of the dining table, her head bowed. Richard sighed. I have another house in the suburbs. I'll have the driver take you there later. Dad, she said, pressing her lips together. I didn't come back to fight for anything. I didn't know who else to turn to. Mom's gone. His heart clenched at her words. After all, they had been together once. And he had recently learned the truth, that Cassandra had been behind Evelyn's death. Sleeping next to a murderer, it made his skin crawl. Don't worry. Tell me what your plans are here in Chicago. I'll help you in any way I can. He said it in a low voice, afraid Cassandra might overhear. Chloe shook her head. Dad, can you help me find a job? Anything, as long as I can support myself. Compared to the daughter he had raised, he felt a pang of pity for this one. The contrast was stark. The one at home was just as tyrannical as her mother, and treated him with no respect. This one seemed so vulnerable, so easy to manipulate. He sighed. I'll see what I can do tomorrow. The main problem is you haven't finished college. Wait, didn't I hear you got into Riverwood? What happened? I couldn't afford it, she said, her voice tight with shame. I can't afford it. Ah, he sighed, saying nothing more. Richard Miller sighed and said nothing. He had his own selfish reasons for wanting to keep her around. He was tired of Cassandra looking down on him. If he hadn't worked his ass off to run the company all these years, would she be living so comfortably? What a joke. All she ever did was hold his past against him, never acknowledging his hard work. She thought he had no leverage, did she? He would prop Chloe up and see how she liked that. I sat on the curb outside the elementary school, chewing a piece of flavorless bubble gum. It was my first time doing something like this, and I was a little nervous. I recognized the kid who came running out, and with one hand in my pocket and a bag of chips in the other, I approached him. Zachary Moore, the boy who had his arm around a friend's shoulder, stopped and looked at me. I gave him what I hoped was my most harmless smile and waved him over. Hey, come here a second. Zachary was the son of one of the doctors, a fourth grader. Were you calling me? He asked, studying me carefully. Who are you? I'm one of the interns working with your dad. I even pulled out a fake hospital ID badge. Tomorrow's Saturday. Your dad said he wanted to take you out, but he's too busy with work, so he asked me to take you instead. Where are we going? The amusement park. The kid was sharp. If we're going tomorrow, why aren't you picking me up tomorrow? You silly goose, I said, ruffling his hair. The amusement park is way more fun at night. We're gonna stay all night, and your dad will come pick you up himself tomorrow. Don't worry. If you want, I can call him for you. I glanced around at the other parents and sighed. I don't know what you got on your last test, though. If your dad finds out, he might not let you go. I should probably ask him. Wait, I was taking a gamble and it paid off. Let's go to the amusement park now. All right, I said, taking his backpack. Let's go now. We'll take the bus. Zachary had a great time. His parents, on the other hand, were going insane. A letter was delivered directly to Dr. Moore at the hospital. The color drained from his face as he read it. When he confirmed his son hadn't come home, he panicked. He didn't dare to tell anyone. He just stared at the letter, his breath catching in his throat. It said, I'm taking your son out for a little fun. I wonder if he's worth that $100,000 you got. You can call the police if you want to spend the rest of your life in prison. Think it over. I'll be in touch. Dr. Moore was terrified. He waited anxiously for the kidnapper's call. I was getting sick of the amusement park. When he finally got tired, we both collapsed onto a bench with some ice cream. I should probably call your dad, so he doesn't worry. Okay, but don't tell him about my grades. He'll be really mad. Don't worry, I said. How could he possibly be mad? Right now, you're the most important thing in the world to him. I dialed the number, my tone mocking. I've taken your son out for that playdate just like I promised. Have you had a chance to think things over? What do you want? Dr. Moore's voice was trembling. Nothing much, I said, taking a bite of my ice cream cone and turning on the phone's recorder. I'm just going to ask you a few questions, and I hope you'll answer them honestly. Evelyn Miller, you were the ones who killed her, weren't you? There was a long silence on the other end. I patted Zachary on the head. He looked up at me, confused. I spoke into the phone again. Oh dear, your dad doesn't seem to want to cooperate. What should we do? Zachary panicked. Dad, I covered the mouthpiece. I'll talk to your dad. You wait right here for me, okay? Don't wander off. I walked a few feet away from the bench. You heard your son, didn't you? You didn't seem to think a patient's life was worth much. What about your son's? I don't have to treat his life as precious either, do I? He must have had me on speaker because I could hear his wife start to scream, begging me not to hurt her son and pleading with her husband to just tell me what I wanted. I love it when they're cooperative. Don't worry. You don't call the cops. I don't call the cops. I said, my voice airy. I just want to use you to threaten the people who paid you. Don't worry. I won't let this come back on you. If you're really scared, I can even give you a lot more money to get you and your family out of Chicago. I frowned, my patience wearing thin. I'm going to count to 3. If we don't have a deal by then, I'm taking your son somewhere much farther away to play. And I can't say for sure if you'll ever see him again. The person who paid me, I can't cross them. That's enough, I said. It was Cassandra Thorne of the Thorne Corporation, wasn't it? If you already knew, why did you ask me? She paid the 3 of you to pull Evelyn Miller's life support. What else? Dr. Moore fell silent again. I frowned, but this time he didn't make me wait long. The patient was allergic to penicillin, he said quickly. But I wasn't the one who did it. It was another doctor. He gave her a dose. I was just supposed to tamper with things if necessary, but I swear, I didn't actually do anything. Good enough. I just needed the key details. I saved the recording, then called Zachary over and let him talk to his father. I didn't care what they said to each other. That night, after Zachary was asleep, I went to an internet cafe. I edited the recording, disguising the voice and removing any incriminating details, then emailed it to Cassandra Thorne. I added a message. If anything happened to Chloe, no matter who was behind it, I would hold Cassandra responsible. Once that was done, I anonymously transferred $300,000 to Dr. Moore and told him to get his family out of Chicago. When I saw the read receipt on the email, I smiled. The game had begun. By using the hidden plotline, I had once again accelerated the story's progression. Cassandra, of course, saw the email. She had been on edge ever since it arrived in her inbox late that night. Chloe, meanwhile, was oblivious to all this. Her only goal was to work her way into the company and retrieve the information my father wanted. What happened after that was a battle between businessmen. She noticed that Cassandra had been watching her every move lately. At the breakfast table, Chloe finally couldn't take it anymore. Aunt Cassandra, she asked, have I done something to displease you recently? You've been perfect, Cassandra said. Her words practically ground out through her teeth. Cassandra Thorne almost said this through gritted teeth. Chloe's lips twitched into a small, knowing smile. Cassandra slammed down her fork. You think you can threaten me with that? I don't know what you're talking about, Chloe said. Her head bowed. Chloe lowered her head and frowned. And she genuinely didn't. I hadn't told her anything about what I'd done. That email, you didn't send it? Cassandra laughed. A harsh, angry sound. You're threatening me with that? Don't you know your place? If you have the guts, then go to the police. Let's see what a pathetic stray like you can possibly do. Chloe pressed her lips together. She was smart enough not to ask what email she was talking about. But seeing Cassandra so agitated, like a snake whose weak spot had been struck, Chloe was more than willing to take the credit. Chloe wiped her mouth and smiled. Then you'd better watch closely, Aunt Cassandra. Chloe left the house and came straight to my hotel. After making sure she wasn't being followed, she discreetly booked a room, then took the stairs to find me. The moment I opened the door, she grabbed my arm and pulled me over to the sofa. I'm asking you, what email did you send to Cassandra Thorne? I was stunned again. She told you? I blurted out. How did you know it was me? Do you think I'm an idiot? She asked, pointing to herself. In Chicago, the only person who would help her was me. She didn't even have to think about it. I shook my head and scratched the back of my neck, feigning weariness. It was nothing. I just found a little bit of leverage on her. I was afraid she'd give you a hard time at the Miller estate, so I threatened her a little. How have things been at the Millers? Have they been giving you any trouble? I looked her up and down, and was relieved to see no bruises or marks on her skin. What else have you done behind my back? She asked. I was about to tell her, but then I remembered it was about her mother. She might go after those doctors herself. With her vengeful nature, I couldn't be sure. I just compiled some evidence of the bad things she's done, I said vaguely. But it's not enough to completely ruin her. I have to wait for the right moment to release it. It might not destroy her, but it will definitely hurt her. Seeing my confident expression, Chloe frowned. In her eyes, I was just a troubled kid who was no good at anything legitimate, but knew all the dirty tricks. She bent down and took my hand. Ethan Cole, you don't have to do all this for me. I'm not a child who needs protecting. True. I looked away, a little disappointed. I had never said she needed protecting. I was doing all this for my mission. I smiled, took her hand, and patted it earnestly. Girlfriend, you have to remember, we can't do anything illegal, okay? You're the one who shouldn't be doing illegal things, she said, turning my hand over in hers. She looked even more melancholic. Compared to you, I think you're the one who's less of a good person. Having just kidnapped a child 2 days ago, I was speechless. Chloe stayed with me at the hotel, and we watched the sunset together. After all this with the Miller family is over, I said, turning to her, do you have any other plans? Like, doing something you actually enjoy? I turned my head. She looked up at me. I don't have anything I like to do. She paused, then looked at me, her gaze deep and intense. But on second thought, I think I do now. What is it? I blinked. In the original story, after she killed me, she had become like a ghost, wandering the world without warmth, blinded by hatred, with no way back. She had loved Leo, a desperate, all-consuming love that was actually a sickness. She had seen him as the light of her life, something she desperately wanted to possess. When reality shattered that dream, she had embraced the idea that, if I can't have him, no one can, and killed him. She was a psycho through and through. I didn't want her to become that person again. Even after I was gone, I wanted her to live a good, normal life. She suddenly leaned in close, her eyelashes fluttering, a smile on her lips. I want to be with you. She popped a roasted chestnut into my stunned mouth. I need to make more money. I chewed the sweet, soft chestnut, but a bitter taste filled my mouth. Do you think this is love between us? Her hand paused. Why do you ask? You said you would never like me. But I also said that if you kept coming after me, I wouldn't let you go. Not even if I died. She wiped her hands, then grabbed my shoulders and pulled me closer. You're the one who came crashing into my world. Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving. Time seemed to stand still. I could hear my own heart pounding. A strange thought flashed through my mind. Staying here wouldn't be so bad. The thought sent a shiver down my spine. I shook my head violently, trying to banish the dangerous idea. I was a mission agent. My ultimate goal was to go home. I couldn't get attached. What about you? She asked. Is there anything you want to do? Yes, I said, my gaze distant as I looked out the window. I want to go somewhere, to see who's waiting for me. She could see I was being serious. It was the first time she had ever seen such an expression on my face. Lost, sad, and helpless. I was right in front of her, but it felt like I was a million miles away. She instinctively grabbed my arm, her eyes turning dark. Is there another woman? Besides that Jessica Vance. Why are you bringing her up? I frowned. In her eyes, I was clearly being evasive. She pulled me closer, a smile on her face. What? You're not happy that I mentioned your fiancé? What fiancé? I said, patting her on the head. Don't be ridiculous. That was just something our parents arranged for business. After I basically ruined the Cole family's reputation, her family broke off the engagement. You sound disappointed. I'm not, I said, looking at her warily. Don't put words in my mouth. Jessica and I were just bad influences on each other. I was immature back then. Now I have you. I don't need any other female friends. I leaned against her shoulder, trying to look as docile as possible. My submissiveness seemed to satisfy her possessive streak. Good, she said, leaning in and kissing my cheek. I have to go back now. Remember to let me know if you're going out. Things are only going to get more dangerous. I can't guarantee your safety. She was terrified. Now that she had a weakness, she was no longer the girl who had nothing and nothing to lose. Okay, don't worry, I promised. I guaranteed to people. She didn't seem to take my promise seriously. After all, I was known for not keeping my word. But for once, I actually kept my promise and stayed out of trouble. I lounged in the king-sized hotel bed, watching a live feed of Chloe's daily life in my head. After watching me laze around for 3 days, the little assistant finally couldn't take it anymore. Why aren't you worried about her at all? Worried? I'm more worried about myself than I am about her, I scoffed. I figured it out a long time ago. She's more independent than any target I've ever had. She's a real person, with her own plans and strategies. She'd drop 20 affection points just because I said one wrong thing. My God, it was so hard for me to earn those 20 points, and she could wipe them out with a single thought. So, I discovered a little trick to raise her affection score. She likes it when I'm docile. Every time I proactively told her what I did that day and what I was thinking, her affection score would jump up by 3 or 5 points, and her darkness score would drop accordingly. She had said I was all she had, and it was true. She saw me as her only lifeline in this world, the only thing keeping her sane. Subconsciously, she knew she wasn't alone anymore. She wanted a better future, and she was entrusting it entirely to me. Of course, I didn't understand any of this at the time. I was just happy that it increased my chances of completing the mission. I don't know why, but sometimes she felt strangely familiar to me. I tossed and turned in bed. Little assistant, do you remember how I ended up in the system in the first place? My memory of it was hazy. I just remembered that when I first arrived, I was obsessed with getting something I wanted more than anything, but I had forgotten what that was. I remember, you were acting like a total idiot. Shut up. I shut the assistant down, and it pouted and fell silent. I rarely dreamed. Jumping between parallel universes on the system's orders was already surreal enough. I was either terrified or exhausted every day. There was no time for dreams. But this time, I dreamed of a scene that was both strange and familiar. I was sure it was something I had never experienced. It was a woman. Her face was shrouded in mist, indistinct, but my heart ached with a dull, throbbing pain. The scene was a bathroom. Blood was draining from the woman's body, swirling down the drain with the water from the shower. A man in a blood-stained suit was holding her face, his shoulders shaking. It felt like I was watching a mission briefing in the system space. I moved closer and heard the man's words. "Don't leave me," he pleaded. "Please." He seemed to say something else, but then the system's warning blared, and a jolt of electricity shocked me awake. I stared at the ceiling. The feeling of the dream lingered, but the images were already starting to fade. "What happened?" I asked, my voice raspy and unfamiliar. I struggled out of bed to get a glass of water when I heard the system's voice. "Target has been attacked. She is critically injured. Life signs are extremely low." "What?" As the system spoke, the glass in my hand slipped and shattered on the floor. "What happened?" I scrambled out of bed and quickly threw on some clothes, not even realizing I had put my shirt on backwards in my haste. The system played back the important clips for me. Chloe and Richard Miller were walking home, discussing business. She had a real talent for it, grasping complex concepts with ease, which made her father look at her with new respect. But the peaceful scene was shattered when a car, seemingly out of control, sped toward them as they waited at a crosswalk. Chloe instinctively threw herself in front of her father, shielding him from the impact. Shards of glass tore at her, and a large piece embedded itself in her back. The airbag deployed, slamming into her head and knocking her unconscious. The scene shifted. Richard Miller, still in shock, was pulling Chloe from the wreckage. She looked like she was dead. Her chest wasn't moving. For some reason, the dream I had almost forgotten flashed through my mind. I could see the woman's face clearly now. It was Chloe. The realization made my heart stop. I doubled over in pain, a violent cough racking my body. I felt a metallic taste in my throat and spat out a mouthful of blood, the red stain disappearing into the red carpet. I froze, wiped my mouth, and then practically crawled out the door, rushing to the hospital where she had been taken. She couldn't die. If she died, I was finished. As I got into the cab, I suddenly remembered the system's word, attack. This wasn't an accident. It was deliberate. Someone wanted her dead. When I got to the hospital, she was still in surgery. There was no one waiting outside the operating room. I went to Richard Miller's room. It was packed with people. He had been well protected by Chloe and had only suffered minor injuries. Gifts were piled high in the corner of the room. The contrast was stark. I had expected it, but seeing it with my own eyes still left a bitter taste in my mouth. I could almost understand why the original Chloe had done what she did. As I had said before, she was a flower that had sprouted in darkness and bloomed on the edge of a cliff. "Is there any family here for Chloe Miller?" a doctor asked, coming out and looking surprised at the empty waiting area. He had probably never seen a patient with no one waiting for them before. I wiped away a tear and stood up. "Hello, I am. You're her. I'm her boyfriend. I have power of attorney. Is she okay?" The surgery was a success. There was no damage to her internal organs. She has a mild concussion, and we've removed all the glass fragments. We're just finishing up now. We'll need you to sign some papers. I saw it was the bill. I sniffled. "Where do I pay?" "The billing office on the first floor." "Thank you." I signed my name with a steady hand, then stood by the door, waiting for the in-surgery light to turn off. When they wheeled her out, her eyes were open. She was covered in bandages. "Chloe!" I rushed to her side. I wanted to take her hand, but she was covered in cuts and bruises. I was afraid of hurting her. "What are you doing here?" she asked, the words a struggle. She managed a weak smile. "I'm fine. just a little dizzy. The patient was under local anesthesia, the doctor reminded me. She needs to rest now, the doctor reminded. I nodded. I know. I'll come by later. I sniffled and leaned in close to her. Don't be scared, I whispered. I won't let anyone hurt you again. I'm not one to start a fight, but I will finish one. Her life was more important than mine. This wasn't in the original story. I figured the system wouldn't blame me for getting a little personal this time. Don't, she said suddenly, grabbing my arm, her voice urgent. Don't go. I looked at her, then gently removed her hand from my arm. Get some rest. She rarely saw me walk away from her. When we walked together, I always lagged a couple of steps behind, trailing after her like a little shadow. It had always been that way. She was always the one in front, the one to leave first. As the elevator doors closed, she watched my retreating back through the narrowing gap. She couldn't hold on. She couldn't hold on to me. The sense of loss made her dizzy, and she finally succumbed to the exhaustion and fell into a deep sleep. I waited in the hallway outside Richard Miller's room, staring up at the fluorescent lights. Was it Cassandra? But what reason would she have to try to kill Chloe? Was it because of the email? No, that didn't seem right. Cassandra was the sole heiress of the Thorne family, used to getting her way, but at her core, she was still just a woman. Otherwise, why would she have had a complete breakdown when her daughter was framed and her husband wrote her out of the will? It showed she was psychologically fragile. She put on a tough front, but she was holding it all together by herself, and she was exhausted. So who could it be? I pressed my lips together and made a decision. This was a perfect opportunity. Whether Cassandra was behind it or not, she was going to take the fall. The only way to keep Chloe safe was with power. I suddenly had a craving for candy. I didn't usually eat candy. The thought just popped into my head. So I went and bought a handful, stuffing them into my pocket. When the crowd in Richard Miller's room finally thinned out, I slipped inside. He was so lost in thought he didn't even notice me come in. Hello, I said, pulling up a chair without being invited. I spoke first and pulled a chair for myself. He snapped out of his daze and looked at me. A strange boy, young, almost childish, but with a cold, mature expression on his face. He smiled. And you are. Your wife is trying to kill you, I said flatly. I said lightly. His brow furrowed. He had considered it. Since Chloe's arrival, his relationship with Cassandra had been on thin ice. She wasn't the type to tolerate any slights. The reason he hadn't done more for Chloe was because he was afraid that if Cassandra failed once, she would just try again. You can't just say things like that, he said. Who are you? Why are you trying to cause trouble between my wife and me? Do you want to see the proof? I didn't answer his question, just looked at him calmly. You wait, I'll get you your proof. Shoo. This meeting between us is a secret. I stood at the door and put a finger to my lips. As for why I'm telling you this, let's just say she messed with the wrong person. Even if you don't do anything, I won't let her get away with it. After I left, Richard Miller was lost in thought. The wrong person? Who? And who was this kid? He reached for a glass of water. Too much had happened lately. He couldn't make sense of it all. I wandered the hospital halls, my hands in my pockets. The little assistant asked me what I was thinking. I said, things have obviously gone off script. Check Chloe's darkness score. Villain's darkness score, 70. Do you know why people feel hatred? My little assistant, with its limited understanding of human emotion, could only ask blankly, why? Because of prejudice. Because of powerlessness. Because of injustice. I squatted down. I don't know how your system defines darkness, but I don't think this is her turning into a villain. This is a normal human reaction. You expect her to just live a quiet, happy life after all this? To be a good person? Forget Chloe, even I would go insane. So, host, you're planning to... The little assistant already had a bad feeling about this. My expression was blank. After all, in the original story, she had a terrible track record. Couldn't risk it. I was afraid she would get a taste for revenge and go down the same path. So, I'll collect the debts owed to her. When she's powerless, I'll hand her the weapon. When she's wronged, I'll make things right. I squeezed the piece of bubble gum in my hand. Let's see her turn into a villain after all that. Yes, she won't turn into a villain, but you will, the little assistant said faintly. It knew its host didn't play by the rules. When it came to missions, he was a chaotic, unpredictable force. Now, he was doing all the things a villain would do and calling it saving her. And the crazy thing was, it almost made sense. It figured its own programming must be getting corrupted from being around this host. I had said I would find proof, but I hadn't done a thing. When no one was around, I would slip into her room and take care of her. This time, I was actually talking things over with her, and we actually came up with a plan. The driver, he was hired by Cassandra, she said, as if discussing someone else's life. Chloe said this as if she was discussing other people's affairs. I frowned. She's that ruthless? I hadn't interfered with Cassandra's storyline. How had it deviated from the original plot? But she only meant to scare me, Chloe said with a small, chilling smile. I was the one who talked to the driver. I told him to make it look real, to make it hurt. I sucked in a sharp breath. Are you scared? She asked, a small smile playing on her lips as she read my expression. Maybe you were right before. I'm not a good person, but you didn't hurt anyone else, I said, tucking the blanket around her. And you can't hurt yourself either. It was the easiest way to gain his trust, she said with a sigh. Chloe sighed. You did the right thing, but next time, can you please talk to me before you do something like that? I was just giving him a little push. Since Cassandra was actually behind it, there had to be a trail. I smiled. And even if she wasn't, I would have found a way to pin it on her. She stared at me, her eyes searching mine. I was acting so innocent, but my words were so dark. She reached out and caressed my cheek. Maybe she thought they really were a perfect match. In the following days, Richard did start to investigate Cassandra. That strange boy who had visited him never came back. He didn't trust what others said. He only trusted what he could see for himself. Lying in his hospital bed, a chill ran down his spine. Cassandra had brought him soup, but he hadn't touched it. He was afraid she had poisoned it. When Cassandra had heard that Chloe was in the emergency room and that Richard was also injured, she had actually been panicked. The car's brakes had officially failed, and the driver was keeping his mouth shut, but she had never expected them to be so reckless. You should go home, he said with a sigh. Richard Miller sighed. He had put up with her for too long. She was insatiable, ambitious, and he was just so tired. It was true he had married her for power, and it had given him a life of luxury. But now he didn't need her anymore. The woman lying beside him was a viper. Whenever he looked at her, he felt like his head was on the chopping block, just waiting for the axe to fall. She had not only been secretly transferring his company shares, but she had also taken out a massive life insurance policy on him. What was that for? He had worked himself to the bone for the company, and in the end, she was going to cash in on his death? After 20 years of marriage, was there not even a shred of affection left? Having made a mistake, Cassandra's attitude did improve significantly. She did whatever he said, but it didn't make him think she had softened. He figured she was just afraid of getting caught. After she left, he began to make his move. On the surface, he was in charge of the corporation, but everyone knew she was the one pulling the strings. He was going to get rid of her. Since she was willing to play dirty, then he wouldn't hold back either. I never expected the plot to move so fast. When I saw the headlines about the corporation, I was completely stunned. Chloe, look at this. I showed her the good news. The headline read, Stock plummets amidst scandal, marriage in ruins. Below it was a pixelated but still scandalous photo of Cassandra, in a ridiculous pose. And the comments section was a cesspool. I clicked my tongue, a worried expression on my face. You didn't do this, did you? In the original story, she had been the one to leak it, but this time she just frowned. You've been with me 24 hours a day. When would I have had time to do that? Then it was him, I said, my face a mixture of disgust and disbelief. The expression on my face was indescribable, as if I had eaten rat droppings. After so many years of marriage, how could he leak something like that about his own wife? And that photo, Chloe was just as disgusted, but she said nothing. Well, I mused. I guess the next step is for him to officially break things off with her. I sighed. The Miller family drama had finally reached its peak, and for once, Chloe wasn't the one behind it. Was there anything more satisfying than watching your enemies destroy each other while you reaped the rewards? Just as I had predicted, the Miller family was imploding. Cassandra didn't dare to leave her house, unable to believe her husband would betray her like this. And there he was, pushing a contract in front of her with a cold, businesslike expression. For the good of the company, he said, you should sign this. Richard Miller, she said through gritted teeth. You ungrateful bastard. I should have let that car kill you. So you admit it? He asked, his face impassive. I've put up with you for a long time. What did Evelyn ever do to you that you had to have her killed? Cassandra slammed her hand on the table. You're still thinking about her? After all those years of telling me you only loved me, is this how you love me? I haven't had anything to do with them for years, he yelled back. I've watched my own daughter suffer out there, and I've lived with the guilt. But you, a woman like you, I can't have you by my side. I hadn't done anything. When I found out that Richard was just trying to kick her out of the house, I went to an internet cafe late one night and hacked into the Thorn Corporation's official website. He was too naive. He couldn't get rid of her that easily. The company belonged to her family. Even without her, there were still other Thorns. A simple sex scandal was too easy to cover up. At the same time, the media, which had already been circling the corporation looking for a big story, went into a frenzy when pop-up messages with phrases like corruption cover-up, corporate inaction, and murder unpunished started appearing on the official website. That night marked the beginning of the end for the most critical plotline affecting Chloe. I had originally expected this to take 6 months, but now it seemed I could finish much sooner. I peeled an apple for Chloe. Her injuries were mostly healed, but it was a shame that her already scarred body now had a few more small marks. While I was heartbroken about it, she seemed completely unfazed. She subconsciously touched her face, lucky that it hadn't been scarred. I looked at her with a pang of sympathy. In a few days, I'll go to the company and get what your father wants. I have a way. The words died in my throat. She was looking at me, her gaze dark and unreadable. I never wanted any of that. I never considered myself a miller. When did you start planning all this? Her expression soured. She leaned forward from the bed. Or did you know from the very beginning who I was? Is that why you were nice to me? Do you want the Miller fortune? I quickly looked away. That's not what I meant. I just wanted. She cut me off again. If you want it, I'll fight for it. I felt like I had made another mistake. I seemed to be too focused on the original plot, always pushing her down that same path. Had she really only wanted power back then? But I had no other choice. I looked down and didn't answer. If I left, she would be all alone again, with no one to rely on. The thought of it made me deeply anxious. I cut the apple into slices and held a piece to her lips. Try it. It's good. She obediently opened her mouth. I looked down and let out a long sigh. I never wanted you to get involved in all that, I said. I just wanted you to have a better life. Have you ever heard the saying? She looked up at me, confused. I continued, in the end, the only person you can truly rely on is yourself. She froze, then suddenly her anger flared. She grabbed my arm. What are you trying to say? If you have something to say, just say it. I'll do whatever you want. Just stop saying things that make me feel like you're going to leave me at any moment. I looked at her agitated face and fell silent. I genuinely cared for her. I wanted to protect her, but she continued, her voice pleading and trembling, her eyes welling up with tears. I'm scared, she said, her voice thick with unshed tears. I'm so scared. She pulled me closer. I don't know why I'm like this. If you don't like it, I can change. I shook my head. No. I put my arm around her shoulder. You don't have to change anything. I won't say things like that again. Her eyes were red, tears streaming down her face. You wanted me to go into medicine, she said, her voice choked with emotion. I'll reapply this year. I'll go into medicine. I'll study hard. Just wait for me. I still want to live a long life with you. Promise me we'll live and die together, okay? It was hard to say no, so I agreed against my better judgment. The truth was, leaving the system meant my life in this world would end. But there were other ways. Then you have to live a good life, I said, looking at her with concern. I knelt to meet her gaze. I like kind, simple people. She froze. My gaze felt like it was piercing right through her, exposing all the darkness inside, and it stung. Kind and simple? She was neither of those things. She didn't know what that kind of person was like, but if that's what I liked, then she would learn to be that person. Her methods were effective. Richard Miller trusted her completely. She easily got into his office, and the moment he stepped out, she plugged a USB drive into his computer. She remained calm and collected the entire time, waiting until the copy complete message appeared before unplugging the drive. Mission accomplished. All of Cassandra's dirty laundry was aired out. On the day of the trial, Chloe secretly went to watch. The once glamorous woman had become gaunt and haggard in a remarkably short time. Her mother's death wasn't brought up. This trial was about another one of Richard's past indiscretions, a story the reporters had dug up. The girl had been 7 months pregnant and had died on the operating table, under circumstances that were eerily similar. She was only 19 when she died. Let's go, I said, taking her hand as Cassandra was sentenced to 10 years. When I heard that Cassandra Thorne was sentenced to 10 years, I held Chloe's hand. In any case, she had gotten what she deserved. I whispered, see, the law always catches up with the bad guys in the end, right? She didn't say anything. She knew that without me, justice would not have been served so quickly. I walked out of the courthouse and stretched. The next second, she wrapped her arms around me from behind. Thank you. In that moment, the system alerted me that her darkness score had dropped to 30. I turned and kissed the corner of her mouth. You should thank yourself, too. I smiled. Your life has been so hard, but you made it through. I ruffled her hair. You've been through a lot, and I had to thank her for not killing me, for giving me the chance to complete my mission. My father got what he wanted. He publicly announced Chloe's identity as my fiancée and promised us a wedding after we graduated from college. That same night, the Miller Corporation fell into crisis. Richard Miller's computer contained a wealth of incriminating information, which my father used to trade with Miller's rivals for a foothold in the Chicago market. When Chloe heard that her father had been arrested for tax evasion and bribery, her expression remained cold and distant. She was even more unmoved when she heard he wanted to see her. She told the messenger that she had never considered him her father, and that his very existence disgusted her. Now, she held my hand as we walked down the street. So, I asked, you're really not going to go after any of the Miller family's assets? It's not mine to take, she said, turning to me. We don't need other people's things. But if there's something you really want, I'll try to get it for you. The way she said that, I pouted. Fine, if she didn't want it, she didn't want it. The Miller Corporation was just an empty shell now. With both her parents gone, Quinn was struggling to keep the nearly bankrupt company afloat, with no time for anything else. Chloe's darkness score was hovering around 5. I couldn't figure out what else could possibly trigger her to turn into a villain. Logically, everyone who had wronged her had already gotten what they deserved, right? I'm planning on dropping out, she said. I'm going to reapply this year and take the entrance exams again. Why? Did you forget? She said, pinching my cheek. I'm going to study medicine. There are plenty of doctors out there, but I don't trust any of them to treat you. You don't have to, I said, thinking for a moment. It can't be cured anyway. She frowned. But you were the one who said it. You wanted me to go into medicine. You said a white coat would look good on me. But I've changed my mind. I want you to study something you actually like. What you need is what I like, she said, her words simple and direct. Chloe's words came very naturally. Seeing how determined she was, I was silent for a moment. I'll talk to my dad. With your scores, it should be easy to get you transferred, right? No, I don't want to rely on anyone else. No matter how much she changed, her pride was still intact. I didn't push it. It was better this way. It would completely cut off any ties with Leo and Emily. Whatever you want. I rented an apartment nearby. The school counselors were disappointed by her decision to drop out, but no one could change her mind. I would go to my classes, and every day I'd come home to find her either poring over practice exams or reading medical textbooks. The days passed, and I was still waiting for her darkness score to hit 0. What else could she possibly be holding on to? I couldn't figure it out, so I asked the assistant. The assistant didn't know either. Without enough points, I had lost the ability to read her thoughts. All I could do was lie in bed, tossing and turning, replaying the original plot in my head. Things had reached a stalemate and I was at a loss. Half of my 6 months was already gone, and the weather was getting colder. Seeing me about to leave for class early one morning, she draped a jacket over my shoulders. What do you want for lunch? You're such a good wife, I said, wrapping my arms around her waist. I reached out and put my arm around her waist. Whatever you make is fine. I like everything you cook. She scoffed. I'll wait for you at home. Pick up a jar of that jam you like on your way back. Okay. I nodded. She buttoned my coat all the way to the top and smoothed down my messy hair. Go on. I kissed her on the cheek. I'm off then. I lingered for a moment, then took a few steps back. She waved at me, then watched as I got into the elevator. The thought of one day being my wife filled her with a strange mix of excitement and fear. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to take care of me, afraid that things were going too well, and that the price for all this happiness would be too high. I didn't care what was going on with Emily and Leo. Once I moved out of the dorm, and since we were in different classes, our paths rarely crossed. It's not like we were friends who would say hello if we saw each other, so we didn't even have to pretend. I went to the supermarket right after my last class. It looked like it was about to rain, and the autumn wind had a sharp bite to it. I rubbed my hands together as I pushed my cart down the aisle, when I suddenly heard arguing from the next aisle over. I glanced over and froze. No way. The man looked familiar. He had a long, angry red scar running from his forehead to the corner of his eye. I thought for a moment, then it hit me. It was the first time I had seen him in person, but I remembered him clearly from the original plot. He was the thug who had assaulted Chloe's mother all those years ago. Back then, he had been an arrogant bastard, but I didn't remember Chloe ever getting revenge on him. Could he be the reason her darkness score was still there? The man was arguing with a store employee. I pretended to browse nearby, eavesdropping on their pointless conversation. I grabbed a few random items and followed him when he started to leave. After checking out, I quietly trailed behind him with my small bag of groceries. He got into a car, and I had my driver follow him. The driver was confused, but he did as he was told. The man drove through a series of winding streets before stopping at a rundown bungalow. I don't know what was happening, but I could hear a woman's cries from inside, along with the sound of things being thrown and smashed. I immediately called 911. Hello, police? There's a fight happening here. A man is beating a woman. He's going to kill her. Oh, the address is 74 Clear River Road. Please hurry. I don't think she can take much more. After I made the call, I had the driver pull over to a discreet corner and waited for the police to arrive. A few minutes later, the man was led out in handcuffs. I quickly snapped a picture. I would show it to Chloe later. The moment her darkness score hit 0, I could finally apply to leave this world. Chloe had already checked my class schedule twice. I was 2 hours late coming home. She was frowning, about to call me, when she heard a noise at the door. The food was cold, but I didn't care. I snuck a couple of bites in the kitchen before running over to her. Hey, I saw something interesting on my way home. I wanted to tell you about it. She sighed, a little exasperated. Then why didn't you call and tell me? You just disappeared to go watch some drama. I thought something had happened to you. What could happen to me? I thought she was acting a little strange. I glanced at her, then pulled out my phone. I just saw a guy beating his wife, so I called the cops. And you know what? They were actually really helpful. They don't mess around when it comes to stuff like that. Look, he looks so ridiculous being dragged away like that. I held out my phone to her with a grin. Her pupils contracted. Before I could even celebrate, I heard the alert, villain's darkness score, 90. Ethan Cole, where did you see this man? She asked, her voice calm. A saying suddenly came to mind, the calm before the storm. I swallowed hard, my words coming out in a stutter. You don't know him, do you? Well, if you're looking for him, you'll probably have to go to the police station. He didn't look like a good guy. I doubt he'll be getting out anytime soon. Where did you see him? I flinched. She took a step toward me. What were you doing in a place like that? I was just wandering around. I was bored. I lied without batting an eye. She looked at me for a long time, then sighed. Her darkness score dropped along with her sigh, settling at 75. I had never hated the number 5 so much. But one thing was certain, her darkness score had nothing to do with the past. Go wash your hands. Let's eat. She set out the chopsticks, then added after a moment, next time you're going to be late, remember to let me know. No matter what happens, you report to me first. After she said it, she frowned. Am I being too controlling? No, not at all. It's great. Quickly denied. Control, possessiveness, paranoia, all of it mixed together, that was Chloe. I never expected her to change. I just wanted her to be herself. It wasn't my problem, anyway. She didn't say anything, just sat across from me, lost in thought. I had noticed that she had been spacing out a lot lately, her moods swinging up and down. The daily affection score reports were a roller coaster, changing at least 3 times a day. Luckily, her score had never dropped below 50. I started talking about some trivial things that had happened at school. She suddenly looked up and interrupted me. Is the food good? Yeah, it's great, I said, my mouth full. I bit my chopsticks. She frowned. Then why isn't it shutting you up? The atmosphere turned icy. I thought for a moment, are you getting tired of me? She put her chopsticks down, her eyes lowered. I don't like it when you talk about other people. Not at all. She was so insecure. She rubbed her temples. I'm done eating. I'll clean up later. I'll take you to class this afternoon. I had no idea what I had said wrong. I just watched her leave the table. I didn't get it. I just didn't get it. I took a bite of my food. Her mind just didn't work like a normal person's. She walked me all the way to my classroom and finally got to see the classmate I had been talking about so much lately. The girl was just as pretty as I'd described, with a great figure and a beautiful smile that she flashed at me. A strange, cold smile played on Chloe's lips, and she let out a small huff. I had told Chloe that the girl had a great sense of style, and that she seemed really aloof and didn't have many friends, but was always really friendly to me. Today, during the test, she had finished in a flash and even passed me the answers. That was the last straw for Chloe. She probably didn't even realize how much she had been focusing on this other girl. She looked the other girl up and down with a provocative glint in her eye, then pulled me in for a kiss on the forehead. Go on now. Study hard. Everyone in my class knew I had a beautiful girlfriend, but seeing her in person was something else. The whole class let out a collective sigh of envy. I smiled and nodded, then waved. All right, I'm heading to class. Wait a second. She suddenly seemed to remember something and hurried off. A moment later, she came back with a bottle of green tea. Here, I don't want this. Then just look at it. What? Go to class, she said, giving me a little push. She didn't leave right away, just leaned against the doorframe with her hands in her pockets, her eyes fixed on the other girl. She only left when the teacher arrived. I held the bottle of green tea, still trying to figure out what she had meant. Your girlfriend was giving me some serious death glares just now, the girl said, turning around in her seat. Ethan, is she always in a bad mood? I was taken aback. No. Why would you think that? We girls know girls. Have you two been dating long? I looked down at the bottle of green tea in my hand and suddenly understood. The girl continued, right now, she's still treating you like a prize. But just wait, after a while her true colors will show. Look at how she treats a complete stranger. Imagine how she'll treat her boyfriend later on. I listened to her little speech and nodded, then handed her the bottle of green tea. What's this? She asked, surprised. I smiled. My girlfriend bought it for you. But she had been right about one thing, girls know girls. My Chloe had seen right through her from the very beginning. As if sensing my thoughts, Chloe looked up from her desk by the window. The curtain fluttered, letting in a sliver of bright sunlight. She held out her hand, and the light pooled in her palm. But you can't hold on to light. And what about Ethan Cole? She opened her hand again, looking at her fingers bathed in the light. Would he stay quietly in the palm of her hand forever? There were too many things about me that she didn't understand, and it scared her. She knew I would never hurt her. Everything I did for her was so sincere it was as if I would tear out my own heart for her. So what was my motive? What did I want from her? She still hadn't figured it out, and she didn't want to. It was a foolish self-deception, but she clung to the hope that I would keep deceiving her like this forever. What do you think she's really thinking? The question had been bugging me for 4 months. Every time I looked at her, I had to fight the urge to ask, what else is there? What else could possibly make you turn into a villain? But I always managed to hold my tongue, telling myself I could wait a little longer. She was the perfect girlfriend, practically wanting to carry me around in her pocket to keep me safe. If this wasn't a mission, I thought, a quiet life with her wouldn't be so bad. It's almost New Year's, she said, breaking the silence. Chloe interrupted my thoughts and suddenly said this. I looked out at the bare trees and nodded. Yeah, we've known each other for almost a year now. I was about to nod in agreement when I froze. I turned to her, stunned. You've got that wrong, haven't you? We've known each other for 2 years. Oh, right, she said, looking away. My heart started to pound. Was that really just a slip of the tongue? I didn't think so. I sensed danger. Can you spend New Year's Eve with me? She asked, turning to meet my searching gaze. Seeing my flustered expression and haphazard nod, she added, just the two of us. Okay. Originally, my father had wanted us to come home for the holidays. After being played for a fool by a woman for nearly 20 years, raising another man's daughter as his own, he had suddenly realized that I was the only one he could truly rely on. He never said how much it hurt, but he started to care about me twice as much. When I told him I wanted to spend New Year's with just Chloe, he was silent for a long time before saying, all right, you young people have your own lives. I won't interfere. Just let me know if you need anything. Thanks, I said casually. I said it casually. He paused, then sighed. You're my son. It's my duty. No need to thank me. I didn't really feel the excitement of winter break. Couples were saying their tearful goodbyes at the campus gates. Chloe patted me on the shoulder. Did you clear out your entire dorm room? What's up? Are you not coming back next semester? My expression darkened. That was exactly what I was thinking. I would spend the entire winter break with her, with the simple goal of getting her darkness score down to 0 before anything else could happen. By the time the next semester started, the news of my death would probably have reached the school. I didn't want my father or Chloe to have to go through the trouble of packing up my things, to be reminded of me by my belongings. I already moved out of the dorms, remember? I said with a smile, making up an excuse. I was just too lazy to pack everything up before. I figured I'd do it all at once. I smiled and made an excuse. She crossed her arms and said nothing. As the days went by, the holiday spirit grew stronger. Chloe seemed to be taking it very seriously, having cleaned the duplex apartment from top to bottom. I teased her, calling her my little Cinderella, but she just shot me a look. Hey, have you been unhappy lately? I tossed a cherry to her. She caught it without even looking, then stared at me for a long moment. No. Yes, you have, I insisted, running over to her and peering at her face. Did I do something to make you unhappy? No, she said, putting down her broom and forcing a pale smile. I was just thinking, my mom won't be with me for the holidays this year. It feels strange. I froze. Right? I had forgotten. I had become desensitized to death, but she was a real person with real feelings. No one could be expected to be cheerful during the holidays right after losing their mother. I sobered my expression and said quietly, I'm sorry. It's nothing. Life and death are a part of life, she said, shaking her head. Chloe shook her head. I wrapped my arms around her neck. But it's okay. You have me now. If you'll let me, I can be with you for a long, long time. Really? She asked, not looking particularly surprised. I nodded earnestly. Really? I'm not lying. Good. I had noticed something was off with her for a while now. Her words, her actions. If it weren't for the fact that this era didn't have advanced technology, no access to AI or anything like that, I would have sworn she had figured out who I really was. I doubted the system would be so unoriginal as to have me target another agent. I waited eagerly for New Year's Eve. When I saw what she brought out, I froze. I remembered exactly what had happened the last time I got drunk. She slowly opened a bottle of sweet wine. It's a special occasion. Let's have a drink. No, I can't, I said, quickly shaking my head, quickly waved my hand. She poured half a glass. It's okay. It's just the two of us here. I'm not afraid of getting drunk, I said, shrinking back as she brought the glass over. I saw that she had already come over with the wine, and I shrank my neck. You're cute when you're drunk, she said, holding the glass out to me. It's sweet, like I'd fall for that. I scoffed internally. I'd had sweet wine before. The stuff had a serious kick. I had zero tolerance for alcohol. A couple of sips and my face would be beet red. One glass and I'd completely lose control. When I didn't take the glass, she poured one for herself and sat down across from me. She tapped her glass against mine. To us, she said, and downed it in one go. My heart skipped a beat. She picked up the bottle and poured another, drinking it just as quickly. I quickly covered her glass with my hand. Stop drinking. You'll feel terrible later. If you have a drink, I'll stop, she said, and my eyes narrowed. This sentence from Chloe made my eyes narrow. She frowned slowly. You really don't want a drink? Are you afraid you'll say something you shouldn't? She asked, her tone half joking. I make a fool of myself when I drink too much. I don't want to embarrass myself in front of the person I like. You've embarrassed yourself plenty of times before. I gritted my teeth, then finally said, I can't. I'm not well. She froze, as if just remembering. She quickly took the wine away. I'm sorry. I forgot. I could clearly feel her testing me. She definitely suspected something. Looking back, everything I had done was full of holes. Any normal person would be suspicious of me, let alone a criminal mastermind like her. I had miscalculated. I thought to myself I couldn't wait any longer. I had to make a move. Everything depended on this. I spent half the night taking care of her. She clearly couldn't handle her liquor either. As the alcohol hit her, she propped her head in her hands, her eyes never leaving my face. Her intense gaze made my scalp tingle. I waved a hand in front of her face. Stop it, she said, irritably pushing my hand away. She sat there in a daze for a moment, then beckoned to me. Come here. I had no idea what she was thinking, but there was no point in arguing with a drunk person. But as soon as I got close, she pulled me down forcefully. I lost my balance and had to brace myself on her shoulders. What are you doing? I complained. I'm going to ask you a few questions, she said, her tone demanding, and you have to answer me honestly. Chloe's words could not be refused. I hesitated for a second, then nodded. She took my wrist, her fingers slowly massaging it, her eyes bloodshot. The seemingly innocent gesture was surprisingly sensual. She looked up, her expression unreadable. Do you really like me? I was taken aback for a second, then nodded. My slight hesitation was glaringly obvious to her. She took a deep breath. Do you have some ulterior motive for getting close to me? Isn't liking you enough? I was already suspicious, so I put on a serious face. She opened her mouth as if to ask something else, but then closed it again. She reached out and hugged me. Don't lie to me. Her voice was a whisper, and the smell of wine on her hot breath against my ear made my face burn. I flinched, ticklish, as her hand trailed along my neck. Anyone in the world can lie to me, she said, her voice heavy. But not you, Chloe said heavily. Why? I turned to her, surprised, and froze when I saw her expression. I felt a subtle hint of killing intent. I've always been sensitive to danger, and right now, even in her warm embrace, I felt a chill run down my spine and a desperate urge to escape. Her voice softened, becoming more tender. Because I trust you, and only you. Before I started this mission, my relationship with her was like walking on thin ice. Now I saw it differently. It was like dancing with a wolf. She suddenly seemed to remember something and reached into her pocket. I almost jumped back, afraid she was about to pull out a weapon and end me right there. Her hand was shaking, and my heart was pounding. Suddenly, I felt something cold on my wrist and instinctively closed my eyes. The next second, I heard her whisper in my ear, "Ethan Cole, Happy New Year." Outside, fireworks exploded, lighting up the night sky with brilliant flashes of color. I looked down and saw a watch on my wrist. It was clearly expensive. I frowned. "Don't you like it?" she asked. "This must have cost a lot." "Not really. It was on sale," she said. "Wear it, and don't lose it." I didn't ask where she got the money. I just turned, hugged her, and nodded. Okay. I realized something very serious. Deep down in my subconscious, I was still terrified of her. It was a bone-deep fear. She seemed to be struggling to control herself. Her hand moved to my waist, and she looked down, avoiding my eyes. "Can I kiss you?" After she spoke, her face moved closer and closer to mine. My heart was pounding. I stared at her, wide-eyed and completely lost. Her breath smelled sweet from the wine. Just as our lips were about to touch, she suddenly stopped. She looked at me and sighed. "Let's just go to sleep. It's late." My throat felt dry. "You're not going to kiss me? So impatient?" she huffed, pulling down the corner of my shirt that had ridden up. "Wait, next time. I've been drinking." With that, she disappeared into the bathroom, leaving me completely bewildered. I didn't know that behind that closed bathroom door, she was staring at her reflection in the mirror, crying silently under the sound of the running water. By the time she came out, I had already fallen fast asleep on the sofa. She didn't know why, but she felt a desperate need to memorize my face. She covered me with a blanket, and for as long as I slept, she watched me. When I woke up, I was met with her bloodshot eyes. Still half asleep, I stretched out my arms. "Good morning, girlfriend." Villain's darkness score, 0. As she pulled me into a tight hug, our hearts pressed together, I heard the alert and thought I must be hallucinating. The system's alerts continued to roll in. Villain's darkness score, 0. Villain's affection score, 80. Congratulations, host, on achieving an A-rank completion. 1,000 points awarded. Does the host wish to exit the mission now? A tremor ran through me. Chloe looked at me with concern. "What's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" "No," I said, looking at her with an expression of disbelief. I couldn't understand what had just happened. She was just that kind of person, always surprising me when I least expected it. Seeing my strange expression, she grew anxious. "Did you have another nightmare?" "No," I said, pulling her into a hug, my mind a whirl of confusion. I rested my head on her shoulder. Should I leave? I hesitated for only a moment. I stroked her hair, and she looked up at me, a questioning look in her eyes. "Chloe, I'm here." I pressed my forehead against hers. "Ready." She smiled. "Aren't you going to kiss me?" "No." Chloe frowned, confused by my sudden happiness. It was the first time she had ever seen me smile like that. She didn't know it would also be the last. I felt a pang of regret. I blinked and tilted my head. "Are you sure you don't want to kiss me?" "Next time," she said, standing up. Chloe stood up. I hesitated for a moment, then leaned in and kissed her on the forehead. Now that it was time to go, I felt a small, surprising pang of reluctance. Just a small one. "It's still early. You should sleep a little longer. I'll go get you some breakfast." "The usual? 3 pork buns and a sweet congee." I nodded. "And a couple of hard-boiled eggs." "Okay." She grabbed her wallet and headed out. As she stepped out the door, a wave of unease washed over her, and she turned back to look at me on the sofa. I was looking at her too. "Ethan Cole, I'm going," she said, her steps heavy as she forced herself to leave. "Okay, be careful." I smiled. The moment the door closed, I reached for an unopened can of soda and numbly popped the top. Someone must have shaken it, because it fizzed over, spilling sticky, sweet-smelling liquid all over my hand. "She wasn't so great anyway," I muttered. "She's cold, ruthless, a total basket case." I took a long drink, a lump forming in my throat. If I didn't leave now, the mission might not be completed. I'd leave behind an AI substitute. He would take good care of her for me, right? The little assistant had the right to remain silent. "Time to go," I said, looking at the watch on my wrist. It's actually pretty nice. You still have a month. If you really can't bear to leave. I'm not reluctant. I snapped, cutting off the assistant, and submitted my request to exit the world. Host's request received. Detaching from world. Estimated time, 1 minute. That short? Not even enough time to finish my soda. I felt a twinge of regret and glanced at the closed door. I opened the advanced settings and redeemed a substitute AI. When setting its attributes, I hesitated for a moment before selecting kind, cheerful, and sensitive. I gripped the soda can, feeling my consciousness begin to slip away. In the final moment, I thought I saw Chloe. The connection between people is a strange thing. When her mother died, Chloe hadn't panicked, hadn't felt the urge to cry. She had seared that feeling into her memory. She didn't know why, but on this perfectly ordinary, festive day, she felt a bone-deep chill. Standing in line, before she had even bought my favorite breakfast, a dull, heart-wrenching ache started in her chest and spread through her entire body. Passers-by noticed something was wrong and tried to help. Suddenly, she remembered how strange I had been acting the past couple of days. Pushing past the concerned strangers, she ran out of the shop and sprinted home faster than she ever had in her life. It was too late. The soda can slipped from my hand, the orange liquid bubbling onto the floor. Chloe felt like she couldn't breathe as she slowly approached me. I looked so tired. She stood beside me for a long time, but I didn't seem to notice. Her hand trembled as she reached out to feel my breath. It was shallow, but it was there. "What are you doing?" she asked, swallowing hard as she knelt beside me. I was real, I was alive, but she felt an emptiness inside. "Are you feeling okay?" "I'm fine." "What's wrong?" the boy asked, blinking. "Weren't you just going to get me breakfast?" "So, where is it?" I had successfully arrived at the system's central control platform. The AI substitute would remain here for a while as the system matched me with the closest version of my real world to send him to. Bored, I sat in front of the main screen and watched the interaction between Chloe and the AI substitute. Chloe clung to the AI, looking like she had just gotten back something she had lost. For some reason, I felt a pang of jealousy. The substitute AI had taken over my body and all of my memories. I watched on the screen as she tested him again and again, a sense of panic growing inside me. A guilty conscience needs no accuser. I was terrified she would find out the truth. Host's real world has been matched. You can exit the system and return to your real world tomorrow at noon. We wish the host a happy life. I saw a large bouquet of roses materialize in the air and caught them in my arms. The sense of unreality finally began to fade. I was leaving. I was finally leaving. "Thank you," I said, tears of joy welling in my eyes. I cried with joy. But you should never be too happy. It's always when you're at your highest that tragedy strikes. I took my eyes off the main screen for just a moment to look at the details of my own world. In that world, I was a high school sophomore with excellent grades, handsome, kind, and from a good family. I wondered, how on earth did I end up bound to this damn system in the first place? Before I could figure it out, a system warning blared, "Parallel world data anomaly." The entire central control hall was immediately bathed in flashing red light. I scrambled over to Chloe's monitor and saw a sight I would never forget. The AI substitute was still fast asleep. Chloe sat beside him, stroking his face over and over. Her movements were rough, but the AI never stirred. Monitoring, sleeping pill concentration in AI system at 30%. She took the watch from his wrist and leaned in close. "You lied to me, Ethan Cole," she said softly. My heart skipped a beat. What did I do wrong? Why did you leave me? I was stunned. "What's happening?" I demanded. "Why is she like this? What is she saying?" I was powerless to go back and stop her. I could only watch as her hands closed around the AI's throat, her eyes terrifyingly cold. The data flashed on the screen. Villain's affection score, 100. Villain's darkness score, 100. I clutched my head in my hands and cried out in despair. What the hell was this? The system was bugged, but this was just ridiculous. "I think I understand your goal now," she said, not to the AI, but to the empty air. She didn't tighten her grip. Instead, she looked up, her sharp gaze seeming to pierce right through the screen at me. "I'll give you 5 minutes. If I don't see you, I'll do as you wish." As I wished, I was in a complete panic. After watching her entire life story and spending so much time with her, I couldn't say I understood her completely, but I knew exactly what she was thinking right now. The camera feed shifted, and I saw her go to the kitchen and select a knife. In that moment, something inside me broke. She stood over the sleeping AI, the knife held high, her eyes cold as she looked up at the screen. 1 minute left. As her countdown continued, she raised the knife higher. At the same time, the red light in the system space grew more intense. The assistant's frantic voice blared, "Warning! Warning! Target's darkness score has surpassed 1,000. World collapse imminent. Final mission assigned to host. Remain in this world and live a long life with the target. Now repairing all damage sustained by host." At that exact moment, tears streamed down Chloe's face as she prepared to plunge the knife into the AI's heart. Just then, a blinding white light flashed. The AI on the bed vanished, and I was there, my hand gripping her wrist. She stared at me, and the knife clattered to the floor. She grabbed my collar and threw me onto the bed, muttering over and over, "What did I do wrong? Ethan Cole, why did you leave me?" I looked at her, then broke free from her grip, flipped her onto her back on the bed, and kissed her hard. Feeling the warmth of my lips on hers, she froze. After a long moment, I looked down at her stunned face. "Chloe, I'm sorry. I'm never leaving again. We'll live a long, long life together."